Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Knowledge and Relationships. This is your boy M3, and I have my guests with me. First, Lady Tammy, Kris the Bloom and Ebony, and the return of Luann. The surprise. Hey, and then we also got 8 people watching already. So come on, everybody, let's get the lights up, y'all. Let's show some love for this channel. So what it do. Anyways, the title of this is called, let me go ahead and pull up, right? Which most people already know. It's a fun title, but it's called First Lady Tammy Claps Back. Now look, I know I put the title clap back or whatever, right? But you know, the First Lady Tammy, you know, she's pretty nice though, right? You know, she ain't gonna be like, you know, smacking nobody around, hopefully. Maybe. But anyways, you know, we'll cross our fingers on that. But we're just going to, like, you know, just talk about, you know, our last live streams and just, you know, having discussion, because right now, man, she's trending around the StreamYard. You know, people asking me about her. You know, they want to know all about Tammy, what's going on in her head. So we're about to, like, man, just have an open discussion about that. But before I begin, let me go ahead and shout outs to the people as I read the chat. So we have the Atlanta Thrasher. He says, time to buckle up. We have Sheree B. Chicago coming in with the flames. We have Jessica Hansen. Yes, just finished the other 2 episodes. I wrote a book on part 2. That's meant, excuse me. That's man's antagonistic commentary towards First Lady Tammy rubbed me the wrong way entirely. Oh, I know what she's talking about. She's talking about WT Funk, right? You know. Here we go on an adventure. The thingamajigger is up and away. Okay, and then we have Grizz. Yo, guys, what it do, y'all? This is Little Grizzly Bear Production Studios. aka Access Entertainment. Shout outs to him. And then Atlanta addresses Bloom and her fire Instagram. Yes, Bloom and Ebony did had a live for a show earlier today while we was all at work. And she's a first real hug. Welcome everyone. Thank you for tuning in to this YouTube channel. Okay. It's the emojis thing. Okay. All right. So, anyways, we have nothing scripted, no prepared questions. It's just having a basic conversation, and then a little bit later, we're going to probably just do a few like reaction videos. But anyways, Tammy, you are the star of the show, so just tell us, like, what's your thoughts, right? What does it feel like to be super famous? You're already famous because you're here in Nash Relations, but I'm just saying.
You know, the interesting thing is about an opinion is that everybody has one, and I don't necessarily have to like your opinion. And opinions don't bother me. Opinion don't bother me. I mean, I can't get upset because you feel the way you do. Um, I think it's interesting though when somebody says that you're capping. I just think that that is just interesting in itself, just because when people say it, they say it because they don't believe what you're saying is true, even though they don't really know you and know you enough to know if what you're saying is true. They say that because in their mind, okay, whatever she's saying, she's not telling the truth. So I find it funny when people say that, because most of the people that get on are in the comments don't know anything about me to say that I'm capping. So I find it funny. Yeah, I find it funny. So I mean, if whatever I said got people talking and watching the channel, hey, I can't be mad about that. Keep bringing them on. Keep bringing them on. So
Yeah, he said I had to look up capping. Capping is just basically a slang term just saying lies. That's all is to it. People see. The thing is, right now, everybody do have an opinion to say, and no one's opinion is right, and no one's opinion is wrong. But there's always something that sparks up the curiosity in a lot of people's minds. You
mhm.
know, and so when some people, and I'm not just saying with the person that just said, just giving you all these caps, I
Mhm.
mean, he give me all so many caps. He's like just typing in capital letters, might as well, right?
Right.
Uh, it's that like we have to like come to like a level of understanding of
Mhm.
like in your head, what do you think that she really meant? You know,
Mhm.
because some people have a narrative that thinks that all single moms is just going to be bitter and alone. And what
Yeah.
did Kevin Samuel says? Get a dog and die. Well, you do have a dog, so
Yeah. And
that,
that's the funny part. Like even the dog, that wasn't even really mainly me. It was because my daughter really wanted one.
yeah.
So that was because she really wanted us to have a dog. And so I said, why not? So yeah, it's
Mm,
interesting because there is a perception about a single mom and what a single mom does and everything like that. And I do think that if you have a single mom, you may say, "Oh, I know what it's like. I know, I had a single mom. I see my mom struggle, all these different things." But you don't truly know what it is to be a single mom unless you are one. So you're speaking from what you think it is, because if you had a single mom, I'm pretty sure there's things that she was going through that she didn't necessarily talk to you about. So you only saw what she wanted you to see. So everything I say, I'm very honest about everything I say. So somebody thinks I'm capping. I mean, that's your opinion. That's fine. But I don't have a reason to lie. That's the thing. I mean, people on here, people that comment don't really know me. I really just like, I mean, it wouldn't even make any sense to me to lie. I mean, it just doesn't even make any sense. So if in me being honest is somebody think I'm capping, then hey, if that's how you feel, that's how you feel. I can't, that's things like I can't be mad because you have an opinion. I can't be mad about your opinion. It is what it
mm.
is. I'm not going to get in a back and forth match with somebody because they disagree with me. I'm not doing all that. Like, I just don't have the time. So,
Okay, hold on for just 1 second, Tammy. We have a guest in here. We have Japrice. So, over Japrice have a question to ask you. What's up, Japrice? How you doing?
Hi, I'm fine. How are you? How's everyone? Hi, everyone.
We are doing
okay.
well. We are pleasant and we are blessed.
Great.
And tonight's subject is called First Lady Tammy Claps Back. I almost misspelled a word and said caps back, but claps back.
Yeah.
And basically, this is like a response, like to
Sunday.
people. Was it? Wait, was it Monday?
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, yeah, it went by. So this is based on our live stream on Monday. Tammy had an opinion when it came to hold on, what was it? The question. Well, the starting question was, do women feel like they don't need a man or something?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah,
So, I think it was Best in the World that said, "What do you think about women that say that they don't need a man?"
yeah.
Yeah.
And then Tammy gave her response, and we're gonna pull up in a minute, and that's how like everything just went downhill. So, you know, Tammy kept her cool, much better than I did. And then WT Funk said, "I'm gonna sit on the corner and be quiet." Maybe. Not WT Funk, man. You the reason why you made her famous. Well, more famous. We're gonna need you to get. Sorry. We're gonna need you to get up in the show like in a minute, but we're gonna do the reaction video. And before then, Caprice, do you have any thoughts, anything you want to ask Tammy, or anything you want to say? And excuse me.
No, I missed the show on Monday, so thank you for filling me in a little bit.
Mhm.
I mean, I don't really know what was said, but I'm excited for the show, and I don't have any questions.
All right. Well, we're gonna do it like a reaction video,
Okay.
real quick, and it's gonna take a minute. People have seen it already, and they was pretty excited. But we're gonna try to get Tammy's reaction to it, and after we watch the video, then I want you ladies, right, to give me like your thoughts on this. So, I just realized I'm like the only man. Should I be up in the middle, or should I just stay where I'm at? I don't even know now. I just feel so out of place, just a little bit. But anyways, let me go ahead and share this. All right. Yes, on Larry Thrasher says rematch on pay-per-view. Right. And then Kashim says First Lady Tam is representing her perspective. She's here for all the smoke. Be safe in there, Tammy. And so I know for a fact, kept her cool through the whole thing. L pay-per-view. I liked you in the middle. You like me in the middle? Okay, you know what? Hold on, I got you, sis. Let me go ahead and put myself in the middle. There we go. I think that's a little better, right? Thank you for your
Yeah.
all right. So let's go ahead and play this video. I don't know if I need to put fair use because it is my own video, so you know what I'm saying? YouTube better not strike me down. But anyways, without further ado, let's go ahead and play this real quick, shall we?
I'm sorry. Am I answering that question you had? I'm sorry.
That's right. What do you think about that? I don't need no man. What do you think about all that?
So the thing is, I don't really know because I never say anything like that. I never really say that. What I will say is this: even if you don't need a man for something, if he can do it, why not have him do it? Like, even though you don't need a man, why wouldn't you want to for certain things to make things easier on you? I mean, you don't have to take everything on by yourself. So why would you limit yourself by having to take everything on when you don't have to? I mean, so even though you say you don't need a man, wouldn't it be nice to have one to help you with some things? I mean, that's the thing is, I've never said I don't need a man. I mean, even though you don't need one, wouldn't you like to have one to help you with those things? So, take some things off of your chest so you ain't got to do that. I mean, so, and I think there's the mentality.
I want to pause real quick and before I continue. That is the part, right, that I felt like that probably triggered a few people because even though Tammy is saying that, I never, and I'm just quoting, paraphrasing, even though Tammy says that, in quote, I never said that I don't need a man, but even though you don't need a man, I think that's where, the pushback began. But
Can I ask why? Can I ask why? Not to interrupt, but can I ask why? Because you really don't need a man. You just don't.
You really don't need a, that's what you think. Okay, well, Luann, right? Why do you think you don't need a man?
I mean, for certain things you need him for, but if you are saying that you are deemed to be single and that's what you want to that's what you want to do. I don't understand why is it not okay for a woman to say, "Oh, I don't want a man. It's okay. I could do it on my own." I don't understand why is that like a taboo for people to hear. If you don't want to be with someone, you don't want to be with someone.
I mean,
What's the big deal? What is the big deal? What is the big deal? If you don't want a man, you just don't want no man at this particular point in your life.
hey, I mean, it is your opinion. It is like your own right, But some people, like myself, feel like that a man needs a woman just like a woman needs a man. I would
And
never
that's just
say that we
ego.
don't need each other.
That's just ego. That's just, to me, it's just like a ego thing. Like,
Yeah,
oh yeah, you have to have me as a man because I'm gonna help you take out the trash. I can take out my own trash. Like I don't. It's just like little bitty things I just don't need you for. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not
Really?
saying that at this particular time in 2021 on October 28th that I want to be single. I don't need you, but that doesn't mean next year I may not need you. I may change my mind. I'm a woman and I have the right to change my mind. Just like you, man, you have the right to say, you know what, I want to kind of be celibate. I don't want to do anything right now. And then a year from later or 2 years from now, you can say, you know what, I'm ready for a relationship. I'm ready to settle down. I'm ready to get it cracking. There's nothing wrong with saying I don't want nobody around me.
So at what age are you gonna get it cracking? Would it be 50?
It don't matter what age that you feel like you want to get it cracking. It's when you feel like getting ready to get it cracking. Okay?
Hold on, let me,
it's when you're ready to get it cracking.
Let me put this video away real quick. Hold on.
I wish a man would tell me, somebody would tell me, oh, you need a man to survive. And you don't need a man to survive. Only thing that at this moment, I'm single. I don't want no man. Only thing I want him for is to give me a nut, and some of them can't do that. So until I find a man that can give me everything that I want, then I don't want you. I don't need you. I can take out my own trash, pay my own bills, put gas in my own car. If I need my car to be fixed, I will go pay a mechanic.
Let me read this comment real quick, right? From DD Unlimited. Salutes to you, DD Unlimited, and everyone, right? Please feel free to get the likes up, right? Because it's already getting spicy, man.
Yeah.
He says, I think. Remember,
and women opinion. Who say they need a man. Hold on, I'm not doing women who say they need a man.
Hold on, Luann. Hold on. Let me read the question.
Want dependence.
Let me read the question. Hold on. Not a question. Let me read the statement. I think men and women need each other in this life. We are not made to be alone. And she made it clear. It is her opinion. Okay.
Okay. But okay. That's good. But let me let you know something. The good book says you don't need nobody. The good book says you don't need nobody. But if you choose to have somebody, marry them. But it doesn't say that you need to have somebody to make you feel good, to make your life feel better, or make your life complete.
Go ahead,
it also says to not sleep with people before marriage.
Oh, she did.
Ooh,
An unmarried woman is an uncovered woman.
Yo, what's up, Colin?
Oh, wait, she got okay. Oh. Say that again.
A unmarried woman is an uncovered woman.
Okay. Hold on.
Oh, that's in the Bible. If that's what the good book is.
Oh man, hold on. I'm sorry. The chat's going by fast.
Yeah, that's what the good book is.
The Bible agreed. The Bible says that if you can't control yourself, you should marry.
You should marry.
Okay.
But it don't say that you need to. That you should. That it doesn't say that you have to be married to be happy. Nowhere. It don't say you have. In order for you to be happy, you must marry somebody. You must be with somebody. But women are so programmed to think that they have to have somebody on them. You don't have to have nobody on you. Period.
Well, I don't think you need to have someone, but I think it's just a very eventually later on in life it becomes very lonely.
Not if you have the good toys, you don't.
I mean,
men are born in sex.
Toys are fine. Yeah,
I got it, Bill.
It's not so much sex, but it's also having.
That's usually what women. That's what usually women and men need is sex. That's the only reason why you need to be together. Is to procreate.
Well,
to hump and be all lovey-dovey.
Hear me out.
Oh, she'll come back. Something's wrong with her connection.
Wow. Okay.
But Japrice, here she comes. If you're saying stressful now, Japrice, wait until we get to the 1 hour mark.
So hear me out. What I'm saying is, both men and women, after a long period of time by themselves, will eventually become lonely. Why? Because when we come together, we create our own personal family, our kids, and that becomes their satisfaction becomes our satisfaction. But if you're left by yourself through life, you won't really gain that. Yeah, you can, have all the toys you want, but eventually, toys don't come with emotions. And humans are creatures of emotion. We both crave it. Some more than others, but we both crave it.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. Luann?
That's true.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kris.
I was just gonna say that's true, and I think social interactions also on, was it Pavlov's or whatever his name, some psychologist, like his hierarchy of social needs.
Oh yeah, I think it is Pavlov's. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it does break it down into like a family, like your own family. So it's not just needing people. I think it does. If you read more into it, it also goes into intimacy, needing physical touch, and needing to love and needing to be loved. I guess Maslow. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, to read this comment.
Like, I need a man for this conversation.
I need a...
Well, you have 2 men in here, but Luann, let me ask you this question. Can you hear me? Where is she?
Yes.
Luann.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. If you're talking to me, yes.
Yeah, of course. I said Luann, right? Do you want to have kids in the future?
Yes.
Okay. So, how you gonna get kids if you feel like you don't need a man? You don't need a man for something.
I could listen. Sperm donors, IVF. Listen. Okay. I don't need him to go inside me. I can get it implanted if I need it to be. Again, yes, I would need the man to do the sperm, but I don't need him to implant it into me, honey. Okay? At the end of the day, if I feel like I want to be alone, then I want to be alone. But again, in the first statement that I said, that's right now in 2021. I can't tell you what I'm going to feel in 2022 because something might change. My mindset might change.
Well,
and
again,
sooner. We have the right to have our minds changed. So I might find me and a guy might, like, oh yeah, we might hit it off. And now my mindset has changed on the subject. But for right now, I want to be alone. For right now, but that doesn't mean just because I want to be alone that I can't start a family. Just because I want to be alone, that doesn't mean that I can't do the things that I want to do for me to make me happy. Because you can get into a relationship and still not have everything. The relationship can go down the drain. And if you do have kids, now either the single dad or the single mom.
I have a question really quick. I'm sorry.
I'm good, Japrice. Go ahead.
Wait, so, but don't you think you're already coming in like bad faith? Like you're already throwing out like the negative possibilities when it comes to like the relationship. Also, like, so you are okay with raising a child without the man in the household?
Yeah.
Knowing the statistics and data and knowing facts about how the effects on children when they're raised in a single mother household?
I am adopted, and I was still adopted by a single mom, and I appreciate the fact that I had a single mother raise me. It gave me, it grounded me. It gave me, and it let me see things in a different light. People always put, you have to have a man to raise children. Men can be in the home and still not contribute to their kids' life. They can be in the home.
Like setting up a solid foundation, which is marriage, before having children. Anything outside of that is selfish.
How? It's selfish it's selfish when two people decide. When it's selfish to me when two people decide, okay, we're going to have a child, and then in the midst of anything, the man leaves. Now the woman is still single. She's still a single parent. So at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you guys, if the man is in there, he has no connection to the child. He hasn't done nothing for the kids. And now I'm supposed to be like, oh yeah, let my son and daughter be in this household with someone who is not good for them or me. I'd rather raise the child on my own.
Listen, realistically,
it's not bad faith.
Right.
That's 75%. If you wanted to
What's
call
right?
that, a lot of families break up.
She's right though,
A lot of
because
two-family homes break up.
60% of marriages end in divorce, and 70 to 80% of the time it is initiated by the woman. So if you go in with that level of mentality, then chances are you aren't going to end a marriage.
Yeah, but at the same time, doesn't just because you get divorced doesn't mean that your kid is going to be fatherless.
No, and that's the
so
whole
even if you are divorced, it's still
no the whole point.
But
that
it's still unbalanced. It's still unbalanced, right?
But
It's still unbalanced because that child would have to go to that father's house, back to the mama's house. They're not
still better than not having a father at all, though.
At the same home, eating at the same table, learning the same values.
And you hear me? Here's a different side to it. Children do need to see how a male and a female interact with each other. If you have two kids growing up and they only see how one of the species interacts with the other, they're only learning how to interact one way. So if you have boys, they're only learning how to interact essentially like a woman.
Can I, not to interrupt you, but can I ask, if you have like, say for instance, a woman, I'll use myself. I say that I want to have my children on my own. I know the consequences of being a single mom. Okay. I would figure, okay, I know I'm going to be a single mom. I know that it's going to be all the financial things are going to be on me. Now, if I have family member, I have like 4 brothers, and I have a lot of male friends. I feel like just because the kids don't have a father figure, you always have other people that can help you. You have your family, your brothers. For me, it would be my brothers and my male friends that I would ask questions about. Make sure that my son has that male interaction when I can't give him that. So I don't see it where it can be done. The man does not have to live with me in order for my son to be a healthy young man. That's just saying that some men that didn't have their fathers are unequipped to be fathers themselves. But just because you didn't have a father don't mean that you can't be a good father.
Yeah. Hold on real quick. Everybody, right? There's 13 people watching. Let's get the likes up, y'all. Let's get them up. Okay.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, because Tammy, I want to get your opinion on this though. What do you think about it?
Okay, so here's the thing: is I work in education, so I see a lot when it comes to kids that come from single parent households, kids that come from households where the parents aren't together, but the parents co-parent very well. And the thing is that, it is a perfect dynamic when 2 people can be in the same household and raise their child together. But it does not necessarily mean that that's what it has to be, because if it's a toxic relationship, that's more detrimental for the child. For you to have this person that is a toxic relationship, right. People staying together. And I feel like that's part of the problem, is that people stay together because they have kids together in this toxic environment, because in their mind, I want my child to see a father in the home, knowing that it's toxic for the child altogether.
She's unmuted.
So,
I don't know if Ann knows that she's unmuted.
Can I please say something?
Okay.
Yeah. So, so the thing about it is, what I will say is, I am a single parent. My daughter's father and I, we obviously don't live in the same house, but my daughter has a relationship with her dad, a very good relationship, in fact. Him and I co-parent very well. Him and I get along very well. Now, don't get me wrong. Like I said, a perfect dynamic is for him and I to be together. Could you leave that? Thank you. Just leave it. Leave it. Leave it. Leave it. Sorry about that. So, there is everybody wants that perfect, me and the dad together kind of thing. That's the perfect thing. Like that's the thing is that nobody asks to be a single parent. Like nobody in their minds like, oh my gosh, I want to be a single parent when I get older. Like nobody says that. I never said that. The circumstances that led to me being a single parent could have always been prevented, but they didn't. They weren't prevented. So like I said, I mean, it's one thing if you're a single parent and you don't allow your child, because there are some single parents that they don't allow their kids to see the other parent because they don't like him or they don't like her, and I just don't want them around for whatever the reason. But the thing about it is that if it's toxic, to have that toxic person around your child is not necessarily the best decision to make just because you want to have a parent in the house. I mean, to say that, wouldn't you want that? Yeah, I'd absolutely want that other parent in the house. But if this is toxic, that's detrimental for your child. And I've seen it. I've worked in education for 20 years. I've seen it.
Let me ask you this. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do you think there's anything that you could have learned prior to getting married, or anything that you could have learned prior to getting with your husband that would have?
Well, I'm not married though.
Okay. Anything that you could have learned that could have prevented you and your man from splitting up after the kids? You could have learned prior.
Well, that's the thing is that before I found out I was pregnant, there were things I was learning about his character that I didn't necessarily care for, that made it not a safe space. But even then, when I found out I was pregnant, in my mind, I said, well, there's a baby now. So let me go ahead and try to, make it work. But those things weren't going to go away. And I really had to think about what was in my child's best interest. I never kept her from him at all. My mindset was never, in fact, I always had people that would ask me, well, if he comes around and wants to have a relationship with her, what would you let him? And I always said, absolutely. Because I'm not trying to keep her from him. I want her to know who he is. I want her to get to know him. I want her to have that relationship. So just because him and I are not together, I have no right to deprive my child of getting to know her dad. Because he's not a toxic person for her. They have a great relationship. So, and when him and I communicate, it is only about her. Him and I don't have a communication of us, let's get back together kind of thing. No, communication we have is anything that's related to her. So,
would that ever be on the table?
You said what? I don't think so. I mean, because it's never crossed my mind, and he's in a different relationship, and I would never insert myself in that. I don't feel like it's my place to insert myself in what you have now. And I can't predict the future, so I don't know if if things would change. But as of right now, my mind is not there. And I don't think, like even in the last podcast, when I was saying that, my mindset is not, I need a man. That's not what I'm thinking every day, because I have a job to do. I have to pay bills. I got to take care of my daughter. That's where my focus is. And I think somebody has said that I was projecting in a way to make a man feel not needed. And it is a possibility I may be projecting that. I can agree with that. But what I will say is, it's one thing if a man comes along, because I wouldn't reject a guy for coming along. I do date. If a man came along, and yes, I've been doing this as I've been a single parent. My daughter's about to be 9 years old in a couple months. I've been a single parent for 9 years. If one came along and said, you know what, let me go ahead and help you. Let me go ahead and take that load off of you. Let me go ahead, because you've been dealing with that by yourself. Let me go ahead and take that stress off of you. It's one thing if I say, no, I've been doing this by myself for 9 years. I need you. It's another thing if I say, oh my God, thank you. Yes, absolutely. Because I am making him feel needed. Because he might see, okay, yeah, you know what? She's been doing everything on her own. So let me go ahead and give her that. Let me go ahead and give her what she needs, because it's been missing. So I think it's one thing if you completely reject that.
Shit.
I think it's another thing if you accept it. So the rejecting and accepting is the thing I think that it may look like that a single parent doesn't want. And some don't. Like, I mean, let's be honest. There's some that don't. There's some that don't. There's some that have people coming in there in the house, in and out, meeting their kids and all kinds of extra stuff. But that's the thing is that, you know, like I said, nobody asks to be a single parent. That's not at the top of anybody's list, is to be like, and that wasn't something I wanted. Like, to be honest.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, so what could, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, what could you have said to your younger self that you think would have forego this situation from happening?
Hold on, First Lady Tammy. Hold on. Here I come to save the day. Yeah. Yes, I'm here, everybody. I'm here. I am here. It is him.
It's his own biggest fan.
Yes, I am. Oh, definitely I am. I'm a big
Sorry, y'all. My phone keeps going in and out. So sorry.
It's okay, Miss Patty Penny. Okay. CKQ, ask the question again. Ask the question again.
Well, you said, what could I have told my younger self to avoid? I probably would have told my younger self to. That's thing is like, I don't know. Like, I'd have to really think about that. Like people ask me like, if I could change my daughter's father, would I? And I always say no, because changing her father changes her.
Yeah,
and I wouldn't do that.
That's a dumb question.
Like, my thing is like, even like the last podcast, you know, like there was a question of like, you know, was I pressuring him to get me pregnant, kind of thing. And I have a medical issue where it's very hard to get pregnant if it even happens. So there wasn't any pressure because in my mind it wasn't going to happen. And I actually started going through a depression, and didn't know. And the last breakdown I had, I was pregnant and didn't even know I was pregnant. And I was very happy when I found out that I was. But that's the thing. And then Jeffrey says it's the child's birthright to have full-time parents. And this is the thing. This is the thing. Like, a parent wants to have full-time parents for their child. That's what you want. But you have to look at what's best for your child. So you have to look at, okay, so here's on one side. I can have this dad in my child's life. He's toxic. He's abusive. But you know what? I want my child to see that man in that child's life. So I'm going to keep him there. Or I'm not going to have this person in my child's life because he's toxic. He's not safe for her. He's not safe for me. You have to pick the choice that is the most logical choice, not the choice that you want because that's the dynamic that you think it should be. I mean, if it's a person who is not toxic,
can you please specify what toxic is
around your child? So
toxic a lot.
You said what?
I said, can you tell me what toxic is? Like,
so
I hear you say toxic a lot. I hear a lot of people say toxic. Like, what is toxic?
So a relationship that's toxic is extremely unhealthy. So when you have a child in a household that is extremely unhealthy, what happens? And like I said, I've seen this a lot with kids that have been in my classes, where both parents are in the house, and these kids come and say, "My parents were arguing. My parents were fighting," and it has detrimental effects on that child. But the thing about it is, people want to stay together because they have kids. They stay together because as toxic as the environment is, as unsafe as the environment is, because there is this thing that we need to have both full-time parents, they are willing to put up with these things that are not safe to put up with because they want to have the full-time parents. Because in their mind, well, if the kids don't see what we're doing, then they're not going to know. And the kids always know.
Yep. So
even if they can't see it with their eyes, they can still hear it and they can still feel it. And so I feel like that's the problem. But that's the thing. Yeah, and you're right. Parents shouldn't argue in front of the kids, but the reality is they do. And then some don't argue in front of their kids because in their mind, if we do it in the room or behind these closed doors, the kids aren't going to know. No. Kids are very receptive and they pick up on things, and they can pick up on when things aren't right. So for me, as much as it would have been great for my daughter's father and I to be together, it wasn't safe. And I mean, I'm not going to get into why it wasn't, but it was not safe. And so, like I said, I'm not the kind of single parent who I'm like, well, I don't like him and I don't want her to know him, because, and that's the interesting thing, is that when he did get in contact with me 2 years, when she was 3 years old, that's when he first got in contact with me. And he called me and he asked me about her. I told him. I went picked her up from preschool. I let her talk to him, and I allowed him to have a relationship with her. And like I said, my mother got upset with me when I did that, because she was like, why would you do that? And I said, because it's not my job to keep her from him. That's not my job. My job is to allow her to have a relationship, because she's going to see what kind of person he is on her own. I don't have to say anything. She'll see that on her own, and she'll come to her own decision about if she wants him in her life. As long as he is not treating her badly, as long as he is being a good dad to her, then I have no reason not to. So, like I said, my daughter and him have a great relationship. In fact, earlier today, she's like, can I go to his house this weekend? I said, oh, absolutely. So that's it. And like I said, him and I co-parent perfectly fine.
I think you're the other side to a lot of the single parent stories that no one really hears, which is the mother that actually doesn't, the parent that doesn't play the kids against each other.
Yeah.
So,
well, yeah, I mean, and I feel like because I've seen so much of it with the students that I work with, even before I became a mom, I knew that was something I didn't want. I knew it was something I didn't want for my child to not have a relationship. I mean, I've known people that do it. And I see what happens to the kids, and I'd rather not. My daughter is very, very happy, very content. She loves her dad. She calls him, he calls her, because she has a phone. Yeah, she's 8 years old, she has a phone. But the good thing with that is that she has a phone where she can call him if she needs to. He can call her if he needs to. And they often do talk to each other on the phone. But like I said, the only time he really communicates with me is if it has to do with her. So for instance, if he's calling her phone or texting her, asking her if she wants to come over, and she's not answering, then he contacts me and says, can she come over? So that's the things that, but yeah.
I have a general question. At what point does a person first notice a toxicity? Before the child? I was reading that. Before the child or after the child? I hear a lot of single parents claim the other person is the toxic one. And
that's the thing, is that, like I said, there were certain things coming out about his character that made me question him. And there was a specific incident of something that he did that scared the shit out of me. And
was it out of character?
Huh?
Was it out of character, or was it a reoccurring?
It was an out of character. It was weird what he did, because there wasn't really a reason for it.
So it was out of character.
His whole reaction, I was very thrown. And it scared the shit out of me. And at that time, I didn't know I was pregnant. And there were other things that I learned that I was seeing about his character that also scared me about him, that I didn't see before, because there were not things. He didn't show those things before. So like I said, when I found out I was pregnant, in my mind, I was thinking, well, maybe I can push those things to the side because there's a baby now, because in my mind, 2 parents in the household. But the more I took the time to think about it, the more I said, no, I don't want to be in my daughter in this toxic environment. So, and that's even with that, even when I had that discussion with him, I never, even when I was going through the pregnancy, I never I never kept like dates of appointments or anything that from him. He never asked, he never came. He had no interest at all in coming to any appointments or anything. And then he didn't even get in contact with me till she was 3 years old. And it's interesting because I could have easily had the approach of, well, you weren't around for the first 3 years. Why you want to be around now? That wasn't even my thought in my head. My thought was, he called, he asked about her. I'm gonna let him talk to her. So that's the thing, is like, I don't have this, I don't even think of him as a negative person at all. Like, you know, that character thing that he did, you know, it might not have happened a second time, but you have to think, do you want to wait to see if it happens the second time? And it may escalate even more the second time, because the first time I didn't go anywhere, I stayed. So now it's like, oh, okay, I did this and she stayed. Let me take it up a notch. Like, do I really want to stay and go through that? And the answer is no. So like I said, even though him and I are not in the same household, she does have a very strong relationship with him. She has a very strong relationship with him. Like I said, they communicate often, and there's no negative anything. So she's not seeing anything negative from me or him, because him and I get along perfectly fine. So there's no negative feelings. There's no animosity. There's nothing that she can sense that's negative.
I think Kris wanted to ask you something.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, 1 second. I'll be right back. I do have to ask you something. My computer's going to die in like 2 seconds. So I'll be right back. I'm so sorry.
Oh, there goes that. You muted, M3.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, Tammy, the people in the chat, they do have some questions, so I want to get to them first.
Okay.
Japrice, you saying came up to WT Funk. I want to see you came up as well, too. You was came up for a minute, and then you went out. CJ Kyle says...
Oh, we answered that question.
Okay, I felt you answered that one, but
yeah,
I didn't really get the last part of... Because he said, I hear a lot of single parents claim the other person is the toxic one. That was the only thing that I didn't really hear from you in response to that. But Blaze also says, when do you think back were the red flags prior to the relationship? I remember he was talking about that part. But he said, respectfully, do you think you had anything to do with the failure of your relationship?
I'd have to think.
What?
I mean, because it's easy to say no. It's easy for me to say no without actually thinking. I mean, I can say that I put forth my best effort in that relationship.
And even I might need your sound effects, man.
And even then,
I got you.
And that's the thing is, when I said about us not being together, he very much wanted us to stay together. He very much wanted us to, and but I told him I didn't think it was safe, which is probably why he decided to leave, because he was like, you don't want to be in a relationship with me, so I'm out. I don't think I'm perfect. I'll say that I don't think I'm perfect. So,
wait,
huh?
I still feel like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna push back on you a little bit.
She's dodging the question, right? I know that's what you're gonna say.
No, because that's the thing is, like, I can't really. If I could easily say no, there wasn't anything I did, because there really wasn't anything I can think of that I did that led to the failure.
Wait, say you can't think anything that you did.
There's not anything I can think of that I did that led to the failure of the relationship.
CKQ, can I get a what sound effect, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Kris.
So, when you met him,
mm-hmm.
Would you consider him honorable? Like, was he like employed? Was he like a hood guy? Was he like? Let's say your daughter met a man like him before things went upside down.
Yeah.
You met him. Mm-hmm. Would you approve of him?
Yes.
Like, do you think you picked a good man, and then he shocked you?
Yes.
No, I think she has. I mean, from everything that I've seen of Miss Tammy, she does have a very good moral compass. So she's probably going to pick someone, suitable. But
the thing about
where you're not answering is you still see that you played no fault at all.
I honestly, I mean, I'd have to really think about what I specifically would have done that would have led to it. Because even with, like I said, even with the incident that he did, I could say maybe it was something that I said to him that
in that moment, because in that moment you said, okay, he did something out of character.
Yeah.
Which in that moment, what instantly demonized him?
It was, so like I said, it was the whole interaction itself was out of character and was scary enough for me to say it wasn't safe. Was scary enough. And I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say I possibly demonized him at that time, but I don't demonize him after that, if that makes sense. Because if that's the case, if I demonized him, then I wouldn't even want him around his daughter at all.
Yeah, which is true, but that's what I'm saying. So, man, all right.
No, I mean, because I hear what you're saying is like, well, was there something that you could have done differently that would have caused everything to stay?
No, I'm saying, did you not give him a fair shake? That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that it sounds like he did something, and then you said, "Whoa, I can't deal with this," and then he's been good ever since.
So, like I said,
he never did that prior.
Because my thing is, I didn't want to take a chance of saying, okay, let's go ahead and let me go ahead and just let this go. This was like that was weird. He threw it up. Like, I didn't want to take a chance of doing that and having him think, oh, I did that and she didn't do nothing. So that's the thing, is like, you gamble either way. You gamble by staying, but you also gamble by leaving.
Even if you say, yeah, I mean, it is a gamble, but even if you're doing everything you can to communicate what it is exactly you're thinking to that other person at every step and point in time, is it really gambling, or is it more of placing a strategic bet?
Wait, say that one more time.
That was a lot that I said, so you're gonna have to. If I kind of lost it, I'm not gonna lie to you.
You mind if I say something real quick? I need to respond. Okay. Alana Thrasher says, well, the problem is she's secretive about what happened, not wanting her to divulge that.
Divulge
that it's her privacy, but if we knew what that thing was, we might understand it more.
And that's true.
I get that part, right? But at the same time, if it was totally private, then we wouldn't be talking about it. We wouldn't be talking about.
Mean, it's not even that. Sorry to cut.
No problem.
It's not even so much that the privacy aspect, because I do understand the privacy. Yeah. That's why I'm not asking for more. But what I'm saying is that this guy in your mind went from being suitable to he instantly wasn't suitable to now he's still suitable to be around your kids.
I do get what you're saying, is that like he was perfectly fine and he did that one thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then
it sounds like it was just that one thing, because you still let him be a parent. So could it have been an overreaction, or could it have really been that bad?
Hold on. Before you even answer that question, First Lady, hold on. This is why I told you in the beginning. I've been telling you for the past couple of days to not do this show. Okay.
I'm not. So here's
the thing. Wait, let me finish. This is why I told you not to do this, because people are going to question your narrative. Okay, when you put information out there, people are going to keep questioning it over and over again. And I know there's certain things that you don't really want to say sometimes, and I understand that. That's cool. Your business is your business. But once you start walking down this line, people are going to keep trying to pry things out of you because they want the whole story. All right. Go.
Wait, hold on. Let me say one thing just to make it clear, right? We're not trying to dig into this whole intention is not to try to dig into Tammy's personal life or to make accusations or anything like that. You know, Tammy agreed that hey, she want to do the show. Of course, all this for entertainment purposes as well too. But at the same time, we also want to make sure we keep things respectful as well too. So I know everybody has a lot of emotions that they want to say, and it's good to ask your questions. And speaking of questions, We have the high value nurse.
What's going on, high value nurse? That's my bro right there, man. I ain't see him in a minute. Hey, did you get off the boat, homie? Tell me. When you doing that cruise again?
I leave Friday, but I'm at the
gig.
Right
now. Yeah. Look like Luann wanted to say something, but for some reason she's having connection issues.
Yeah, she's having connection issues.
High value nurse. Before I let you speak, I know CKQ had a question that he wanted to ask, or something he wanted to say. After CKQ, then we'll get to our First Lady Tammy. We'll get to you. And I got to read all these chats, man. Okay, sisters love to be aggressive and the victim. Welcome back, Luann. Okay, Tammy, you have great insight as a single parent. That's successful. Okay, yeah, we can hear you now. If you
can hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Hold on, Luann, because CKQ is next. CKQ, you can still talk. I'm just reading through these comments.
Okay. Honestly, I don't really. The next person could know. I don't. If someone remembers the question, I don't remember where I was.
Just briefly, I feel just because you decide not to be with someone, and just under because of circumstances that you may not want to share. Matter of fact, it's really nobody's business. But if the word dangerous to you felt important to remove yourself, but to give a chance to your daughter to know her father, that's work, because sometimes mothers don't even do that. They will literally just say, you know what, you did something to me. You're not going to touch my child, ever see my child. So the fact that you can still allow him a chance, and I don't really like him because I know him personally, but that's neither here or there. But the fact that you allow him to even see her is a blessing, you guys. I am telling you guys that it is a blessing, and it is very hard work. It is very, very hard work. And as an insider, I am just like appalled of some of the questions, because I kind of know what is going on, and I'm not going to go deeper. But the fact that this person is even able to see this child is a blessing of its own, and the work that these two people have done to do it is a lot. They may not be good for each other, but that doesn't mean that children should be exit from their father's lives completely.
Yeah. I hope these.
So it shouldn't be no more.
What
happened is what happened was you just not for me. That's what happened.
Okay. Again, you're appalled by the questions because you know it personally. As outsiders, we're just asking questions.
Yes, that's why.
Yeah.
That's why, and because someone has struggled to have children, and another person may not feel that complete passion for children, and then when women who can't really have them, and you find out that you can at the stroke of midnight, sometimes you don't even know that a person might end up feeling like it's just the end. It is just the end. I'm going to take myself out. So you don't know where a person's mindset is at that particular moment. And if you don't have the particular help or the guidance that you think that a partner is supposed to give you, then it's just not safe. And that's just, so it's real personal. It is really personal. So for you to even be talking about it, Tammy, it is really, really, it's just mind blowing. And I have to agree with Hall of Fame, because it's really personal, especially for a person who's been there.
Yeah, I commend you for speaking up, but yeah, we did. Yeah,
she says the lady who was just talking just said something very critical, though. I don't know if anybody else caught it.
Which one? Said, you talking about Luann, or you talking about
the one who just spoke? The young lady.
Yeah, Luann.
Because what she said was, and shout out to everybody, and shout out to Tammy too. But what she said was, it's one thing when you have a baby with somebody who's not that enthused about having one, and you didn't think you could have one. Now, I'm not speaking on anybody's case personally, but I'm speaking in general because I know a lot of women who attempt to have children with men who don't want children. Now, it takes two to make a baby, of course. Anytime you lay down, there's always a possibility of having a baby. Yes, but guess what? If you having a child with a man who's clearly, and I'm not speaking on your situation, but I'm just speaking in general. If you have a child with a man who's telling you he doesn't want one, I advise you listen, because you're going to be stuck with the burden of raising a child that he does not want. Number one. Now that doesn't mean that it's acceptable, and I don't even know if that's the case, but I'm just saying you got to be very careful, especially like ladies. Y'all, I've seen it so many times, like a lot of it, and that's what leads me to my first question. And I believe Tammy when she says she was in a dangerous situation. I have no reason not to. I mean, she seems genuine. I believe it. But I've seen so many other situations before where the man just suddenly becomes toxic after the baby's born. He's never, ever displayed any other actions of toxicity until the baby is born. That is where I have an issue, because I find it hard to believe that with every single case almost that the man just magically becomes toxic overnight. I'm sure it was somewhere in the story that we chose to ignore, where he was probably giving you signs that he wasn't that great of a person. And again, I'm not speaking on you, Tammy, but what I am saying is that with all the situations that I've heard personally, there usually is always something that says, well, maybe I shouldn't do this, but I think I can change him. I think I can change him. I think I can put this coochie on him and make him a different person. I think him having a baby will make him a different person. So.
Yeah,
I
totally agree.
I will say that I do agree with what the high value nurse says. I definitely agree with that. I also agree with what he said as far as if he says he does not want children, you to think you can change his mind. I mean, that's just a delusional thought that you have. So yeah, I do agree with what he's saying. I do agree with that.
I wanted to add one thing when women enter into the dating field again, women who have coaches, dating coaches, women coaches, they're often told to not sleep with them. And it's not because of that whole 90-day rule. It's because when you begin to love somebody, when you sleep with that person, it makes it hard to see the red flags that they have. You don't notice it. That's why in a lot of other cultures, they involve men in their dating process, because the women don't see the things that the men see. That's why I asked my question about what was he like before the incident happened? Did you notice anything that could have triggered something oh, okay, this led to this led to that. And that kind of makes that particular thing make sense. I think people can do things out of the blue. I think anything's possible. But outside of your situation, I do think there are lots of women who sleep with people, or they get too attached to somebody, they fall in love too quickly. And because women tend to be more emotional creatures, it makes it harder for them to be a bit more strategic, a bit more logical, and see the things that are in plain sight for a lot of other men typically. And also females who are friends with this woman who are you don't see this, but she's so attached and she's so in love that she's blinded from these red flags. So yeah, I agree with CJ. I just wanted to add that.
Yeah, no, I agree with what you're saying, Kris. Yeah, but yeah, both you and CJ, you guys say stuff that makes a lot of sense. I agree with both of you guys.
I'm gonna say something real quick. Let me see, read your energy very well. Okay. I'm gonna speak on this right on a general perspective. So Tammy, don't take this any personal, right? Because at this point, I would try to do my best to kind of get you out of the equation as soon as possible, because the chat is on you right now. So in general, right? Let's say, for instance, we're gonna go to accountability. Yeah, we'll do that. So we'll move to accountability, right? Whenever like a woman, right, usually have a story, because I know right now, like a lot of people's upset and they're, like Master Duck. And Master Duck, I feel you on this one. Let's see, black women get rid of fathers, maybe because 40% of black women experience domestic abuse. Yes, I definitely agree to that. But in general, we don't know what goes on behind the scenes. We don't know what women contribute that led into that. See, a lot of times when
A
you go by
woman never contributes to getting
I'm
hit.
still talking. So whenever like a woman, right? Whenever you have these statistics, it's always out there like the men is the abusers. But a lot of times men get abused as well too, whether it be physically, emotionally, spiritually, however you want to call it. But it's never reported. And most of the times it's not going to get reported because it will bring shame. People will laugh at them. They will present themselves to be weak. And so when you go by those statistics, it's not always that accurate. Another thing is that you also have to take a look on accountability. What have you done to contribute into this toxic relationship? Because here's the thing, right? People could see red flags early on. I think I think you said something about like nobody magically becomes something. I forgot the exact words that you said, but I'm just going to paraphrase it. Like nobody magically just becomes like this nice person, in a day, and then at night becomes this abusive asshole. Now maybe life things has probably hit and it probably happened that led up to that, but anybody when you're not blinded in love or lust, you could surely for sure see like the red flags. And as much as I hate to say this, but people still got to take accountability for what they contribute. Look, if Tammy feels like, look, I didn't do anything wrong to a relationship, that is her opinion, that's her own right, but people are going to question and they're going to think, well, maybe you probably made poor choices in your life, but who am I to really judge? But in general, that's what kind of happens, like when women, they tell their side of the story, but you don't get the man's side of the story. You don't know what the man is thinking. You don't know what the man is feeling. You don't know what led up to that. So,
I mean, I will say I do agree with what you're saying, because, the reality is there's always his story, her story, and the truth. Mm-hmm. So, if you don't hear both sides, then you really don't know what the truth is. So when somebody says something, you take them at what they say as far as them being honest. So I do think, that accountability is a big thing. And I might ask him, next time when I go drop my daughter off, I might have a conversation with him, like, look, well, what was it that I did, just to see what he says? Because I've never had that conversation.
That would actually be pretty interesting.
I would not have a problem having that conversation, because I have no problem looking at myself to see what I can do differently. So, not everybody's willing to do that, because some people just don't care. And they have this, well, I know I didn't do anything wrong, so I don't even care. So, but I actually would be curious to see what he says. I would be curious to see what he says.
I saw a lot of people in the chat saying domestic violence is never an answer, which is not. I don't believe in that. But I won't lie to you. Sometimes a woman makes you want to slap the piss out of her. Her mouth can be reckless. And I'm not saying that's any excuse to do it.
No, high value nurse, don't do this. Don't do this.
No. Let them talk.
Because you shouldn't. You shouldn't. Yeah. What I'm saying is that, because I saw something today. Actually, Dupree sent it to me about Willie Taylor, and he said he needed to go take a break. Sometimes a woman's mouth will take you there. Walk away, leave. Don't stay for the kids, because them kids ain't gonna have a daddy if they daddy is in jail or dead. Leave. Sometimes that's the best thing you need to do, because I've heard women talk reckless to men in Walmart, McDonald's, belittling them, embarrassing them in public. Shout out to Jada Pinkett Smith. Just doing all kind of reckless behavior. So yes, we're still human. And again, don't you ever, fellas, especially all you fellas that got something going for yourself, if a woman gets you that mad, walk out the door. It ain't worth it. Who cares what her mama got to say, what she got to say? Walk out the door, because it will cost you everything. I had a woman before I met my lady slap me, and she wanted me to hit her because she knew that if I hit her, it's over for me. She was begging me to hit her. She was like, hit me, please hit me. I said, no, I'm straight. I'll send my female cousins over to handle that work for me. But but for real though, like,
yeah, your hands are tied. You can't even do anything. You literally can't do anything. You just got to take it.
You can't do it. And I'm not saying that you should, but again, people have a breaking point. Just like how some of these women can slap and spit and hit and kick. That's not cool, because at that point, what you're doing is that you're asking to be looked at as an equal, because now you're up in a man's space. You're challenging a man. Be careful of your actions, because the consequences may be something that you're not really ready for.
That's true.
Someone said, please hit me. That's cat. I don't know about that, bro. There are some crazy.
Well, he's feeling a certain type of way because, but sometimes I want to choke a bitch out. He's like, what the fuck? And then he's like, only cowards beat women. But like I said, let them finish it, like, the story, and now you get the answer. Now it's not about, some people have that urge because you'd be feeling disrespected. And if that woman was a man, he would have got laid out already, But
or if I was a dude with nothing to lose.
Well, yeah, that too.
Yeah, or if I was a dude with trust and believe. A lot of these chicks be laying up with men with nothing to lose and be wondering and be surprised when they have a foot up their ass. Because you got with a man who with absolutely nothing to lose. And this is what happens when you deal with people with nothing to lose. Oh, yeah, they will put their foot up your ass and not care, because that's what you chose to deal with.
I ain't walking down this street.
It's the truth, though.
I hear you. I ain't getting to myself. I'm good.
And I'm not talking about nobody personally. I'm just saying, like,
get the likes up, everybody. Get the likes up. I know y'all still watching. Get the likes up, y'all.
Yeah, get them likes up, baby. Like and subscribe.
We will shoot. This is, I ain't gonna lie, man. This is like one of the most deepest contents, man. So y'all definitely need to get the likes up for real.
I'm gonna give a shout out real quick because I ain't really say too much.
Yeah, let's give everybody shout outs real quick. Go ahead, Hall of Fame.
Yeah, shout out to King Jing Salute. You know what I mean? Definitely shout out to the Atlanta Thrasher. That's the big bro. That's the homie. What's going on? Shout out to AD Sammy the Funk. Man, listen, man. Feel get better, bro. You told me to shout you out, so I'm definitely shouting you out. Shout out to my brother AD. Feel better. Shout out to Sharabi Chicago. Yeah, the sister. What's going on? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Japrice as well. She's already here. Shout out to Master Judge. Shout out to everybody in the comments, man. We definitely appreciate you. WT Funk, thank you again, brother, for jumping on. We appreciate you as well. Everybody in the comments, Marion, everybody. I ain't really see too much from Marion today. You know what I'm saying? I don't know where she at. Shout out to Blaze Brown. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody, man. Everybody in the comments, man. Everybody jumped on. Thank y'all for being a part of our experience. We appreciate you.
Yeah, and let me make this clear, right? I don't condone, dudes hitting women, but I also don't condone women hitting men. And I don't condone women using their tongue, because they're very good with their mouth, just to really strike the nerves of men. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's right. And that's pretty much, you guys are abusing the system, because you know that men are not going to the most good men are not going to lay their hands back at you. And you know that. And if you know that, that's not right. It's not cool. Period. So there. Go ahead, CJ.
No, man, that's pretty much all I had to say about that particular subject. I was hoping to touch on this need a man thing. No, I thought that was a phenomenal.
Well, yeah, that was a question that Kris wanted to touch upon. And go ahead, Kris. You could ask that question.
Oh, okay. I don't think I have. I was just wondering if we can go back to the topic. So I think Luann was the last person who went, and I was still pretty confused on how she doesn't need a man, and how she thinks that her child, her sperm donor child, would be successful without a father. So that's why I wanted to go back to that conversation. I don't understand how that works. But I didn't have like a very specific question.
Oh, you know what? And let me add on to that too, right? Because, and I forgot to ask you this, Luann. For a woman like you that don't have a use for a man, now, what if you what if you have a son? Are you going to teach your son that he's not valuable because he's a man? And you're going to tell your son that, hey, don't worry, son, this is life, but women don't need you.
Okay, first of all, correction. I said in October 2021, day 28, that I feel that I am better to be single. That is what I want to do. There's nothing wrong with me wanting to be single right now. And if I want to decide to have even children, even when I'm single, that is nothing wrong with that either. But that is my choice. It's my choice if I want to do that. Now, in 2022, my mind can change. Just because I'm a woman, I can change my mind. I might then want to be married. You know, I had a conversation with someone earlier, and he informed me that I should be looking for a husband at the rate that I'm at. So at this moment, since I'm not ready for a husband, and I'm pretty sure that a husband is not ready for me, it's better for me and Luann to be single and to do what she wants to do best. Now, in the meantime, it's not wrong for me to want to still have children.
Nope.
I may just want my children by myself. What is wrong with that?
Y'all literally bring poverty to yourselves. That is the craziest shit I've ever heard in my life.
Wait, hold on, Kris. Hold on. I gotta say something real quick, right? Okay. Get ready for the old shit sound, CKQ, right? And shout out to CKQ with the sound bits, by the way.
Yeah.
Man, let me give you reality, right? You are delusional. You don't get to choose your destiny. Okay?
I didn't say nothing about choosing my children's destiny. I said I can choose my own destiny, not theirs.
You think you could choose your own destiny, but the reality we hit when the man is not choosing you. The man that you want.
I'm not walking down that street either.
Okay, number one, if no guy wants me, fine. If I'm choosing to be single, then that must mean that I'm not really looking for no man.
No, it's not you're looking for me, but the one the man that you want.
But for the one who's trying to cat, boo, if he want me, he gonna find me. Okay? So honey, okay? Honey, okay? No problem up over here of me ever getting a man. Okay?
You know what,
if I want to, okay, but I'm choosing to be single, and I don't understand what's wrong with that.
Okay,
I don't understand what's wrong with that. It's not a delusion if you want to be single. That's just something that you choose. People choose.
It's not a delusion that you want to be single. It's your narrative about it. It's the way how you choosing your life. Okay,
how?
And you thinking that you gonna be lucky enough to like get this person?
Oh wow.
Okay, I'm just giving the reality of it.
Wait,
remember, you're talking to me. You're not talking to all the other people.
You're going down the crazy street right now, Three.
I'm gonna be what?
Baby.
Okay, so what's wrong with someone to say they want to be single? That's just like someone saying they want to be celibate. What's wrong
it's not
with
the
me
fact that you
want
to be single, but you're saying that you're okay with being a single parent.
Yeah, I am.
That's the issue. That's the problem.
Why is that an issue?
because 9 times out of 10, your child without a father, if you don't have a good job and everything like that, our tax dollars are gonna go into your poverty and into your single motherhood and all this stupid crap. You never hear anybody. You know what? Let's just welcome single motherhood today. Let's just choose to struggle today. You did.
Why is single motherhood? Why is single motherhood struggling? Why is single motherhood struggling? Why is single motherhood? Why is that?
No, I can answer that.
You guys are that is the dumbest. That is the dumbest comment ever. If someone chooses to,
it's not stupid. There are statistics that show that the poorest women in this country are single mothers. Poorest below. So if you so you can say and to that. It also shows that the worst environment to raise a child in is in an impoverished environment with only one parent.
Okay, listen. People who wrote the dictionary still didn't put all the right words in there, and meanings every day gets changed.
But why would you want to risk that? Why would you want to risk your child
I feel like
going to prison?
Right to lay down and get pregnant. You have the right to have the child on your own. That's just. But
why do it to the child?
There's nothing wrong with having a child by yourself.
But it's not fair to the child. If you know
it does not affect the child. What affects the child is the same thing. If you still have 2 people in the household, and again, as we were stating, and then it's toxic, that's still bad.
But you should avoid both of them. You should avoid both of them. You shouldn't go to the one that's going to make you feel better. That's better for you. Both of them suck for the child.
Do you make over $100,000 a year?
Excuse me? Wait, hold on, Tracy. What'd you say?
Do you make over $100,000 a year?
DJ Eddie King.
I don't know, but I own my own business.
Yeah.
That's not what I asked you. I just simply asked, do you make over $100,000 a year?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't know yet.
So that's probably no. All right. So just chill out. See, Japrice, I see what you be talking about now. I be trying to save him, Japrice. I be trying to have my captain, but when Japrice be going ham, I understand it now. I get it.
Well, listen, are you a father, or do you what do you do? Right.
I don't know, because that's
what do you do?
Said.
Are you
I don't know what I do.
Are you
I don't
father?
know.
What do you do?
I don't know. I have no idea. I'm a single father. That's what I am right now.
Are you choosing to be a single father?
Yeah, I'm choosing right now to be a single father. Yeah.
Okay.
Children in a single father home do better than children in a single mother home.
Oh shit.
So already, your imaginary kids.
Well, guess what? There's a lot of women who have raised their children. I'm pretty sure a lot of people that are on this panel have single moms, and their moms did a really good damn job. So if you're saying, oh well,
they did the best they could,
they did the best they could, and you're still living, and you're still healthy, and you've gone on to be better people.
Course, that's basic.
So you've gone on to be better
basic.
people. So,
anyone can keep someone alive, fed, and dressed in a house.
But what I'm saying is, that you become a better person.
Children
right?
that are raised in
parents,
a single parent households like you get to bully my child.
Hold on. So,
but
I think the difference.
Well, then maybe your child shouldn't. Then if my child bullies your child, that's on your child. That's not on my child.
No, it's the parent's fault. That's a child.
No,
being raised in a household purposely.
Listen. Bullying is healthy. Okay. If your child is getting bullied.
All right, you wasting your time at this point. Y'all wasting your time at this point.
Right.
That's a waste at this point.
Oh well.
Bullying. Okay, Lord Jesus.
Wow.
Hi, Sheree. Hey, how everybody doing?
In the building.
Hold on.
High value nurse CKQ. What's up with y'all,
DJ Eddie
Let me do the introduction. Okay. Number one, I gotta shout out Z. He's the coordinator. Z Eddie King.
Yes, sir.
Hey.
Yeah. In the building. What's going on, y'all?
DJ Eddie King in the building, y'all.
It's going down. It is going down in this room. What's up, y'all?
Secondly, I gotta shout out the wonderful, the phenomenal, our sister Sheree B.
Sheree B.
Yeah.
From Chi-Town.
Yes.
Get off.
We
Move.
get to you, DJ Eddie. Hold on, but I gotta ask Sheree because Sheree, I seen your video earlier. You know what I'm saying? You know, and in response to certain things, you know, that you said on the podcast in regards to the subject matter. Do you want to elaborate on your thought process and everything else?
Elaborate exactly on what? Exactly in what part?
Just your thought process. I know you posted your video.
Mm-hmm.
Just everything that you're thinking about, like just what First Lady Tammy was talking about, just everything you had to say.
Okay, so I was in and out of the live because I was literally thinking of just going to sleep. That's why I have a hoodie on. So, but I think the reason why I showcased the live that I put out there because it was important for people to see the dynamic of what happens when a child grows up in a single parent home, because I am the product of that. And Tammy has an example, is necessarily not to put on Front Street, but is an example of that, of raising a child as a single parent. I truly believe, because of the conversation that we had and the way she was speaking and the things that she was saying, I truly believe at the right time she will find a husband, because it was something about what she was saying, how she was saying what she was saying. Even if her thought process wasn't necessarily where it needed to be, she was listening. She was willing to open up and have a conversation about something she may be wrong about. She had her ideas, she had her thoughts, but she knew that potentially she could change her mind about certain things. And you can tell that Tammy, ultimately, I could just tell from the conversation, she's a good woman. I didn't have to get deep into this woman's life to understand that she's a good woman. So that's why I felt that conversation was so necessary. And I'm coming back into the live because I started in and I came in and I seen, I think her name is Ann Griffin. And I came in and I'm listening to what she's saying. And the way that she came in, and I'm listening because I like to listen first. And I'm listening and I'm hearing what she's saying. And I'm like, I don't know, baby girl, what you've been through, but I pray that you heal it, because there's something there that said, I gotta fight. And whatever I gotta fight, I'm gonna fight harder than anybody in this world. And it's gonna be me and mine, and I don't care who go with me. That's the kind of energy you bring in. And that energy is toxic. That energy is destructive. That energy is gonna hurt you and anybody in your circle. And I love you guys. But the energy you guys came was because of frustration. And I understand. We see so many single mothers and so many broken homes out here. We are frustrated. We are so mad because we know we go to school with those people. We are those people. We have friends like those people who grow up in single parent homes and are emotionally damaged or emotionally hurt or have trauma and issues that they have not dealt with, right? And they're fighting. They're fighting. And so some of you guys fought back. And I promise you, and you can respond if you want to, I promise you, the last thing this woman needs is another fight. I'm just going to tell y'all that. The last thing this woman needs is another fight. Now, I understand y'all frustration. Trust me, I understand it. Because I get upset because I think of the children first. I did not want to have a child because I thought of the possibilities of what can happen to my child and what I can bring to my child. My child was thought of before they even got here. So for me, when I think about children, we have to give them the best opportunity, period. Y'all talked about the stats and the information that is out there, right? We talked about it. We know what it is. But we also know if we go in the hood and we go in these communities, we're going to see a ton of people coming from broken homes. It is not normal to see a two-parent home. It is not normal to see a family structure of people who are working together in a community that is beautiful. Trust me, it is not common. So if we get people like Ann coming out and embodying that energy, love her because somebody didn't do it.
Wow. Hold on, I gotta give you a round of applause for that one.
Fire.
Most definitely. Most definitely. Yeah.
Thank you, but that was real. That was for her.
Man, that was real. Real. Psyche town.
Yo, you
Hold on,
trying to some really good
DJ Eddie, hold on. DJ Eddie, hold on. DJ Eddie, I do want you to respond, but First Lady Tammy, I don't know where you at. Do you want to respond to what she just said? You and Luann, do y'all both want to respond?
I do. Sheree. I feel like Sheree, she speaks with a lot of passion and speaks with a lot of love. So I have a lot of respect for everything that she says. So I don't really have any type of response at all. But, I have a lot of respect for her. So
thank you, Tammy.
You're
welcome. Oh well, I don't know you. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna respond. Yeah, I don't know you, and vice versa. Sorry if you felt like my energy is bad, but I'm not hurt or feeling any regret. I just feel like I said earlier, and I believe that you heard me, that at this moment in time, it's just if I'm not ready to be with someone, then it's just best for me to be single. Mm-hmm. And I don't see that as something wrong. And if I want to continue my life with children, I don't see how that is. In my eyes, I don't see how that is wrong, especially if that child is still getting love and support. Mm-hmm. And that is basically what we all want our children to have at the end, and even if you do get married and per se that it doesn't work out between you and that man, you still have to, like we all been saying, co-parent. So it's not a bad thing if you still want to just be happy and be by yourself with your own children. It may seem selfish and unideal to other people, but it doesn't mean that you're unhappy or someone hurt you. It just means that you just want your own space and that's how you just want to live. Mm-hmm. But I do respect you, and and look forward to hearing more from you.
I appreciate it, and I pray for you as well.
Yeah. Miss Sheree, that was powerful what you just said. And I respect everything you just said.
I appreciate that, CJ.
And but here's my only pushback, because when you're dealing with people with that kind of mindset, this is the narrative that gets blown out of proportion. And when you constantly try to help people with that kind of mindset, you 9 times out of 10 get bit on the hand. And I don't got time for that. You dig what I'm saying? Like I don't
totally agree.
I don't got time for that kind of energy. I don't work too hard. And if somebody wants to come in with a mindset that says, I welcome single motherhood, nobody cares that you want to be single, but the fact that you welcome being a single mother, and that's the message that is being sent out to people, that's a bad thing, because the numbers show. The numbers show that when you are a single, especially a single mother, you are most likely to end up in bad situations. Some people hit the lottery. Of course, that is not always the case. That's a problem. And I think that sometimes in our community, we let the foolery go on for way too long. And that is very dangerous. Because I don't want, if I had a daughter and my daughter heard that, I would instantly cut her computer off, because I would say that's BS.
Right.
We don't welcome single motherhood. We don't welcome poverty, because it's going to be if you don't have the income to provide for a child like you should, it's going to be my tax dollars that have to cover that and pay for your child. So that takes away from what I'm giving my own seed, because I choose to work hard and not be in those situations. And again, anything can happen to anybody. But that is the problem. And this is why I understand what you say when you say she doesn't need another fight. But I think a line has to be drawn where we have to separate ourselves from the madness. That is madness. What she's saying right there.
It is. A lot of what that energy was coming from is understanding community. And that is what brings forth the energy to want to be married in the first place, to want to have a family in the first place, is that community. When John goes to school, right? And she brought up an example about bullying, right? If John goes to school and he does something bad, and he's Thomas' child, right? But Thomas at work, and John did something bad. Thomas can't get to him right away. Miss Pat took care of him, and John got a whooping from both his daddy and Miss Pat. Now we don't do that anymore. We don't bring forth the community of making sure that everybody's taken care of, because your kid is going to be the collateral damage of everyone else, because they go to school with the other person's child. And that's why community was so important, because I don't know what's going on in your house and what you're teaching your child. I need to make sure I know thy neighbor. I love thy neighbor, because thy neighbor is my community. Thy neighbor is the person that's making sure that our block looks nice. You don't have block parties without a community. So if I sit next to you and I look at you and I see that you are in trouble, am I supposed to move now? Do I have to relocate? What am I supposed to do?
But at what point do you think of your own safety?
Is terrorizing the streets.
But at what point do you think of your own safetiness as opposed to what everyone else might think?
I think that's the part that makes it difficult, right? Is because you are thinking about your family, right? You're thinking about your family, you're thinking about the people that you care about and what's going on in that facility, and that's the reason why you move. The thing for me that makes it difficult for me to, because I battle with this, I'm gonna be real. I'm from Chicago, so y'all can only imagine. I battle with this, right? Everybody wants to leave the hood, but get mad when it gets gentrified. I'm confused. Because either we're going to fix the problem or we're going to continue to run away. Which one is it? And we can't get mad when it gets gentrified and when it gets messed up and it gets mixed up, right? And we can't get mad because you left the same problem that they going to try to fix instead of us trying to fix it ourselves. But that's the same thing that
CJ was saying. Like, that's what CJ is saying. We got to start somewhere. We got to start drawing lines and saying, hey, we can't keep this going. Like, like that, it has to stop somewhere, and this is how we're trying to fix it. Having conversations like this. Obviously, we want to keep ourselves safe and our families safe, but we're still putting our faces out there and saying what we truly believe. And in this, especially in this culture and in this era generation that we're in right now, that's still pretty detrimental to our own financial situation. But that's still something that needs to be said.
Yeah.
And Miss Sheree.
Can I?
Oh, go ahead. My bad.
And I wanted to say something else to Ann too, because I see what she's stuck on. So I want her to understand what my thought process was. Okay, but you continue.
Oh, so I just wanted to say, like, hi and
hello,
great speech and stuff like that. But I think that that would have worked in maybe like in the 1970s when it first started, when this whole situation with women first started happening.
Civil rights.
Now that is not going to work. We must approach things for how they are. Life is not unicorns and rainbows and kumbaya. And if in a perfect world, yes, but no, we must stop the root from where it's at. And people like that and people who talk nonsense and rubbish like that must be stopped and it must be picked off the tree. And that's just how it is. That's just how it is in every other community. But it's us that's talking about, oh, we got to love her. Oh, that's not our job to love her. She needs to do that for herself. She needs to go to therapy. She needs to figure out what it is, what's wrong with her. It's not our job to take the burden from whatever her family did to her. It's not our job. People like that will make the tree bad. People like that must be stopped and must be told this is wrong. No offense to you. I totally get what you're saying. I totally get what you're saying, but that does not work.
Please speak freely.
In 2021 with the mindset of these women these days, as you can see, as you can hear. She said she's not hurt. She's probably not. This is probably the way that she just, and no offense to.
It's hard when a tumor been running that long, you don't recognize it until it's big enough for you to have to pluck it.
We grab her and we love her, but that's not, this is life, and life will eat you up.
Yeah.
Doggy, either you fall in line or you get left behind. That's just what it is.
You brought up a great point about gentrification, though. Nipsey Hussle was a pillar in his community and got killed in his own community. Somebody that was giving people in his own community jobs and opportunities to be greater, and was killed in his own community. Mm-hmm. So when you talk about leaving the hood, people who leave the hood, can you blame them? That's my question. Can you blame them? Because I've been living in the suburbs for the last 10,
I'm not
12
from
years.
the hood, high value nurse.
I never said you were. No, I'm not talking.
I'm talking. I was just trying to make sure that there was not going to be no disrespect. So I was just trying to make sure, I wasn't from no hood.
Nobody ever said you were from the hood.
I think they were using my talking points.
Yeah,
they was using my talking points.
Yeah, but nothing. Listen, I had cars stolen from me in the hood. People that I love have been killed in the hood and in the suburbs, but in the hood, I've had a lot of bad things happen in the hood. Not saying that they can't happen in the suburbs, but when you are in a situation where poverty is at a high, the way it is, and somebody is doing well for themselves, I wouldn't encourage anybody to stay in a situation like that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I hear you. I like I said, all the points that you guys are bringing up. That's why I'm like agreeing with you guys are the same thing that I think about. But it's just that I go through that. I can't lie to you guys. I go through that cycle of trying to, because we gotta fix something. You can't. Yeah. You know what I mean? Something has to give. Something has to give, because it's the same cycle over and over and over again.
Can I say something? Can I say something about that? I think where we fall short is we try to help when we have nothing. When we don't have anything, we don't have any large capital, we don't have any ability to change things in the actual world. That's when we're trying to give everything we got. Yeah. What the hell do we have to change? Like we can't, like, how can you walk up to someone and say, oh, here's how to make a lot of money in stocks? And it's like, oh, but you didn't even invest in the stocks yourself.
Mm-hmm.
That's all. That's, like, you gotta get to a point where you have enough capital, you have enough financial power, you have enough play in the world to be able to actually sway something in those areas that aren't that well, and then that's when you can actually do something. I think.
I totally. I think money. So someone wants to say something. I'm sorry. I was gonna say money plays a huge part in it, but because I think we should bring our money together. But you could continue.
I was gonna say it's not so much as always. I came on the end, but it's not so much as always about money and finances. You can make a difference by just mentoring someone or just walking and talking with them. It's not about, oh, I can't really do anything. You can always do something. It's whether you want to put in the work to do it. And gentrification is never a good thing, because what they do is they only change the environment when white people or other races come into it. And as soon as those people leave, they leave with those fake resources that they brought into the community. So gentrification is not a good thing at all. Why do I have to wait until white people or Asian people move in my neighborhood for me to have better meats that are not dyed with bleach?
So why not we as black people get to a
Hold on, you're not listening. Let me talk. Gentrification is not a good thing to me, because I've seen it wipe away neighborhoods when the people there were trying to survive or doing the good things that they were trying to do and were family oriented. But as soon as they put up the condos, that's when they want to put better grocery stores. When those people that were living there before those people got there, they were fighting for better grocery stores, but they were ignored. Like Flint, Michigan, they still have toxic water. So if they gentrify that area, then they'll fix the water problem. Why do they have to wait? Why aren't brown people or tan people worth having sanitized water? Gentrification is a joke.
It's only a joke because we're not taking part in it. We're not.
What is gentrification? What do you mean? You can't take part in gentrification.
What do you mean? Like if we're not actually, as black people, moving in families, moving as units, moving together and buying up places, this is how we can. Listen, Asians are coming as Asians, whites are coming as whites, Arabs are coming as Arabs. All these groups are coming together. Like it's not like, oh,
and that's when they fix the neighborhood. But if I own my house and I live in a bad neighborhood, why are you only going to fix the problem when a different race comes into my neighborhood and then you try to buy me out of my neighborhood? It happened in Brooklyn.
So
the Hasidic Jews were walking around lying to these people, getting grandma to sign over her brownstone and robbing people. They're not in jail, but they saw a value, so they wanted this neighborhood, and it was okay. So it's not okay. It's not okay for a different race to have to move into a neighborhood for you to fix a problem in that neighborhood. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying don't live near me, but what I'm saying is that that's not what I said. That's not what I said. I said, why does the problem only get solved when someone who doesn't look like me moves next to me?
Problem? I'm saying we got to get the city officials.
The city officials.
Can I clarify something real quick?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Gentrification is a classist thing. It's a money thing. It's a money game. It's not a race thing. It's just, unfortunately, we are at the bottom financially. So we are the ones that get pushed out the most. So that's the reason why I was saying that we need to bring our money together. Nipsey had money. He had resources. So he went into the neighborhood to make the choices that he did and do the things that he did. That's why we complain about some of these people that talk about the hood that they came from, but don't put any money back into it. It is a money thing. So if we can further our mind away from this, look, we know there's nuances. Of course, there are still situations where a race comes into play. However, the bigger picture is money.
Facts. And that's it. And that's why I say we got to get to a point where we can actually affect change in our communities. Yeah, we can. That's why we're trying to give out too much when we have too little. We're good people. I believe Black people in general, we are too giving to a fault sometimes. Like we gotta actually hoard our, like most races hoard everything. Like they keep everything within their community, within their family. But for us, it's kind of like we're very quick to help and we're very quick to throw out our kids. You go do it on your own, and we don't come together well. And that's what we got to start doing more of, because that's how we take back communities. You said
we want to run from the hood.
Hold on. You said Jewish people started coming in and buying up all these homes. Yeah, it was Jewish people as a group, as a whole unit. Like we're not moving that way, and that's the whole problem. And what I was saying was, you keep saying they are going to keep buying out. They are going to keep buying out. I'm saying we need to start becoming that they instead of complaining about them.
Yeah, but what are you doing to become a they? That's the thing. It doesn't always start. It doesn't always start with your money in your pocket. It starts with you doing something in your community to gain the trust of the person next door to you that don't know you, that you're trying to run from. That's where it starts.
It starts
don't always
group
start
economics.
in your pocket. It starts with you having a voice and a face in the community. You know, my mother, you know, we grew up in the suburb. We grew up in the suburb. But my mother knew every family that lived in that neighborhood. She knew every child, every person.
Is she
and when something happened, and when something went down, guess what? My family and everyone that was in my house was protected because of my mother's community involvement. That's what I'm saying. It's not always just about, it don't start with you and your pocketbook. It starts with you walking the streets and knowing who's on the corner, knowing the person down the street. If you don't have a face, your money means nothing to them because they don't trust you. That's what I'm saying. So when you start, you want to make an impact. Your impact is your notoriety and your what you call it, your reputation. My mother had a reputation in my community. And when something happened to one family, even if no one liked that family, because my mother did a fundraiser for that family, everybody gave. So that's what I'm saying. It starts with you. It starts with what you're going to do individually. And then it goes collectively. But if I don't trust you or know you, I ain't giving you nothing. I don't even want to hear you.
That's true.
Okay, real quick, right? Because Tammy has 5 minutes, right? I mean, we'll still continue this live stream, but I want to let Tammy speak on this, right? Tammy, what are your thoughts? Matter of fact, what are your thoughts on everything? I know it's like a lot going on, so.
Yeah, I don't necessarily have a lot of thoughts. Sheree's a very powerful speaker, I will say. Yeah, she's a very powerful speaker. I could see her like being like a motivational speaker, kind of, sort of, because she has a lot of good things to say. I mean, I don't really have a lot to say as far as, communities and things like that. Because me, honestly, I don't even talk to my neighbors that live on my street. I mean, I'm polite and I don't go knocking on doors to say, but I won't be rude to anybody if they see me. I say hi, and I mean, like I've been at the ice cream truck and I bought all the kids ice cream because he wouldn't take their money for whatever reason. So I mean, but I do keep to myself a lot. But I do think about yeah. So anyway, I guess that's all I could say. But I like the discussion though. I mean, I've liked the entire discussion. I mean, people's questions in regards to me and what I think and how I feel don't bother me. I've said before that, everybody's entitled to their opinion, even if I don't agree. So, even if I don't like what you say, I can't say anything about you saying what you say. So yeah, so I mean, I appreciate everybody that has given feedback and, and had something to say. So yeah, so that's all I can say right now.
I mean, definitely well said, First Lady Tammy, and just thank you for giving your time and clapping back. Well, as much as you can, that is. Hold on for a second. We do have BK Apologists. BK Apologists, hang in there in the chat real quick because we do have like a full load of 10, but First Lady Tammy is about to like head out. Well, actually, hold on for a second. Let me do this real quick. Because maybe he probably have a question to ask you. Let me see. Luann, hold on for 1 second, okay? BK Apologists.
Yep. What's going on, my guy?
What's good, man?
Sound quality.
Yeah.
So good.
I don't know if we got a chance to kind of catch around what we was talking about, but
I don't have a clue.
Oh man. Well,
I just get the link and I come in and find out here and just live dangerously like that. You know what I mean?
I guess so, man.
That's a little more fun that way.
Yeah. Well, to sum it up, right? Because I know Tammy has a limited time. Tammy's pretty much the star of the show of what's going on this topic. You will probably have to catch like some like the replays that's posted, but it was a comment that Best in the World asked her, and the question was, okay, do you think women need a man? And so Tammy had a response that pretty much triggered like dozens of people in the chat. Okay. So I'll let Tammy go ahead and talk about it, and then you could film it, Tammy.
I really wish I could because I don't even remember what I said.
Basically you said that. Well, I never said I don't need a man, but even though you don't need a man, and then that's what just pretty much opened World War VI,
so, and I said that because I said even though you say you don't need a man, wouldn't you like to have one to help take the load off, to help take the stress off of you? Because when you're doing it all on your own, you do have a lot that you're doing on your own. So if you can have a man that wants to come in and take that load off, wouldn't you be okay with that? Wouldn't you want that? And I guess that triggered some people, and a lot of people saying that I was capping, which I said earlier in the show that when somebody says you're capping, it's because in their mind, you're not being honest. You're lying. And so you're assuming that they're lying, even though you don't really know anything about them or how they think. And so when somebody says, if you think I'm capping, then that's perfectly fine. That's your opinion. And you're entitled to have your opinion. I'm not going to be mad because you said, something other than what I think. But I don't lie. When I say what I say, I'm very honest, which sometimes I guess is not a good thing, because when you are honest, then people find it upon themselves to criticize your honesty because it's not their honesty. So, so that's what it was. So
okay, well, yeah, it doesn't sound like cap at all. What I think people might have an issue with is you sounding very clinical about it. You know, people might mistake you as being just very cold and businesslike. It's almost like a business, like we're gonna partner up and we're gonna work together for the greater good of me. You know, people might mistake that for that. So maybe that's why people will riled up, because it could come across as sounding like, well, there's no love involved in the partnership. It's just come here, you say you want to help me, and that's it.
And I see where you're coming from. And that's the thing, is like I was even saying, because I'm a single parent, and then that's how we got on a whole discussion on that. Because Luann had a different Luann had her own thoughts about being a single parent. And I was saying that my mindset is not, it's not in the front of my mind that I need a man, because where my mindset is I need to pay bills and take care of my daughter. That's what I think about. So, and it may come off to someone else that I don't make a man feel like he's needed because I do everything on my own. And so the way I choose to look at it is, if that's the way that I'm portraying myself, I don't really have a choice but to do that, because for my daughter, it's just me. So I can't think about depending on this person, that person, because it is just me for her. Now, if a man came along and he was like, you know what, you've been doing this for 9 years on your own, you know, now we're going to do it together. Now I'm going to take that stress off of you. I said, it's one thing if I say, no, I've been doing this for 9 years. I got it. I can do it on my own. It's another thing if I welcome that. Like, absolutely. I'm a welcome you. Come in and we work it, and me and you together, and we got this. And now you can share some love that I have. I appreciate that. I love that. I would love to have that. No problem. Like, I do date. That's the thing, is that I do date. So I don't have this. And like I said, I've never said I don't need a man. I've never said that. But like I said, my mindset is not, I'm not constantly thinking about that every day, because I have things that need to be thought about and taken care of. And that's where my focus is. So, yeah, I mean, I can see what you're saying about it sounding very clinical and cold. And I'm not, and I don't want it to sound like I need a man out of convenience. I would love to need a man to be my partner, and he can help me and I can help him. We can work together. I definitely wouldn't want to use a man out of convenience. It really, if I want to do that, I could do that, but I choose not to. I choose not to do that. So, but like I said, I mean, I welcome other people's opinions. Because when somebody comes with a different opinion, you can see a different perspective that you may not have seen before. And I'm okay with that. That's why, like, even like Sheree, she had an opinion the last time, and I welcome that, because I actually like the way she delivers what she says. That's the thing for me. It's not what you say, it's how you say it. So I'm more receptive to what you're saying when you're saying it in a way that I feel is coming from a place of love and care. So yeah. But I appreciate everybody on here who's said some stuff. I appreciate all you guys. So, but I do have to go. So I'm gonna.
No, you don't.
Yes. So yeah, well, I do. Yeah, bye. Yeah, I got papers to grade and all kinds of other stuff to do. So,
well, First Lady Tammy, go ahead and shout out your social media.
Okay, so you can find me on my Instagram at First Lady Tammy 916. You can find me here on Mondays and Thursdays. Saturday, typically we're doing ladies' night where I'm hosting, but sometimes I may not be. But this Saturday we are taking a break, a nice needed break. The lovely ladies on the panel, we're taking a break. And Sheree, I'd love for you to come on the panel, to be perfectly honest. I think you would be amazing on the panel as well. Just letting you know. Feel free.
Oh, indeed.
But yeah, so other than that, I have enjoyed the night, and I'm glad I could come on. So.
All right. Well, thank you so much, First Lady Tammy.
Bye.
Peace out.
Peace out. Let's go ahead and bring in Luann real quick. Thank you for your patience, Luann. Let me see. Look at us now. We're all grading papers. Yes. Shout outs to Kasheen Marion. She is a teacher as well too. My lovely wife. But yeah. I try. Man, this was. I ain't gonna lie. This was good. This was a good show. You know. I forgot the point I was gonna ask, right? But well, you know, let me ask you this, BK. Apologies since you're here, right?
Okay.
From a man's perspective, do you feel like you don't need? Do you feel like men don't need women, or do you feel like men want women?
I mean, I can't speak for the entire gender, you know, but I think it's a combination of both. You know, from at least speaking from my perspective as a man, you know, it's definitely something I desire, and it's also something that was well, yeah, man, that is a tough question. I think you can live a fulfilling life without having a significant other. I do believe that. But if you're able to have someone to partner with you, I think it does make that experience greater if you got the right person. If you, and it's gonna sound cliche, if you marry your best friend, then that experience is definitely amplified, you know. But I do feel like you can be content if you're honest with yourself that you don't need that person in that way. But if you can find someone to partner with you, you should. If they're your best friend. So yeah, that's my response.
Okay. So it's situational. Basically, it just depends on who you find.
Yes, absolutely.
I think that's a good answer to that.
Should men be striving for that?
Oh, good question.
Striving for companionship?
Correct.
I think as humans in general, I think we have an innate thing to have relations with other human beings. You know, I don't think it's healthy to be isolated in that capacity. I think we should be as friendly and approachable as possible. And if one of those individuals that you're friendly with resonate with you in a certain way, yeah, that should be the one. But only if they're your friend, not because he or she is hot or he or she got these other things. They got to be your friend first, you know? So I think relationships as just humans on the planet is important, you know? But of course, we're talking about different tiers and levels of relationships. So for you to have that most intimate relationship might not be for everyone. But if that person does show up, yeah, you should go for it. You know,
I like the point that you made right there, which is find your friend, because I think a lot of times when it comes to relationships, we're only told, you know, you're trying to sleep with them, you're trying to, well, realistically as a guy, your main goal is to try to sleep with them.
Right.
You're never actually trying to be their friend right off the bat. And I think, I don't know if that is told to be a good thing or not. I guess that's where.
Well, in our culture, no, it's not. Our culture is, especially when it's towards women. Women are under the clock. You know, by a certain age, you better have your husband, 2.5 kids, and a dog named Spot with your house in the suburbs.
Yeah,
right? They're under the gun, and that's not fair. So if you're 45 and you're single, you failed as a woman somehow, which is garbage, in my opinion, absolute garbage. So, yeah, the culture does put certain pressures on both men and women. You know,
you think it's the culture though, or more biology?
Well, if you're talking about just reproduction, yeah, there is an age thing there. Yeah, that's true. But outside of that, but it can't just be a biological exercise.
Agreed.
Right?
Absolutely.
Because you know you have to nurture what biology has produced, and you want to nurture that with somebody that you're compatible with, who's an actual friend and ally. You know, because unfortunately, a lot of relationships end up being a game of one-on-one basketball. And what I mean is this: you know, you go with your homie to the court, right? He's your man, 50 grand, love him, but you're trying to beat him in the court. So you're gonna use your size, you're gonna juke him, you're gonna try to break it. You know, you're gonna do whatever you can to score. But that's my man. I love him. Unfortunately, a lot of relationships are like that. I love this person, but I'm trying to score. And I'm going to use certain things to get what I need, as opposed to having more of a, for lack of a better term, a Bonnie and Clyde relationship. Like it's me and you against the world type of thing. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So if you can't find your Bonnie or your Clyde, then you should not get married. And this is coming from somebody who's been happily married for going on 17 years.
Wow.
Right? Yeah. If you can't, don't get married unless that person is your bestie. Do not do it. Do not stay single, please. Because I've seen a lot of toxic marriages. A lot. All right? So, yeah, just work on yourself. Be the best you can be. You'll attract the person that's going to help partner you. And if that person don't show up, that's fine too. You didn't fail as a human. You know what I mean? So.
So essentially, Jesus take the wheel when it comes to looking for.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Pretty much.
Huh? Oh, okay. I'm done real quick. But
I have a question. You're welcome. I'm gonna send it right to you.
Go ahead, Island? Are you from an island? Islander? Are you an islander?
Who, me?
Yes.
Puerto Rico.
Yeah, I'm Borinqueño. I'm Puerto Rican.
Okay, I heard something, so I was like, I gotta ask him. I just want to know.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a New Yorican. I'm born and raised in New York, but my family's from
right.
Puerto Rico.
That's right.
You Puerto Rican, BK?
Yes, sir. Puro. 100%.
He a Rican. He a Brooklyn, Puerto Rican.
I'm a New Yorican.
I need to get to Luann, right? Because Luann, I know you said something in the private chat, and if you don't mind speaking out on it, feel free to. Luann, can you hear us? I think she's trying to say something. Call on Luann.
Luann going once. Luann going twice.
All right. Well, I guess I will speak until like she's able to speak. But she says something about like a cult-like type of mindset. You know, she really thinks it's like a cult mindset to me because she feels like it's character attacking, but she still chooses to stand her ground. I don't know how. Go ahead, Sheree B. Chicago.
I wanted to ask her a question.
Okay.
I was gonna say I don't know if you're open to it because you didn't say anything when he called your name. Are you open to?
We can't hear her. She's gonna go out and come back in.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
She's having like technical issues on her, I guess her phone or computer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, she said she's gonna leave and come back. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the topic?
Is that Queen? Hey, Queen.
Yes. Hey,
how are
y'all
you?
doing?
How you
I
doing?
inboxed you.
You did?
Yes.
On my Instagram?
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh yes, we could definitely hear you good.
Okay,
Queen,
so
okay.
as I was texting in the private chat with Bloom and Ebony, and my statement was to clarify, and in my eyes, it seems like you guys are all saying that single people can't have the right as couples. And to me, that I just don't agree. And if we have that kind of mindset, then something is wrong with us. And I'm thinking like, but if that's my choice, and if that's and if that's what I want to do, I know the consequences. I know that I'm going to have other things in place if I don't have a husband per se. If I do decide to have children as a single person, I know the statistics. I know what I need to do, and I just feel like to say that, oh, how could you even dare think of having a child and bringing this child into this world just by yourself? Even when women who are married do the same thing and their husband leaves them maybe a month or a year later, and they still become single parents at the end of the day. Not to say that it's the I'm wishing that upon someone, but that doesn't mean that I'm hurt, or that doesn't mean that I'm confused. I understand I understand what I'm going to do. I understand what I may be putting this child through, and I am willing to explain to them why I did this, why mommy decided to have a child without a father. That will be the question. Where's my daddy? So of course I'm going to be able to have these kind of conversations with the child. But in my mind, I'm thinking like it would just be love that I would be giving this child. And isn't that more important? And also showing them how to be either a woman or a man. I wouldn't know how to teach them how to be a man, no, but I would have other options of, maybe like I said earlier, my brothers, or you know my nephews, or somebody, just other male figures around that child to show them how to be a man. It would be other options that I would have available. So why would that make me such a bad person to want that for me?
Doesn't make you a bad person.
So I wanted to you said something about men leaving their women. Do you believe that a lot of men leave their women when they have their children and stuff like that? When it comes to marriages,
No, not necessarily. They may be excited at first. I do believe that men are just excited to know that a woman will have a child if they're two together. I do believe that they're happy, but somewhere down that line, they separate. People change, people outgrow, and they separate. Not just because they have issues with the child, but it may just be the people themselves. So now this relationship is not the same anymore as it was in the beginning. So that doesn't mean that they don't love the child. Now the child still has to live in two different homes, which is not good for the child either, because they still have to try to share love from one parent to the other, and it can become toxic when one parent, I think someone said earlier, when one parent wants to talk about the other parent. That happens.
So it sounds like so it sounds like we're talking about like modern dysfunctional relationships. So now, like, what is the solution to kind of bridge that? What is the solution to find better relationships so we could have a positive mindset going forward, where women can feel safe and protected enough to, open their heart to the right man?
Listen,
Go ahead.
I don't think that a woman comes into or a man comes into a relationship thinking that it's not going to work. You are all happy in the beginning, and you're everything. Oh, I love you. Everything is everything, and you're in tune with each other. And now y'all decide to have a family. Sometimes you decide to have a family, and sometimes you don't decide to have a family. But there are a lot of people who just who do have children, and they didn't plan, and now it puts strain on the relationship. Now it's different than it was before. Now you're not the same person as you were before you had the child.
I don't when it comes to change, and I hear this a lot, even in because I speak to a lot of married couples, because I have a lot of married people in my family, and a lot of times what they say is people don't necessarily change. They just is the thing is, when it comes to relationships, change is inevitable when it comes to individuals. So it's the duty to each other that makes people want to stay. It's that desire of making sure that what we built is going to continue to be built upon. I think that's why I'm sorry, I don't have your name. I just know you from BK. That's why he talked about best friends being together opposed to people just making choices just to be together. Also a point that I wanted to make was, and this was a hard pill for me to swallow, but over 70% of divorces are filed by women. So in most cases, we unfortunately are the ones leaving the marriage. So when women become fearful of marriages, I get weary because then men are not the ones necessarily leaving the home to leave the child to be in a single parent home. It's the woman who is leaving the child to be in a single parent home
because of either abuse or infidelity.
So
even
a
if
lot
half
of times,
even if half of that, that's still
that's not true though. That's not true. Actually, a lot of people file for divorces for
irreconcilable
differences.
differences.
Exactly. Thank you. I couldn't get that other word. Thank you.
Wait,
they
for what?
leave.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Irreconcilable differences. That's the big, overwhelming majority of divorces.
So it's not abuse. It's not that women are getting beat. It's not that women are out here just getting abused and things of that sort. It's just for whatever reason, women today do not want to stay married. And I'm not going to say why. I don't know why. Honestly, I wish I knew why. But unfortunately, today, women are just not choosing to stay married. And I'm saying women because we are the main ones filing for divorces. And a lot of the reason for the divorces are not even for abusive reasons. Now, if it is abuse, of course, I'm not going to tell anybody to stay with someone who they are being abused by, but the studies show that that's not even the case. So since that's not the case, women are just leaving their homes and leaving their child to grow up in a single parent home and then complaining about the same men that they're running into when they could have just stayed with their husbands.
It's called hot girl summer.
So I mean that,
but no,
I think that's a lot of.
I understand in that aspect, but I'm just saying that if it is, which some women, which we do know, they don't report it. So when you guys saying statistics and the numbers, some of those numbers are not always accurate. You can't always look at the numbers and say that, oh, is this right? Because a lot of women or a lot of men do not report abuse, or they don't report something is wrong. So sometimes it's just wrong. But I that's another topic.
No, that's a fair point. But I also saw that you were saying that what is wrong with you wanting to be single? There's nothing wrong with you wanting to be single if you want to be single.
I hate my phone. I hope y'all heard that.
No.
Say who?
We didn't hear it.
Yeah. Yeah, we didn't hear it. And there's nothing wrong with that. I think what I know, what a lot of us were having an issue with is the fact that you were willing to be a single parent home due to certain things. And the last time when I was speaking to Tammy, I was bringing up a point of how not seeing a two-parent home and how it affected me in relationships because I didn't get to see a relationship. So dating in my 20s was extremely difficult. And then sometimes I still have to learn certain things because I didn't learn it in the house. Now, I did say that a lot of people in my family are married, but they're not in the house. They're aunts, cousins, and uncles, and that's not the home. And we all know that the best teacher is experience. So I didn't experience a relationship. I just witnessed relationships, and that's a lot. That's totally different. That's totally different. So I think
I was speaking to that earlier, that same exact idea, which is children need to be seeing how a male and a female interact with each other to actually
Right.
know how they move around in the world. And
Right.
if you're only getting that one figure at home, it does make it harder for them to actually understand how they should be moving in the world.
Right. Yeah. I think it's also interesting that you grew up in a single parent home who with a mother who chose to adopt you. That's very interesting. But I think
at the end of
that
she married she married her husband when I was in high school. And they have been married for 17 years. And she calls me every day to complain on him not washing the dishes. And it's funny to me. So I mean, so she waited.
that is so
That doesn't
minute.
that doesn't mean that she didn't want to be married. She just took her time. And I said, and I do believe I said that 2021. That's where my mindset is. I think you said that, but I can't tell you what my mindset going to be next year. It may change, and that's just the bottom. That's just how it goes. But I think that if I'm single and I want to be happy and start my own family, I don't know why that would be a bad thing. I do understand how you guys would say, oh, why would you want to be single and do that? But I can end up being single anyways and still do the same thing. That's just the reality, and that's just sometimes that's how you have to look at it in this day and age.
Oh, real quick, CKQ has to go like in a few minutes. I'm gonna let him shout out his YouTube channel for a second. Hold on. CKQ, go ahead and shout yourself out.
Oh, I'm on big screen. If you're already here, hit that like button. Might as well. We're definitely having a great conversation with everyone on the panel. And you can find me over at CKQ Podcast. I host a show every Tuesday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Go over there, check it out. We have interesting topics where we bring men and women on and we talk about how it all works in our day-to-day lives. So come check us out over there. And thanks for having me, Knowledge Relationships.
It's all good, bro. Thank you for joining in.
You guys have a good night.
All right, you too. Okay.
Later, bro.
Wait, hold on for DJ Eddie. I haven't got to you yet, so my apologies.
It's all good. I just been sitting, waiting patiently. You guys having a good conversation. I'll just wait.
Yeah. I want to just get your thoughts, if you don't mind.
Yeah. This is what I feel. The woman, right, can say that it's cool to be single, right? It is, but then when you have children involved, it's totally different. Like, for example, listen, I'm gonna say this. I think it's bad to be single because of the children. Even though you can sit up and say, well, hey, well, look, I've been doing this for 10, 20 years. That's good. You're doing it because you have responsibilities, because you have to do it. You have to take care of that child. Okay, you have to. I feel like, I ain't gonna lie, I feel like that's kind of an excuse. I feel like that's an excuse. You know what I mean? Listen, I feel like if you're single, you can say that, but when you have children, it's different, because the child may look at things different. Because look, when you guys out in public, when the child is at school, that child the child pays attention more than adults. So basically, what I'm saying is the child sees the parents come and pick up some other kids from school. They pay attention to this, like they daddy's not involved, or let's just say they mama's not involved. Let's just say this is a single parent. The children sees this, and they have a mindset to where when they get older, that's how they're gonna be. They're gonna think in their mind, well, like, hey, well, listen, my mom didn't have nobody, she didn't need nobody, so I don't need nobody. They have that mindset. They're gonna have that mindset of that, and then it turns out for the kids that the kids will start being negative towards their parents, towards their mother, let's just say, the kid's not even old enough to even have the conversation about what was going on with their parents, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's just say that they wait until they get older. Till like 25, they still hate their father or they still hate their mother. I think that it's very, very bad. I don't think if you have children, I don't think no woman should be single because you got the kids at Chuck E. Cheese. You bring your child to Chuck E. Cheese. His parents, a whole bunch of parents get together, and the child sees this. Even for Christmas, she wanted, well, man, I want my daddy to come in, to give me some presents, just me and my mama. The children see this. Mm-hmm. So when they get older, they're going to have that mind frame when they get older. Now, if you are single with no kids, okay, go ahead. You can go out and have fun, whatever. Do what you need to do. But 99% of the time, when you do have fun, you end up getting pregnant. Even though you can wear a condom, you even wear a condom, you still could get pregnant. So by a woman saying that, that's your fault. You went out and had fun and chose to do those type of things. But then at the same time, these people, this is the thing. Are you going to have that same mind frame when you turn 60 years old? Because you can't go out and get no 24-year-old man. Or no 25-year-old man, not no 30-year-old man. They don't want no 70, they don't want no 70, 80-year-old woman. They don't want to deal with you. You older now. Unless you go out and get an 80-year-old man, but at the same time, you don't want that either. You too old. So I feel like this is what I feel. I feel like it's important to have a mother and and whoever she's involved with, as a man, a man inside of a household, a good man. Let's just say, just like BK said, let's just say the best friend or whatever. Inside of a home where if you have children, because they grow up and then at the same time, who they like if the mothers have sons, they can't talk to their sons about sex. That's really supposed to be the daddy's job to do that, but the mothers can't talk to them about that. That's a man's job. And the same thing goes for ladies, like let's just say the single father, has daughters. He can't talk to them about sex. That's a mother's job, right?
Okay, so what happened if the parents?
So excuse me, you need two of these. You need two of these things. You need two of these things. But if you are single with no kids, I mean, by all means, go ahead. You could be single. That's your choice. But if you have a child at home, that's different. That's actually dangerous. It's actually dangerous, and people need to understand like what's going on in our community. It's not even drugs anymore. This is the new era, sweetheart. It's about guns and how many body counts you can get. That's what it's about right now. Now, as far as us clean up community, we can only do what we can, but you cannot tell a young man or you cannot tell a young woman to put the guns down if blood has already been shed. You can't do that. That's not going to work. And let's just say it do work. Just because he put the guns down don't mean that his ops going to put the guns down. You see what I'm saying? So if you're gonna raise, listen, when people say, listen, I got too much stuff to do, I can't, I ain't got time for a man. I got too much stuff going on. It's not that I want a man or I don't need a man, nothing like that. It's just I'm too busy and I got a lot of other stuff to deal with. That I just feel like that's an excuse. That's an excuse. There's a lot of men out here that's doing the same thing. That's busy. They going to work. They got bills they got to pay too. And some of them are, they single fathers too. And some of them have children as well, and they single. But you can still, but I just feel like it's important to have two parents in one household for the children, not for youth, but for the children. That's my take on that.
Okay, that was a good D one.
Thank you.
Before I reply to DJ Eddie, I want to make sure. I haven't got to Japrice for like in a minute. Japrice, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Japrice, can you tell me what was your thoughts, right, with DJ Eddie's comment that Danny said about women who pretty much choose to like not need a man, like it basically like detriments like the children basically. What's your thoughts about that?
Yeah, that's true. If they're lacking, that they will be lacking something in their mental capacity won't be able to grow.
Wait, can you speak a little louder?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he's right. We all know the data and statistics, and we should go by these because I believe that it's accurate. And if we don't go by them, what else are we going to go by? We're not going to go by word of mouth. I absolutely believe that a child needs a full-time mother and a full-time father. Nothing is not possible, but to be for a mother and a father being in the home will effectively most times raise um, good, well-balanced citizens in this world, and that's what we need.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for sharing.
And you can't be, and people can't be too picky too. Let's just say that the woman goes out and have fun, and then all of a sudden she end up being pregnant, and then the guy might say, well, I take care of my kid, boy or girl, whatever, But then the woman end up being picky. She got these friends to where there's doctors and lawyers and stuff like that. When she may say, well, he's not a doctor, he's not a lawyer. What does he do? He's a construction worker. That's what he does. Now they get too picky. And I feel like that's a problem too. And then they'll have these excuses of saying that, well, I don't want him around because of this. Some petty. Some little petty and small because I told him to come around at 5 o'clock. He came at 6. Well, look, check this out. It was traffic. So you're gonna ban me from seeing my daughter, or you're gonna ban me from seeing my son because I was late, an hour late? What's going on? Like it's a lot of pettiness going on in the women community. I ain't speaking on all y'all. I'm just saying half of that, 50%. And now a lot of that's been going on because they're too embarrassed to stand next to this guy who works at McDonald's, and they got friends that that's lawyers and nurses and big time huge movie stars and stuff. If they feel like it's an embarrassment, you know what I mean. So that's also what's been going on. I just wanted to throw that in there. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
M3. No, you're good. You're just throwing in like different variables of just dysfunctionality, poor choices. So no, I get what you're saying on that one. Anybody have any thoughts? Like Queen, yeah, you haven't talked that much, Queen. What are your thoughts if you're in here? Let me see. Queen, are you here? Okay, she might have been doing something. All right, Kris, I'm gonna go to you next. What's your thoughts?
You say me?
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys ask me something?
It's Kris.
No. I don't understand. I don't understand it. I don't understand how it seems like a better choice to take the risk on the child. Like, I don't think that it's a bad thing to at least try a marriage, because if you pick the right man, I have faith that man will want to be in the child's life. And I think even that is better than just wanting to have a child. I don't get it. I can't understand it, not with the things that I've read, the things that I've seen. And I honestly, I taken a vow. I wouldn't consider myself like pro-Black. I don't think other people would either, based on the things that I say. I actually think Black people excommunicated me a long time ago because of the way that I speak. But I did make a vow that I would do everything in my power to try not to contribute negatively to the community. Because I see it as, in order to have a community, the units within that community, to have a strong community, the units within that community have to be strong as well. And if I want to be a unit in this community, I need to be as strong as I possibly can. And I need to make sure my family is as strong as I possibly can. And I don't think that I can do that if I have a child out of wedlock or if I have a child that does not have a father. I think that child will then grow up and make decisions that will kind of just continue this cycle of not adding value to the community, you know. And I don't want to continue a pattern that could be negative. You know, no, we're not saying that every single child that grows up in a single parent household, you know, ends up like the statistics, but I don't want to take that risk. And if I can do everything in my power to try to make sure that I'm raising a child in the most balanced environment I possibly can, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. And if it means me going into a marriage where I'm an unhappy wife, but I can still give my child a great father, I'm going to take that risk. Because it's not, my life isn't about me. It's about me leaving this world knowing that there's someone there who's going to be better than I was. You know, I want this child to go on and be, you know, 10 times better than I was on this earth. So I don't get it. I don't understand it at all, really. I think a lot of that just comes from, you know, living in a world where not only have we been told that we don't need men, but we're also noticing a system where they've made it very comfortable to have that belief, you know, where women can get those divorces and still maintain a certain level of their lifestyle that they had when they were married. You know, they can get the child support. I'm not saying that they shouldn't get support after they get divorced, because I think the child does deserve support. But it can be an incentive for a lot of women to leave their families. And I do think not updating those family court laws, I think, leads to men being seen as disposable, you know, and it's very unfortunate. I said this the last video as well, where I was saying even I was raised that if I have a child, I'm the mother, that the father may not be there, kind of already insinuating that he can leave, or not only he can, but he will at one point. So I need to be prepared at all times. You know, I wasn't raised to think, you know, fathers are great, fathers should be there, they should be there, you know. I was raised to be prepared for when he does leave. And we see that kind of infecting our entire community, and it's suppressing. So honestly, I'm sad. I'm sorry, Luann, that I raised my voice. I try not to yell. I don't know if it was much of a yell. I'm pretty quiet as a person, but it was yelling for me.
You raised your voice? I missed that part.
It wasn't at you personally. I just felt triggered, I guess, because
I came in late.
That's something that personally hurts me. So I didn't mean to project that onto you, but I don't understand it.
Yeah. No, I came in late. I came in late.
Yeah. Sorry, real quick. Sheree B. Chicago, she has to go, but I want her to shout out her YouTube channel. Please. So,
her voice, oh my god, she had me on stuck mode. Like a lot of times it go out one ear than the other. But when it came to her, man, I sat down, was listening, like, hold on, wait a minute, okay, see what she talking about. It made me want to listen. You know, her voice stands out, powerful, strong, black woman. I see you.
The Sheree B. Chicago, yes.
Okay.
Man.
Okay. All right. This is funny.
Man.
Okay. All right. Well, I wanted to play devil's advocate real quick for Ann just a moment, because we have to be honest. Even with all of this hoopla about the beautiful things about stuff, thanks for the compliment. Let me just put that in. That's all I'm gonna say about it. Thanks for the compliment. But I do want to play devil's advocate just for a moment. A lot of us were not raised to be wives. A lot of us were not raised to be husbands. So there is a lot of people out here not making the right choices. So she does have a right to be weary. I just wish she had a little more faith. That's all I'm going to say. But if you want to follow me, it is Sheree B. Chicago. Right there, as you can see, at Sheree B. Chicago. I am on Instagram. I am on YouTube. I actually have
a clip of the conversation that Tammy and I had from the last episode. So if you guys want to go check that out, I suggest you go check that out. And we talk, and what I talk about is, I talk about a lot of myself. and what is necessary, I feel, in the community. So that's really what it's about. That's why it's Sheree B Chicago, because I am from Chicago, and I like to talk about how we can get better, be better in the community, and I bring up scenarios to talk about it. So I love that you brought me on M3 anytime. If you're listening, Tammy, I do plan to come one Saturday. I'm glad you guys are off this Saturday because I wouldn't be able to make it. But yeah, love you guys.
Saturday. Love you too, sis. Thank you for always supporting our channel. We definitely appreciate your contribution.
And we got something cooking up with Sheree Chicago too in the future. We ain't gonna tell y'all. Y'all just gonna see it.
Yeah. Oh man. Shout out to like all the people, man, that just liven the chat up, man.
Man, I ain't even get to talk this one, man. Everybody just took over. You know what I'm saying?
If I was more choice of words.
I didn't get to talk either.
Hold on. Rewind. I gave you a chance to talk. I was like, going once, going twice.
I had to step away.
Again.
Sorry.
It's okay. You fell asleep.
I'm sorry. I used poor choice of words, y'all. You know
what?
You didn't what? No. You didn't use a poor choice of words. What are you talking about?
No, you didn't. Listen. Listen, this is the Lions Den. This is the Lions Den. If you come on here, man, and you open up your life to certain things, you gotta be willing to take the fire. That's what's gonna happen.
Yes, sir.
You know, and we know conversations we had, outside the stream, and I even told First Lady, listen, are you sure you really want to do this? You know what I'm saying? Because I knew what was gonna happen, and it was fire in a good way. You know what I'm saying? But it was still fire.
too much flame, man. Woo.
Man, you know what I mean?
I thought it was just enough.
So you thought it was just enough?
Yeah, it was good, y'all. It was good.
So Miss Petty Penny, hold on. Let me ask you a question.
I'm happy to hear from you, Miss Petty. I really am.
Oh, thank you. Y'all know y'all gonna be checking us out in a couple of weeks, so.
Most definitely. Listen. Miss Petty Penny got some stuff that I'm cooking with her behind the scenes too, but yeah, we'll drop that when it drops.
Yeah.
With that being said, Miss Petty Penny, now listen. Now you have a plan to have a certain amount of kids, right?
Yes,
You've made this known to the public.
Yes, sir.
Now, are you still sticking to this plan? Because M3 said that you were being ridiculous. Now, are you still sticking to this plan?
Well, correction. I said she was delusional.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he said I was delusional, but that's coming from someone who doesn't want any kids, so he doesn't see that prospect. Me, I see my babies, a product of me. They would be my babies. Number one, if I'm thinking about doing IVF, which, multiple, and at my age, you guys, I would have to do it soon. So that is a thing that we women have to think about as well. So you can freeze your eggs and all of that extra as well, but I want to choose that route for health reasons, and you guys will learn this on what me and Best in the West is cooking up.
That's in the West. No.
Right?
I might use that. I might use that.
No. Don't do that.
I might use that one day. I don't know.
Don't limit yourself.
No. You the best of the East, man.
Okay, best of the East. Okay.
I may be beast in the East. I don't know.
But you guys will learn. I don't want to tell too much, but you will learn that. For everyone, y'all know I don't usually get offended by anything. It's just I agree with. Everybody has an opinion, and you have the right to say what you have to say. That's number one. I would never take that from someone, but my opinion is strong. I feel like if I'm going to be on this journey of singlehood for a minute, and if I want to continue with being happy in a life, I think that children will be fine. I think that one day, if Prince, charming comes, then that's when that happens. But for right now, I just choose me, and me comes with a lot, in my business. So if I can take care of, 80-year-olds and 90-year-olds, babies will be a blast.
You're pretty sure next, because I know you want to say something.
Hold on. Anthony, hold on.
So,
Japrice, hold on.
Yes, Mr. Hall of Fame. You were so quiet this whole podcast.
Yeah, I know. Hold on a second. Hold on, sis. Hold on. I'm gonna let you up, but hold on. We gotta shout out Colin Mitchell. You know what I'm saying?
That's
Colin,
right.
baby.
Definitely.
Oh, Colin, what's up, man? My boy Colin, what's going
I
on,
love
man?
you too, Colin. Thank
M3,
you.
drop that live link for Colin.
Thank you,
Drop that live link for Colin,
Colin.
man.
Oh,
Thank you,
yeah, no
Colin.
doubt.
Yeah.
Japrice, go ahead, sister. Go ahead and talk. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I was just joking with you. Okay. Okay, I do want to say two things. Okay. I just want to say this one thing first. I don't know if you guys all heard, but there was a woman. She just committed suicide. She was a single mother of 3 young children.
Yes.
That was really sad. And a lot of mothers go through stuff like this. I'm not a single mom. I do have a husband, and we have a 1-year-old, and I'm pregnant again as well. And I must say, like, from a mother it's hard. It's not easy. It's nothing compared to an 80 or 90-year-old. I promise you. It's nothing compared, because my grandpa right now is hospice, and he has to be taken care of too. And sometimes we do shifts, and I promise you, it's nothing compared to this. Is literally like on a whole nother level. It's not easy. It's not an accessory. Babies aren't just to be looking cute. I'm telling you, it's so different. It may be doable.
No, that's not
but
what I
it is
mean.
very
That's not what
hard.
I'm saying.
Mentally, it's very hard. Physically, it's very hard. It's hard. It's not easy.
I don't want anyone to misconstrue. I'm not thinking that babies are an accessory, but I feel like if you want to be a mom, if this is something that you desire, you're going to know that you're going to have ups and downs. You know that the baby's going to cry. You know that they're going to run around, and some of them are going to be hard, and you should be mentally prepared. And at the age I won't go into,
You can never be mentally prepared.
And that's true. Let me take, because sometimes you're not. Sometimes you have to, you're going through postpartum. You going through so many things as a mom. But if I am aware of these things, and I have this in my mind, no, it may not go out the way I hope it will be. It will go, and I know that there's going to be bumps along the road, but I am here for those. But I'm here for that. That is a desire. I'm here for it. I'm ready for it. Give it to me. And I think when you looking at it in that aspect, then it will make you a great mom. You already know what you want to do. Now, will it be helpful? Some people may feel like it may be helpful if they have a significant other to take some of the load, but I have friends that are in front of me who are married and who are single, and they are it's like they're doing it on their own anyways. In both scenarios, they get no help. They have to do it on their own, and they make it look flawless. Is it flawless all the time? No. But why not give it a chance, and have that positive mindset that you can do it, rather than saying, "Oh yeah, it's going to be super hard and it's not that easy." Is what is easy? If we're going to talk about making sure other things in our life go right, and having couples and being married and working at towards your marriage, then you should be working towards being a parent. It never stops until they get old, and then it never stops. Then it keeps going on and on and on.
Yeah.
So that's my point on it. That's my point on it. I don't want to look at it in a negative way, but if my husband or my boyfriend leaves me, then I have to be that child's mother. I still have to be that child's mother. Now I'm single. I have to be that child's mother. And I feel like if I'm going to be single, I might as well have my own child anyways and do it on my own. If a man comes, he will accept me and the child at the same time. I know that may sound crazy to someone else, but that it doesn't sound crazy in my mindset. And I'm happy with that choice. I would be happy and delighted to be a mom.
And you know that, you see what I'm talking about? See, that's a problem. And you know, this is the reason why it's a problem, because like women, when you think like that, you only thinking of yourself. You're not thinking about the children. You only think of that because of yourself or what you want. Okay, so when you, but like I said earlier, when you can't talk to your kids about certain things. Some of the things is not your job. Right. Some of the things not your job. You know, so some of the things could be the man's job to where he has to talk to the children about certain things. You know, let them learn on certain things. How to be a man. A woman can't teach a boy how to be a man. You know, a woman can teach a girl to how to be responsible. You know, but as far as taking care of your business and you know, as far as like, you know, if you're gonna live this life, which if you tell your kids, listen, if you're gonna grow up, you're gonna live this life. This is the certain things you need to do. That's a man's job too. Also, you need both of these things. You need both, because we don't want our kids growing up just just thinking like that. It's gonna be a recycle, and they're gonna start thinking like, listen, look, my daddy didn't need nobody. I don't need nobody. Or my mama didn't need nobody.
But Eddie, what happened?
I'm gonna go out and do it, and then next thing you know, she has a baby, and then and guess what? She's by herself because that's what she chose to do from the recycle of her mother, or her father, or his father, whatever.
Eddie,
that's how it happened. So it don't matter. Like if how you are happy, that's fine. But the child may not be happy. The child may not be happy. We don't know what these kids are thinking. A lot of times when these kids grow up with single parents, there's always problems.
Yes, always.
There's always problems. That's why you need two of the parents in the household. You know, let's just say, you know, your boyfriend did leave. Let's just say your boyfriend did leave, whatever, your husband, whatever. But the problem is that the women or the men, they need to know who they are involved with. They need to know. Listen, they have to pick what's right for them. They can't pick the high level men all the time, because that's when the majority of the time that's how women look for. It's the highest level man that they can find, a businessman, and you know, a real estater, or a guy that owns a JetBlue company, planes. You know, they look for those type of high quality men. You can't find those all the time. Because a lot of times those men, you know, out there cheating and the majority of them having all kind of babies all over the place. Sometimes that don't even work out. You have to find someone that's normal for you. Maybe you two could come together as a team. Let's say, okay, well, listen, we can start this business together. We can do this and we can do that together. You know, even though it don't have to be his child, but he knows that he's going to be involved in your life, so he's going to be involved with the children. You have to find a man who's respectable enough to deal with that.
Well, I feel like a man who's
hold on,
hold on.
One second. I just want to say one thing. One second, please. I'm gonna let everybody rock. I'm not saying nothing else.
Okay.
Well, I ain't even talking that much anyway. But shout out to Dee Dee. Another Dee Dee, if you want to jump on, link is there. I know that Kris has a question that she wants to ask, and Three, you want to say something. And I know Luann's going to respond to what Eddie just said. So,
well, actually, hold on, real quick, right? Because I know, like Kris, she had something that she wanted to say to her in the chat. So, but go ahead. You said you had to say something, right?
No, I was done. I was just shouting out Dee Dee and.
Okay.
And that was about it.
Okay, I got you though. What I was gonna say was like, you know, one. Okay, God forbid a single parent just wanted to have the kid just without the father at all. Period. Right? You know, sperm donor, whatever you could call it, and then the mother passes away. Now the child is left like, you know, without anyone. You know, not to say that it would have been any different, any better. But you never know. At least like the chances are, you know, you might find somebody that will love you enough to be a man for the child. And the thing is, if you know, to piggyback what you said, DJ AK, if you find that right man or whatever, right, someone that's gonna like, co-parent and take care of your kid, maybe that should be the guy that you should not borrow, but that you should take your seed from. That should be the real daddy, not nobody's stepdaddy, but that should be the real father, because his integrity passes his genes onto that child. In my opinion. Another thing I'm going to say that, because, I like to say things that's offensive as well, too, right? And then I'll pass it to Kris. As Schwarzenegger will always say, right? I can't stand these girly men, right? Where do you think they get the girly men from? Single moms,
Oh, no. Okay,
yes. You could be done, but I'm going to keep it 100 with you. That's why you have like a lot of these so-called, can't say that word, right? Because y'all gonna like to cancel. But that's why you have like a lot of these struggle men, out there with their struggle problems, because they grew up with their struggle mothers, and their struggle mothers don't know what the fuck they're doing or know what the fuck they're talking about. So without a man to keep things in order, you're gonna keep breeding these struggle children. Now, I'm not going to say all of them, right? Because here's the thing, especially as a man, right? That even though I grew up with both parents, but then later they separated. So most of the time I was with my mom and sometimes I was with my dad, So, no judgment on that one. I mean, I surprisingly, I turned out okay. But, not all of them will turn out like that, but the majority of them are. That's why you have a lot of emotional men. If you don't have a strong father or a grandparent or or really good strong role model in your presence in your household to put some goddamn sense into the kids, they're gonna go buck wild.
Can I respond, please?
Okay, no, Kris, go ahead. She's next, and then you can respond.
Can I respond now? I can ask my question after.
No, go ahead. You can respond. Because I know you've been asking for a minute, so.
No, let her go. I want to hear what she has to say to that.
All right. Go ahead.
Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me right now?
Petty Penny.
Single women call this gay men?
Hold on. Luann.
Are you serious?
Luann.
I didn't say that.
Yeah.
Luann, can you hear me? Hold on, Luann. Hold on. Let me give Luann some backup. Let me give Luann a little backup. Okay. Listen, Luann is she's not in every situation that every, school woman is in. Luann is a business owner, okay? She's holding her own. So she can handle a kid by herself financially. She don't really need no man. She don't need no man, period. You know what I'm saying?
You muffling. But you said she don't need a man?
Yeah, financially, she don't need no man. Or completely she don't need no man because she's a business owner.
No, but you're missing the point. I'm not saying that.
Are you talking about single or with kids? Which one you talking about?
No. He said with kids. He said she don't need a man.
I'm saying Miss Petty is not like the average single woman. She's a business owner. She's self-sufficient, and she really don't need a man like that.
You breaking
she
up.
don't.
You breaking up.
Can you hear me now?
No, I get what he's saying. He's saying that. Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, go ahead. What you say?
I said that. And so Miss Petty Penny is in a different situation. She's a single woman, but she's a business owner. She's holding her own. She don't really need a man like that for really much of anything. Maybe to help raise a child, yes, but she don't technically need a man.
You talking about Luann?
No, he's talking about Luann.
Yeah, okay, because he cracking up. Luann don't have no kids. She's single. That's different.
No, I know that. I know that. But I'm saying if she was to have kids, she's in a different type of stratosphere because she's a business owner and she can hold her own.
Yeah, but
No. If she's single, I can agree with that as a single woman. I can agree with that as a single woman.
If somebody's a business owner, they can hold their own. Then they may need a man for that support to help raise the child. But she technically really don't need no man or anybody else, really.
Yes, if she have kids, yes, she does. If she have kids, yes, she does. Even though she can have all the money in the world. I mean, if that's only if you thinking about yourself to have that mind frame. If you have that mind frame, you're only thinking of yourself. You're not thinking about that child. If you have
single parents are successful. My parent was successful. My mom was a great parent.
We talking about single. We talking about single parents.
No, single parents. That's what I'm saying. Single parents are successful. My mom was a single parent, and she did a great job. I turned out great. You know, I had my issues, but it is what it is. Everybody has issues. But,
but you're missing the point, though.
You're missing the point. You're missing the point.
I'm gonna let Luann speak for herself. So Luann, speak for yourself.
Yes. Well, hold on. No.
You
guys know.
Wait, you told me Mr. Point.
That. Okay. Yeah.
Wait.
I have to. Mario.
I know. Hold on. You totally missed the point. What I'm saying. See, I'm not saying that all. This is not about the women. This is about the children. Okay. The children.
Exactly. Let him talk. Let him talk.
Wait, I'm not done.
Let him talk. It's the best in the world. Let him talk.
Hold on. Let me make this clear. Right? Let me make this clear. Thank you, DJ. Let me make this clear, right? Of course.
You don't gotta make nothing clear.
Let him talk, man. Come on, man. Let him talk. Let him talk. He didn't interrupt you. Let him talk, dog. Come on, man.
That's what I was saying, right? Women like her, yes, we could say she don't need a man. Okay, that's fine. Who cares about that? But when you breed a child into this world, the child needs the father. The child needs
exactly. But you said, he said, oh, even if she did have kids, she don't need them. That's what you said. You said that. So we're saying, them three is saying, and I'm saying that child needs a father. Period. So if you sit up here talking about, if you sit up here talking about, listen, I can raise the children by myself. You know, come on, man. Listen. You sit up here. Listen, that is selfish thinking. If a single man or woman sit up here talking about they don't need a man if they have children, and that's them thinking about themselves. What is you talking about?
I'm better without him. What are you talking about? You can't tell me. I did this on my own. I'm better without him. Are you kidding me?
That's your story. Listen.
We're not talking about male. I said male role models. Well, I said male role models. I said uncles. I said grandparents. I said all male role models too.
Yeah, listen. We just discussed on how to build these things for the children. But you're telling us about your life story and we just got to finish talking about. We just got to finish talking about on how women should deal with these problems before even having kids.
No, I wasn't, Japrice.
We were just talking about that.
Japrice, you don't know you. Japrice don't know what you're talking about. My dad showed the streets. You don't know what you're talking about, Japrice. You don't know what you're talking about. But go ahead, Luke.
Okay, so Mario.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
The comment that
Can you hear me,
made to me is the comment that you said was that something about girly men or something like that, sissy men. And that happens because of that happens because of single women.
Yep, I said it.
You
gotta be kidding
me. A lot of that is there is no statistic that shows that single women have create more gay men. That doesn't even make any sense because a lot of some gay men are in two homes.
I never said anything about gay men. Okay.
I didn't hear that part. I didn't hear anything about gay men.
That is the only statement that I have to.
I didn't hear nothing like that.
He did say it. He said that.
I didn't say shit. Don't put no words in my mouth. Because if I was saying something like that, I would have said something even harsher.
I didn't hear that. I'm just saying I didn't hear it.
He said that single women. He said a statement about Arnold Schwarzenegger or whatever, and he said, you know the saying, sissy men. That's where these women. That's where it happens with these women that have single kids when they have the young boys. That's why they become sissy men. You said that.
I said girly men. I said, yeah. See, there you go. Thank you, Dee. I said girly men.
No, I said,
but I do have a theory
girly men is not. That doesn't always mean gay.
Yeah. See, it means gay to you because that's what you emotionally think. Okay.
Yeah, no.
So calm down and take a back seat. Anyways.
Y'all knew what he meant. Y'all really
He could have meant weak will. It's not always gay.
Mm-hmm. But the statement is still not true. Whether it's girly men, whether they're more feminine, that's not a true statement. That's all I'm saying. And there's no statistics that show that.
Can I say that majority? Not okay. Let me say most.
There is no statistics that say that
Black men come from single mother homes, and there is a data that says that most homosexual men. Let's talk about just men. Have been molested or raped in a younger age because their mothers were either at work and they left their child with maybe the grandparents or uncle or neighbor, whatever case may be, and that is a fact that I will tag the article on where I got that.
Please tag me, please.
And yet again, Japrice, I'm gonna say this again. You don't know what you're talking about. My mom was a minor when she chose my dad. She was a minor. She was a child. She didn't make the best decision yet, but she was a kid. So yet again, you don't know what you're talking about. But I appreciate the compliment and your comments, but you don't know what you're talking about.
Sorry. You won.
Ooh, that was funny.
Okay. Let's stay on topic, guys. Let's stay on topic.
No, she made a comment, so I had to respond.
I didn't. She probably did. I didn't hear it. I'm just saying. Let's stick to the topic.
Yeah, my mother chose him. My mother chose my dad. My mother was a minor. You don't know what she's talking about.
Come on, hey, yo. Okay. Listen, yo. Let's just stick to the topic, y'all. Come on, y'all.
No, look, if somebody,
it's okay. If somebody
say something about your mother, you're gonna respond, right?
Of course.
Thank you. Okay.
Of course, yeah. I'm most definitely gonna respond. Yeah.
All right, let's move.
But I'm just saying, like we can save all that after, man. Come on, man. Let's stick to the topic.
I know you ain't talking, baby.
I'm trying to keep peace, man. I'm just trying to keep the peace, man. I'm just trying to keep the peace.
You know, I'm
trying to keep the peace, man. You know,
it's all good.
Peace and blessings, man. Peace and blessings. Come on, y'all.
Hey, I wanted to say something. I wanted to respond to something Bloomin' Ebony said about and correct me if I misquote you, but about if you were married and if you were unhappy, you would stay in the marriage because you have a child.
Wait, say that again. You said that was you had a question or it was a statement?
No, I wanted to respond to something the Bloomin' Ebony had said earlier about if she was married and had a child, she would stay in the marriage even if she wasn't happy because of the child.
You could be separated and still be married.
No, I didn't. Bloomin' Ebony.
I didn't say I would stay in the marriage. I said I would try my hardest to find a man that even if he didn't make me happy as a wife, he would still be a great father. Like I would prioritize that. But
so you would be in a marriage. You would be in a marriage that.
No, if we had to get divorced, if we had to get divorced,
so you'd be a single parent.
I would be co-parenting. My point was, I still think that's better. Like I still think that being in a marriage, it doesn't work between the parents, and they end up getting divorced. I still think having that father still being in that child's life, I still think that's better than me just going out and having a child by myself. That was my point.
I agree.
That was my point. Would I stay in a marriage where I'm unhappy? I think that there are options. I can't really see myself marrying somebody who made me that unhappy. But no, I would never. I would exercise every option possible before I became a stay-at-home mother.
No problem.
So,
before I became a single mother.
Bloomin' Ebony, that wouldn't make you a single mom. That makes you a co-parenting. How? Because if you have more.
I didn't answer. Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I didn't say it wouldn't make me a single mother. I said I think co-parenting specifically. I would still be in my home by myself with my child, and he would still be in his home by himself with the child. I still think having two happy parents, a well-balanced parents, taking care of this child, so this child feels loved by two parents, a masculine and a feminine, a woman and a man, a mother and a father is better than me just trying to have a child by myself through a sperm donor. What I said was I would still take that risk and be that form of a single mother because at least my child will still have a well-balanced father in his life. That's what I said. That's what I meant. I do not want to be a single mother. I do not want to be a single mother, but I would still risk marriage and my marriage failing if it means my child can have a father in their life.
And
I still have faith.
I think Mr. M3 said it earlier that if one of the spouses die, unexpectedly, now you have no choice. So at the end of the day, you have to then, still raise your children or still try to find another man or a woman to help you raise your children.
But I still did everything I could in my power to try and give my child a father.
Right.
My husband dying is not the same as me saying, let me risk my child having possibly a really hard, rough life just because I want to be happy as a mother. I wouldn't do that. I don't see the risk. I don't see why I would want to risk that. If I get married and my husband dies, I had no control over that. But I have control over whether or not I get pregnant. There's a huge difference there.
And let's just say the person left. You're just single for the time being until you find a man. You don't just be single forever and tell yourself that you're gonna take care of the child. Nah, you go out and find and get a man in the household. A good man.
So what's the difference? What's the difference of a single woman deciding to have a child when she wants to have a child, and then in a year or two she finds a man? Now they're dating.
Because that's selfish.
Why?
Because you're not thinking about the benefit or the well-being of the child. To just walk out in the world and say, "Oh, I don't care if I get pregnant and I don't need a man." That's selfish. That's very selfish. Woo! You have to think about the person you're growing. A little one inside of you that needs more than what you can give them, and for you to walk and make a decision for them is selfish. It's a very selfish decision. I deal with this all the time. This is part of my job. Mm-hmm. These women, these young girls, spread their legs to anything that blinks at them, and now they're stuck with a child working and, because of who they chose to spread themselves for, but it's a selfish decision. It's a selfish decision. I know of situations where it's like the sperm donor, because that's what I'm gonna call them, is able to go home, be with his mama, but pregnant Susie, she got to find a homeless shelter because mama's like, you ain't coming in here. Selfish. It's selfish. You didn't think about this, and now where you're living, because you decided to do this, even though you were talked to with your support group, you got to go. So it's a selfish decision.
Even if you never want to be married, Queen, if you never, like, I'm not saying that that's the case, but I'm saying if a woman never or a man never wants to be married, and this goes for a man too, if they don't see that for themselves, but yet they want to have children, why is that? And they can afford it, and they can,
I still think
why is that wrong? That only married couples should have the desire to have kids.
I didn't say that.
Or only couples? That's what I'm hearing. Only couples can only have kids, not single
because there's usually it's usually not that cut and dry. It's usually something that's happened to make that person not want to be married or not want to be in a relationship. It's usually trauma. It's usually something that they were exposed to. So deal with that. Don't bring another person or a little one into a world where you haven't even figured out your world. That's selfish.
But why does it have to be trauma or something behind
Because
it? Why they can't really genuinely? Why they can't just genuinely want
It's
to
always
be?
trauma like that.
It's 9 times out of 10 it is. It is. So if you are so busy, like most professional Black women, sometimes when they climb the corporate ladder, they usually put aside marriage and children and all this stuff. I know quite a few of them, and they wish they would have chosen not to. So I've had them even tell me, I said, well, why don't you just adopt? Why don't you? Because I don't want to be selfish. I need a man to help me. And I was too selfish to see that before. Now it's too late. This is what some women have said. So I think it's
maybe it's the
deeper.
mindset of
it's a deeper issue. It's always a deeper issue. It's usually when you uproot stuff and really get to the root of it, it's not an easy place to go. A lot of people don't want to uproot stuff. They rather just deal with what's outside, what you can see. Let me trim that edge. No, when you pull up the root, you have to do work. Why am I like this? Why do I think the way I think? Why do I run to these things? Why do I not run to this? Why do I choose this? It's work. And a lot of people don't want to put in the work. And unfortunately, a lot of people today, especially these young women who are very fertile, use children as dolls. They dress the kids up, put them on Facebook, Instagram. Everybody want to go viral. They use them like little puppies, you know? So they don't even get pregnant for the right reasons. You know what I mean? It's selfish. And that's why there are so many kids in foster care, because women who are fertile are not always right for motherhood. And that's the problem.
And that's why these girls, they get older, they be in their 20s, always talk about men ain't shit, because they had their mother had that experience when the father left her for some apparent reason. You know, and sometimes the mothers don't want to share about what happened, so they grow up and have this attitude and say, "Oh yeah, men ain't shit." It ain't about somebody cheated on them. They're going back to the past about what happened, about them not having a father figure in their life. And that's why the majority of the time they go around.
But I'm just trying to say that it's not always about trauma or anything bad. Sometimes you just really want.
It may not be a trauma for you, but it's for the kids, though. The kids.
Okay.
Come on, me. I'm just typing real quick. Anybody? Feel free to say something, everyone.
I have a question. Luann, how are you for sure that you will be able to provide everything that the child needs? Like outside of financial, outside of, food and shelter and clothes on their back.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, like how sure are you that you will be able to provide what the child needs outside of shelter, clothes, and food?
I'm like 100% sure that I could take care of a child, more than one. Number one, I have experience. Number two, is a desire of mine. I know what I'm getting myself into, and I think that when you decide that you want to be a mom or a father, you need to put those things into perspective. Now, you're not going to get everything. You can't have everything ready. People always talk about, oh, you got to have this much money, you got to have this, and I don't believe that, because you can have a baby unexpectedly and not be financially ready, or have the biggest house or the nicest nursery that you're trying to get for this child. But you do what you have to do, and you make sure that this child is loved and well taken care of. And that is the main focus, is to make sure that this child is loved and taken care of.
That's a responsibility.
I mean,
you can hate your child, but
why would you
can hate your child or love your child. You can hate your child or love your child.
But if you
listen, hold on. Listen.
What
I'm trying to tell you is this. Are you gonna let me finish? So anyway, you can love your child, you can hate your child, but guess what? You still have responsibilities. You don't have to tell your child that you hate them. You don't even have to tell your child that you love them. You know you got responsibility that you have to deal with when having these kids into the world. That's what you have responsibility. You have responsibility. That's on them. If they start going out having fun, yes, a baby could come, but that's because it's your fault. Not saying you, but I'm just saying people out there that like to go out and have fun.
Yeah.
They know 9 times out of 10 what it is when they lay on their
Mm.
You know what? Sometimes
hold
it's not on the back.
Luann, hold on. I value nurse, you back in the building. I see you. I value
nurse. What's up with it, man?
Is there a way that you can get your better half on here, man? Is there somehow some way? Because she's making a lot of great comments, man. We would love to have her on.
She probably. I'll ask her, but she probably, laying down on her bonnet and all that stuff. So,
Okay.
But I'll text her and see if she wanna. Or I'm sure she hear you right now.
That's what I was gonna say.
Luann, go ahead, and then we're gonna go to high value nurse. Go ahead, Luann.
What?
No, you want to respond to DJ Eddie? Go ahead. Did you want to?
Oh, I didn't even hear him. I'm sorry.
She's not able to come in. She's packing clothes.
Packing.
Oh yeah, she's packing. Oh, I just and again, Luann, I have to respect your opinion as a person. So, and I'm not trying to pick on you. I'm really just trying to understand your mindset. That's just like, my God, like if somebody told you were driving down one road, you got 2 roads, right? And you needed to get somewhere, and somebody said the road on the left is the fastest way, but it's a very, very good chance you're going to catch a flat tire because 98% of the people who drive down this road catch a flat tire. And then you have the other road. It's smooth. You'll get there a little slower, but it's smoother. Why would you go down the road where it's a 98% chance of catching a flat tire and putting that extra cost and all that kind of stuff that has to go to your car and everything that on yourself? Like that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like I don't understand it. You talk about statistics and the numbers and how they don't always get reported and everything like that, but then you compare apples and oranges. You compare somebody losing a spouse to welcoming willingly single motherhood. That makes absolutely no sense.
Luann, do you have anything to say, Luann?
Yes, I hear what he's saying. I just want to make sure that he was finished before I was.
No, I'm done.
Okay, so to respond to the last thing that you said, we were talking about being single mothers, just in not just in general, but we were just talking about being single mothers and how that can just happen for anyone. So you have to be prepared. So for me, if I'm making if I'm making a conscious decision to say, I don't want to be with anyone, and if any guy try to come my way, I'm just saying in general, if a woman is saying this, I don't want to be with anyone, I just want to be with me and my dog and a few children, I am saying I don't see that a problem in that, because 2 people who are a couple and they decide to want to have children, they get to make that decision. And why is it so wrong for someone who wants to be by themselves to have children? I don't see that it's wrong. So yes, I welcome it, because if that's what you want to do and you can take care of those children, why not? I think that you can take care of those children just as 2 people in a household can. Yes, you may need additional support. And what is wrong with that? You're still going to need the same type of support if you have 2 people in the household. And if one of those people decide to leave, guess what? one of those people will then become a single parent. Yeah, you saying co-parent, but it's still it's still the same when that child has to leave that one parent house and go to that other parent house. It can become toxic as well.
No, it's not
No,
the
it
same
does. No, it
thing.
don't.
It's not the
It's not the
same
same.
thing, though,
It's not the
because
same.
you're eliminating a father completely out of the equation versus the child going
But
back
no,
and forth.
I did not eliminate the father. I said that if there's a guy that comes my way and we decide to talk, then yes, my child is a part of that. Now he can, do what, now he's a part of our lives. I said that. You can
But
run
see,
the
Would
tape
it
But
wouldn't
back.
it also be
You can run
you're
the
making it
tape back.
seem
I
like
said that.
a woman should be single forever. That's how you
I
make it
never
seem.
said
no,
that.
it doesn't
You
work
never
that way
said the
though.
time being.
I
You never
never
said
said that.
you never said I want to be. You said that you wanted to be happy by yourself
Number
with
one,
the
you guys can
kids,
roll the tape
and
back because
then
I said
and
in
then and
20.
then and then. Well, listen.
Oh my
You're,
God.
you didn't say well until the
Yeah,
time being. I'm going to take care of my daughter by myself for the
that
time
you
being.
guys can
You
roll it
didn't throw
back.
that in
Yes,
there.
I did
You
say.
have to be. No, you didn't. You got to be
Oh
more
my God.
specific. You got to be more specific.
Listen,
Let the
I
people
even
know.
said in 2021, this is my mindset that I want to be single. And if I want to be single, yes, I did. I said, if I want to be single and still have children, there's nothing wrong with that. I said, but in 2022, I can't tell you what my mindset will be. That is
Okay.
exactly what I said. I
I
said, I
didn't say
may.
you didn't say that. I didn't say
Wait,
you didn't say that.
wait, hold on.
You
I'm
said
sorry.
that part.
Excuse me, real quick, right? I gotta give a shout outs to Dee Dee Unlimited because she is in the building. If you guys have not noticed, and I want to give her a chance to,
Welcome, Judy.
speak real quick. Hello, Dee Dee. How are you doing?
Hey, Dee.
I don't think she. I think your mic is muted, Dee Dee.
No, it's not. It's not muted. Maybe she probably stepped away for a little bit. It's okay. We'll go back to her. Oh,
So
wait, no,
basically,
okay, hold on.
so
I have a
basically,
question.
three. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
It's like I'm
Thank
not going
you.
to change my mind. My
So
mind is going to be set.
so IVF costs a lot of money. Why does it also make sense to just invest in a matchmaker, like somebody who can help you find a good man and then you can have a child with him? Like, I think where I'm confused is there's a lot of talk about what's going to make you happy and how you can do it, how you can handle it, but there's not much talk about what the child's going to need. And I think that's why people are saying it's selfish. The child's needs seem to be less of a priority.
But if I'm taking care of the child and I'm loving the child, that's the first priority.
But the idea is,
so
is
it's
that
not
he
me
needs
lacking of that.
to.
If I want to be a mom, of course I'm want to take care of my child. That's
Yes, but you can only take care of the child the best way a mother can. What about the father for the child?
Sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
What about the father? Like, you can only take care of a child the best way a mother can. That's 50% of the job. But it takes 100% for the child.
And guess what? As I said, and I'm still not going to back down. Like I said before, and it's a 50-50 chance that the father will or will not be there, even if I am in a two-couple relationship.
But I'm saying he may not be with you.
So right, he could still
but
be.
he could still be with his child, though.
But
like that child still has a father.
And y'all talk about numbers, and yet we know statistically that does not happen. That does not happen.
Statistically, two happy parents, a child seeing two happy parents is better
in an African
than a child having
American
one.
life is not very high. Most of the men leave anyways, and the women are single.
No, that's not true.
You're doing this on your own.
That's literally not true.
You guys.
That's not true. Two parents, whether or not they're together,
gosh, that's true.
Two parents, whether or not they're together, who interact well and who are happy, are still better than a mother where the father is completely absent. That's the point I'm trying to make, because it's still a well-balanced environment for the child. So what I'm asking you is, why isn't that a priority? Like, if you know that the father being in the child's life will give the child it could give the child the best life. Most likely will, much better than a single parent where the father is completely absent. Wouldn't it make more sense for you to like fight tooth and nail to find an amazing man who will be an amazing father to your child, and then have
I
children?
could find an amazing friend. I can find an amazing friend to be a father figure to the child. It doesn't. I don't have to.
She don't want to put in the work.
That's
I'm
what
just
telling you. You can find an amazing father.
That's
you
what
can
it
find
is.
an amazing.
See, Kris, you asked the right question. You asked the right question, and now we got the answer. She doesn't want to put in the work to be in this situation with a man. That's what it is. Because in order to have a great man, you got to check yourself as a woman. And you got to put yourself in a position to be a good woman.
Honestly,
and you skipping that part by just saying, oh, well, let me just go be a mother out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying? Let me just go be a single mom. No, so that's what it is. We got to the root of that. She don't want to put in the work.
I'm gonna regret saying this, but I honestly
Sorry, my phone cut off again.
Oh.
Yeah, that's because you don't have a man.
Oh Lord.
Honestly, if I'm struggling to find a man in the amount of time that it's going to take me to have a child on my own, maybe God didn't want me to have a child.
Oh wow.
Because I can't. I feel like that's God telling me.
So maybe it's not that you don't want
you don't
to
maybe
have
it's not
a
your
man.
time.
So
it's not meant
that
for you.
you can't have a man. I don't think that has nothing to do with it. It's just
But
the
if
fact that you just want to be single,
been in
right?
relationships, and it's been 45 years, I've been trying to be in relationships, nothing's working, and I don't want to put in the work to figure out maybe what's wrong with me, and I am considering just being a mother, I would think to myself, well, if God didn't bring a man into my life, if I cannot hold a man, if I cannot keep a man to be a father to my child, maybe I should not be a mother.
Man, Kris, you really going here? You really going there, Kris?
But why do women have to have? That's what I'm saying. Why would you have to say, oh, you have to be a couple to have to have a child? That's what I'm saying.
Because I love my child too much.
That you have to have
because I love my unborn child too much to bring them into a world where they do not have the best. I'm going to give my child the best.
So you do not believe that single people can give their child the best?
I do not.
And
not if I choose it. Not if I choose it.
And I love
not if I choose it.
Ebony. And I love you, Ebony. But that's
not if I choose it. If my husband dies or if he leaves me, that's different. But I'm not going to choose to give my child a life where they can end up not where they should be because I wanted them. Because I wanted to be happy.
But
I cannot do that.
Reality, there are single mothers. There are
like
people,
I said,
there are single mothers who have done it and have amazing children.
I cannot make the choice. That's different. I'm not making the choice. I'm not telling him leave. I'm not making that choice. If he chooses to leave me, if he dies, that control is not in my hands. That's a different story. If I have a child with the man that I love and he dies or he leaves me, that's not the same. But if I walk into a clinic and I say impregnate me because I want to be happy, I cannot make that choice. And I will not make that choice. Do what floats your boat, butters your toast, fries your chicken. But I cannot do that. Something about that just makes me feel like a horrible mother. Horrible. I cannot prioritize.
Luann, do you like men? Luann, like, and I'm not talking about in an intimate way. I'm just saying, do you have a general like for men?
Yeah, I love men. I love them.
Because from what I'm getting, and I'm not putting words in your mouth. It's just what I'm getting. But it sounds like you don't like men.
I don't understand how you can get that just because I said I want to have if I want to be single. That's
because
fine.
It seems like you don't want to put any effort into putting any work to attain a great man, or keep something working with a great man. It just sounds like you really don't want anything to do with a great man, and you just want to say, well, you know what? I'll just have a baby. Bump having a man. What I need the man for when I can just go to the sperm bank and get a baby? To me, just me, it sounds like that you just don't like men.
No, I love men.
Wow.
And I'm saying now, and if I didn't like men, I wouldn't be dating them. But what I'm saying is now, if I choose to be single and date whoever I want to date, that's fine for me, And at that time, but a year from now, again, my mindset can change. But right now, my mindset is to just be single and just to be where I'm at. I mean, that's where I'm at
How
right
old
now.
are you, if you don't mind me asking? And if you do, that's fine. But how old are you?
I'm not there. I'm not too old.
Are you in your 30s?
No.
So
No, I'm not in my
are you
30s.
in your 20s? Are you in your late 20s?
No, I'm not in my 20s.
So you're in your 40s.
No,
Because I
I'm
know
not
I'm
in my.
not talking to a teenager.
You're not talking to a teenager. You're talking to a grown woman.
So you're in your 40s.
No, I'm not in my 40s either. I'm not. I'm somewhere in that age.
Wait a
But
minute.
I'm not going to tell you exactly how age.
Wait a
Don't
minute.
keep asking.
Wait a minute.
What? I'm just saying. You keep asking. I just said don't keep asking. I'm just telling you.
You're in your 50s?
She's not going to tell you. She's not going to say.
Just go on and ask the question. I just told you I ain't going to tell you.
She's not going to give you the answer.
Lord have mercy. I really hope I'm not talking to a woman in her 50s.
But I don't have no grudge or bad will of men. But at this moment, I just choose to be single, and that's a choice.
But the reason I'm asking you,
maybe
I'm
it
asking
might be
your
the
age
area
because
that I'm in.
it would explain a lot.
But
And if you truly aren't in your 30s, if you're not in your 30s, or I mean, it explains. It would explain a lot.
No, it wouldn't, high value nurse, because the mindset today is very different.
Well, I have to disagree with that. To me, it definitely would explain.
No, because obviously you're seeing someone who's not in their 19 or 20s, and the mindset it's a different mindset. Women are off the hook these days in the way they think, and it's not segregated within age. You got 40-year-olds, 50-year-olds thinking they 20s, thinking they 20-year-olds. So
that's exactly why I asked the question.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
but I don't
age
think
has nothing to do with
or
it.
anything like that.
I'm sorry, what?
I said I don't act like I'm 20 or even feel like I'm even in the 20 range.
You definitely sound like a young 20-year-old.
If I feel like I am trying to do something, if I feel like I'm trying to do something for me, I don't, and want to work on myself. If I'm asking you to be the man of my dreams, then I need to be the woman of your dreams. So right now, if I choose to be single, that has nothing to do with the man. That's me.
Well, I'm asking your age because
that's something that I have to
you're
fix.
making it sound like you have all the time in the world,
or wife material at this moment. And if I can recognize that, then he can recognize that. So I'd rather be single at the moment till I can get what I need to get. And then I said from a year from now, maybe my mindset will change. But for right now, it's nothing wrong to be single.
You sound like a teenager.
Why? Because you want to be single?
Because you're so indecisive. You're like, my mind could be this today, but then it could be that tomorrow. Adults have to make choices.
And you have the right to change your mind at any time.
But adults have to make choices. When you get pregnant, you can't just change your mind. You could change.
You don't have to make a choice today, though. Your choice don't have to be immediate.
And that's why I'm saying you sound like an 18-year-old.
Because you have to make immediately your choices immediately.
No, but if you're in your
30s
and in your 40s and you talking like you're 17, that's a problem.
How am I talking? Explain to me. How am I? What are you saying?
Well,
what am I saying
I don't.
To you that
Well, I don't have to
talking like I'm 17.
Have a baby. I can have a baby at any time, or I could change my mind today or tomorrow, or maybe next week, or maybe next year. Right. No, adults don't move like that when it comes to serious situations. I can't just say, well, I'm gonna up and change something like that. That's that serious, because that affects other people's lives. You having a child affects that child's life. It's not about you. You making this whole conversation about you. It's about that kid.
No, you are making it about me because you're saying you're having a convo with me, so you're making it about.
Hold the phone.
Just saying, hey, that's what you want to do. That's what you want to do, and move on. We can go ahead and move on. But I'm just going to let you know, I'm not going to back down from what I'm going to say, whether you like it or not, sir.
It's not about it's not about backing
You
down.
can have your opinion, and I can have my
Okay,
opinion.
everybody.
But at the end of the day, if I feel like I'm going to be single, I'm going to be single. And if I want to have children, I'm going to have children. And that's what's going to be it, sir.
Hold on. Okay, we have Didi in the chat, so
we have Didi in here. You can go on and talk. We're here.
Can you hear me now?
All the way fucked up.
Oh, we can hear you definitely.
Go ahead, Didi.
So, I just want to ask a question. Do you think that being raised by a single parent is why you have the mindset that you have?
No, not really, because I had a whole lot of male influences, and like I said before, my mom wasn't always single. I mean, single the whole time. She did get married, and they're still married to this day. So, and even my brothers and even my sisters, they're married. So I don't have no problem with people being married, but I also believe that if you want to be single and that's a choice that you've made for yourself, that's okay too. And if not to say that in the long run that you won't be in a relationship. Do I date? Yes. But for me to just want to be into a whole relationship with someone at this moment, that's just not where I'm at. And it doesn't mean, oh yeah, you're 17 or you're thinking young. It's just thinking like, hey, I know I'm not ready for a relationship. That's where I'm at. If I'm not ready for a relationship, then that's not something that I'm pursuing at this moment. That's just not on my mind at this particular moment. And it was so wrong.
Tell them as a single person, you don't have kids. Tell them that you're single. You don't have no kids. You be more specific with them so they can understand what you're talking about, because they thinking that you got kids.
No, I don't think so.
No, I don't have any. No, I don't have any.
That's what they think.
I don't have any kids at
Be more
this moment.
specific and break it down.
No, I don't have any kids at this moment. I am single at this moment.
No, I know.
There's no problem with you wanting to be single. No one cares about whether or not you're married.
But what y'all have a problem with is as a single person wanting kids. That's what the problem is. I know what y'all problem is. The issue is that a single woman wants to have kids, and that bothers you guys.
Wants to have kids.
Do you want to have a child for another man to have to raise? Because you said I might get another relationship later, and he would have to set me and my child. So that means he's gonna have to raise somebody else's child.
But at the end of the, and I know it sounds kind of wrong, but that would be it. But the other child wouldn't be. I mean, the child would be, something. It would be part of me. I'm not saying that's something necessarily that I'm going to do, you guys. I'm just saying that's something if a single person wants to do, I feel like they have the right to do.
But you do understand the fact that a child needs a male figure or influence, because you stated that my brothers or my uncles or whatever have to be in their lives. So at the end of the day, you will have a child as a single mother, but you will need somebody else to help you or support you to raise them.
Correct. Like, well, for the male perspective, yes. If that's what I would need, yes, I would have those influences. Not to say that they would help me raise my child, but they would be influencers to them, as male role models.
Do you look
that would be something? But I'm saying that would be something that a single person, if they decided to do that, that wouldn't be wrong if they had those things lined up.
But do you understand why we kind of like confused about it? Like,
no, I don't understand why
I want to be single, but I want to bring a child into my singleness.
Because she's not being specific. That's what it is. She got to be specific.
But she said, I want to be single, but I want to bring a child into my singleness.
Why you guys are somebody else to raise them? No, this what she said. She said as a single person without kids, she said she don't need a man at this moment. She's happy being single, but as far as the kids, she was always only talking about her the whole time. But as far as the kids, she's saying in due time, she's saying that she's going to be with a man. I guess she to have the kids, but a man's going to have to take care of. That's what she's saying. Is that what you're saying? You saying a man going to have certain things? He's going to be on a higher level? Is that what you're saying?
Eddie, I understand what you're saying. Eddie, I love you very much, but that is not what I'm saying. Oh, what? Let me tell you what. Okay, Eddie. What I'm saying is, okay, just listen. What I'm saying is, in general, I'm not saying this is what I'm going to do, you guys. I'm just saying, for a single person, if they decide that they want to have children, I feel that's perfectly okay. You guys are saying, why would they think, or why would I think that having children as a single person, why would I even think that that is like taboo? That's a bad mom. That's bad thinking. But I'm thinking, if that's what something if I chose not to be with someone, and I'm talking about me, if I chose not to be with someone and I wanted to have my dog and a child, either through IVF, yes, I would need someone's sperm. Yeah, like I said earlier, yes, I would know. Yes, I would know that I would have to get that child, the other help, like, male role models, or put the child in some type of Big Brother program so he can get
Are you talking about that?
donation sperm. Yes, donation sperm. I'm just saying, if this is something I chose and I knew that I wanted to be single, like I didn't want to be married, I knew that I was going to be single for the rest of my life. If that person chose to do that, I don't understand why that's so wrong. If they can give that child everything that child needs.
But you're not giving a child everything you need. You just named 3 different things to put off on other people. Big Brother programs, my uncles, and all this other nonsense.
Right.
But
they're not daddies. They're not daddies.
Still going back into
they didn't sign up.
It takes a village to raise a child, right? So why wouldn't they help me?
They got their own kids. They're not going to be there for you all the time.
Jesus Christ. She said another man will have to.
They got their own kids.
Fellas,
even if you got even if you got brothers, your brothers they got their own kids. They might come around sometimes, but they got their own kids.
True.
That is nonsense, bro. Like, this is insanity right here.
I just don't understand how. I mean, that's their choice. That would be their choice.
That's your choice, right? That's your choice, right? But you're not thinking about your children. You're not thinking about your children. Listen, what I'm saying is, you may be happy. You may be happy. You sit up and say, you may say, "Oh, I'm giving the child the best time, or have his best life, or whatever." That's you're thinking about money. Money doesn't solve everything for children
at all.
They want parents. They don't no. Money doesn't solve everything for to make a children to make the children happy. To make that they don't care about that. They want to be around their parents. They want to have a parent household. That's what they care about.
But sometimes it's not. But you guys are talking about
only thinking about
y'all saying that it's going to be always groovy and gravy. That 2 people are going to be in the household, and that's not necessarily true too. Even if 2 people are in the household,
they're not choosing to go into it as a single parent.
And what I'm saying is that they have toxic relationships that is just even worse.
But what we're saying is they're not making a conscious decision to say, "Hey, I'm going to be a single mom. I'm going to start it off as a single mom."
And it's going to be a toxic household.
I know it sounds unconventional, but that doesn't mean that it's wrong.
Because when you decide to have a child, you have to put away that selfishness. Because you say, "Oh, I'm a single person. I want to stay single and have a child." That's being selfish.
Yeah.
But just because it doesn't sound conventional and it doesn't sound right, doesn't mean that it's wrong. Some people really just want to be alone.
Nobody is saying like right or wrong. We're just saying it's selfish for the child.
Right.
Like you're thinking about yourself and how you feel, not about how the child or her they're going to be affected mentally, emotionally. I think that's what everybody is trying to get you to kind of view. It's just you're like, if I'm a single person, why is it? You're just like, it's unfair that I can't have a child because I choose not to be with anyone. That's how you're looking at it.
Right.
Then go put it on somebody else.
How are you putting it off on someone else?
You just named like 3 resources to put on somebody else when that kid has a father, and especially in today's day and age where these kids are getting touched and abused and daycares and all these after school programs, and you want to willingly send your child to that? Are you nuts?
Listen. I ain't say nothing in a while, so I'm gonna say this. Look, money does make a difference, okay? Look, my mother gave me an awesome childhood. You know what I mean? She was in different type of tax bracket. She was making a different type of money. She was making some good money. I'll say that. My mother was making some good money. Now, let's say she was wealthy. If my mother was wealthy, oh man, if she was wealthy and she was throwing me Ninja Turtle parties every week, you know what I'm saying? And I had all the action figures, man.
Not Ninja Turtle parties.
Not yet.
Ninja Turtle parties.
I was on for one of our birthdays too. I had the face paint and all. Like, I know what it is. Listen, if she would have done that for me every day, look, man, I wouldn't have cared. My dad would have hustled until he couldn't hustle no more. I wouldn't have cared, honestly. I'm just being completely true about it. I ain't care. You know what I'm saying? So, but it does. You know, a father does make a difference, and if the father is not toxic, I'm gonna put that out there. If the father's not toxic, then he's a great addition to have in the household. Great addition. But if he's toxic and he's hustling, he's doing some of the stuff that like father figures I know have done, then yeah, you need to go.
Okay, we have a new person like in the chat.
Can I ask one more question before we ask the other questions?
Yeah, hold on for 1 second, then I'll get back to you, right? But we have we're gonna call him Gab. You know, Gab is from Twitch that goes by Alonzo, but here he's on YouTube. So he said, yeah, he'd like to ask a question even if this is not topic related. It is an open discussion. You can feel free to ask a question, Gab. If you like to join the panel to ask a question live, feel free to do so. Here on the YouTube side, that's where you could get the exclusive link so you could join into the StreamYard and then you could chat with us. But go ahead, either join in and then you can ask your question, or you could type it in the chat. Okay, but make sure you subscribe to Knowledge Ratio's on YouTube. You know, so that being said, thank you. Go ahead, Luann. What was the question we had to ask?
Would you guys still feel the same if a single person who wanted to adopt a child who needed a home? Is that different? And they're single, but a child needs a home and they adopted the child. Is that different?
Are you talking about they or just a single parent? Which one?
I'm just saying the single person said, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to adopt that child because that child needs a home.
Yes, I would feel the same. That was simple.
Listen.
Because if that's the case, then I wouldn't have
Listen.
You
It
know
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Listen, hold on. It don't matter. It don't matter if you want to adopt or don't adopt. You can have your own child or adopt some kids, whatever. But if it's just you, you know, you may think in your mind that the kid is happy because I threw him a BMW party. You know, just because that the child is happy don't mean that he's not empty or she's not empty. There's always going to be an emptiness inside of a child that they're missing something. There's always going to be an emptiness. They're always going to feel like that without a parent household. They're always going to feel that way.
I just don't see it.
What you say?
And Luann, I don't think there's anything wrong with being selfish when it comes to yourself. That's why I ain't gonna say I don't like kids, but that's why I don't want kids, because I'm selfish. I want to live my life the way I want to live my life. So I don't think it's anything wrong with being selfish for yourself, but when you involve someone else that has nothing to do with it, that comes the issue. Like, I would want to give my child the best chances to succeed in every possible way. Of course, some stuff is going to go left, but you don't intentionally put somebody in a bad situation because you've got some point to prove that you don't need a man to do it or whatever the case. That's foolish talk, and that's young woman talk. That's why
I'm not saying that you would do it because you don't need a man. I would say that you want to be this because you just want to be single, not just because you don't need a man. That I'm saying I just want to be single, not that I don't need a man right now. I mean I don't need a man right now, but that doesn't mean that I don't need him in next year. You know what I'm saying? I just don't want to be in a relationship at this moment. You know, do I have options? Yes, but at this moment I just want to be single, and that should be okay.
Nobody said you didn't have options, but the thing is, the issue I'm having is that a man should have to accept another man's child just in case he wants to be with you. Why not just start your own family?
Yeah, that could happen.
Like, that makes no sense.
But what I'm saying, and I'm just saying, if a woman chooses not to, like, ever, and she and either adopt or do IVF, why should that not be an option for them to have?
Because she's not giving her. I mean, she can do what she wants, but the issue is not giving your child the best chances of success. That's it. That's the whole. I think that's the panel's biggest disagreement.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm adopted, and my mother, for a certain period of time, was a single parent, and yes, I had sisters and I had brothers along the way, and I didn't see nothing wrong. I didn't see any other difference. I was still happy. You know what I'm saying? And there was still discipline. There were still things that we couldn't and could not have done. And
that's why
tough lessons.
That's the
Yes,
my
I
friend.
did.
Look, she just said she was adopted, and you grew up with a single mom, right? A single parent,
and
right?
I had my brothers.
That's why she had that mindset. That's why she got. That's why.
Well, you were a child,
and my brothers were.
And this
is what we
you
was
don't
talking
miss
about
what you
earlier.
don't know. If you never know what it was to have a father, you don't miss it.
M3. This is what we was talking about earlier. The recycle when it comes to children. You see what happened to the man, right?
But I did end up knowing. I knew who my real father and real mother was, and they were both on drugs. So they could not help me. They could not take care of me. So the option was for me to do something else. My father, rest in peace, he died this year. But I at the end of, before he did die, me and him did have a really good relationship, and so I wasn't upset with my father, nor was I really, I was really didn't really like my mom that much, but at the end of it, I made sure that they both knew before they passed this world that I loved them and that it was all good because I was taken care of. And so for me, it gave me a different outlook that even I can adopt a child and love them the same as if I had the child.
Nobody's saying that you can't.
What I'm saying
that's all I'm saying.
This is what I'm saying, Luann. You said you was adopted and you was by a single parent, right?
Yes.
Right, and that's what I'm talking. That's all I'm saying.
I know, but she got married.
That's what I'm talking about. You said.
Do you see your mom's husband as as a father figure?
I do, and I call him pops and everything. I think that he has he old school in his teaching, and it was still when we were in high school, so he was able to, I mean, his interaction wasn't that much because my mom was had a strong personality, and she still does today. Y'all met her, some of y'all met her. And she has a strong personality even to this day, and they're still married after 18 years. So I see that as a strong relationship, and they have made it work even though it's been hard. And so I do believe that marriage can work, and marriage is good, and I love to see that dynamic, especially in Black people. But in reality, I also have to look that maybe it may not work. So if it doesn't work, yes, I prepared myself for the good and for the bad. If I feel like I want to be single and I want to, adopt or have children, that should be fine because I'm giving another child some type of love, some type of care, something that they haven't had, and maybe that's how my mindset is.
Let me ask you this. Do you think it would be okay for a woman to adopt a child, a single woman to have a child or adopt a child, if there was no male influence at all? No brothers, no cousins, no uncles, nobody from church, no after school programs. It was just that mother and her child. Nobody else.
I think I would probably feel the same, and only because I am pro-choice of whatever woman want to do. And if that's what she feels like that's something that she can handle and she wants to do, then I still wouldn't oppose her of doing it. But again, I would I would suggest that she would have some type of influence. That
so
that
you
that
think
is
the
to
child
me.
would miss out on anything without having those influences?
That is that. I like I said, I wouldn't oppose her of doing it. I would just advise her it may be a little bit more difficult, but there are women who are doing it. So I wouldn't be able to tell them what they cannot and cannot do. I mean, in that regards, if there is no other kind of influence, yeah, I would say that it would be very hard.
Luann, do you think you're like, I know that you say you're dating and everything like that, but do you think that you wouldn't last in a relationship, or do you think you're incapable of maintaining a long-term relationship, whether it be a relationship or marriage? Because I mean, I hear
My
some.
last relationship lasted 7 years.
Uh-huh.
Um, and I just think that
What happened?
I just think that we outgrew each other, and I wanted something different. He wanted to live somewhere different, and
So you both mutually ended the relationship?
so we both just mutually ended the relationship, and that was about 4 years ago. So, and me and him are still great friends. We're still great friends, and
Do you feel
and
like he was
I
the
think,
love of your life?
mm, you know, not that was part of it. No, I think that he came in my life for a reason, and just only for a season. I think that he was supposed to teach me
A
something.
season? That's 7 years. That's a season?
That's 7 long years. It's got to
Yeah.
be something there.
A
Well,
season.
only reason why it lasted because that long is because mostly like the family was trying to encourage us to stay together, and I had to just tell them, look, this is not healthy. It's just not healthy for me and him to do this. It's just not right.
So
Seven.
basically, you ended it, right? You ended it because he wanted to live somewhere else, right?
And he still lives there to this day, and that was his dream. That was his dream. So he's living out his dream, and I stay where I'm at to this day.
Well, now this is making more sense. See, sometimes you have to get the background sometimes, because now I understand. I'm starting to understand why you feel the way you feel about certain things and certain situations, because you got into your background about the adoption, and then you talked about how you were in a 7 year situation, and you know, a season. I mean, I don't know about that. That's kind of a cap for me, because
Well,
seven
maybe not
years
the
is a long
season, but
time.
let me take the season and say the reason because that is pretty long. But
Yeah. So
I
I
mean, I
mean,
mean, I mean, I don't think that there was. I mean, I don't think there's no love lost because we still talk, as friends. But when you just see someone who's not ready for the type of relationship where we were trying to head to, it's just best to part ways so you won't
it,
hurt that person and that person won't hurt you.
it sounds like you're. It sounds like you may have. I mean, I don't know, but it sounds like you may have some abandonment issues, and you rather not even just. No, out. Me and my baby against the world. I don't want to be abandoned. You know, Me and my dude didn't work out after 7 years, and I was adopted. So I'd rather have a baby that's gonna need me and depend on me, that's not gonna leave. That's what it sounded like to me. I don't know. I could be completely off, but that's what it's.
No, not in that aspect, but I did say that children, they do love you more,
Mhm.
and I
You
think
wanted
that
unconditional
I
love.
think I have a whole lot of love to give.
There you
So
go.
for me, I want to love
Mm.
something that's going to
Love
love
you
me
back.
back.
Yeah, yeah.
I gotta.
Well, now, fellas, we've gotten to the bottom of it.
Yeah, that's right.
So once the children find out that
I
you
just
had them purposely by
what's it?
themselves, they I mean, they're always gonna love you, but they're probably gonna have some type of resentment to you towards you. Like, Mom, I could have had a dad, and you chose to have me alone, like alone, and I missed out on father-daughter dances, and him coming, or father-son, going to the parks and stuff like that. There's a lot of children that has resentments toward their mothers, to be exact.
But see, to me, I would make sure that my child has that. I will want them to be in that type of stuff. I will want to make sure that they wouldn't miss that kind of stuff. So.
But you can't give them a father, son, and dance because you're not a father.
Right.
You can't give your daughter a father-daughter dance because you're not a man. Once again,
I know, but that doesn't mean that
once again you're choosing to have a kid. You're choosing to have a kid for you. Selfish. Have a dog, get a puppy, but you're bringing that's selfish. You want a kid to fulfill you, and that's horrible. That's a horrible heart to have and to produce that. That's why I have a job as a social worker, because people think a child, just like you think a man is going to fulfill you. You have to be fulfilled on your own.
Right.
That is selfish to bring a child in this world and say, meet my needs. Make me feel loved. Make me feel wanted. That's selfish.
Wait a minute. Okay, hold on for a second. I gotta say something real quick, right? Okay. Hold on. I know Kris put a question up there, and then she responds to.
He's still single, Blooming Ebony.
Yeah. So the thing is, right? I put mothers give birth to young husbands, right? The reason why I said this, right, is because in general, this is for some mothers, right? It's not for all. Some mothers live in a dysfunctional lifestyle where their life is so completely imbalanced, and they look for the unconditional love that they have those kids, they train them up, right, in hopes that that child will continue on to love and love and love. And then as the child gets older, you start treating them like, okay, like he's the man of the household, which is taking the role of the husband. And that's why I said, mothers birth, husbands in a way where it's like that child is beyond like your peer, basically. So that's some people mentally. But I gotta read this comment from Gabe, right? Because I want to answer him real quick. He did came into YouTube channel. Like I said, make sure y'all subscribe, But
hold on, M3. Before we get to this question, let me say something real quick. Because I want to handle this question. Now, listen, first I want to say, I believe the children are future. Okay, that's it. Now, on the real.
So do I.
On the real. You know what I'm saying? Some of us know, and all of us know, most of us know, that in the 80s, it was sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Our parents was for the streets, all right? They was on the streets. They were doing white lines. They were doing all types of stuff, okay? You know what I'm saying? So they was making a lot of decisions. Some of our parents were jump-offs. Some of them were mistake babies, okay? Because they was high, they wanted to have a good time, and they hooked up, okay? So a lot of that happened back in the 80s and the 70s, late 70s. So it is what it is, okay? You know what I'm saying? So we got to understand it. Let's not sit here and act like we don't know that. You know what I mean? And I want to say this, my father did what he did. He left me out. He did me like 300. He threw me to the wolves because he knew I would survive. You know what I'm saying? He knew it. You know what I'm saying? And I did. And I'm here. Now let's get to Gabe's question. Let's get it, man.
All right, so Gabe's question is, right, and it's 3 parts. Tonight, I was messaging her on WhatsApp, and at some point, she stopped replying. After over 2 hours, I asked if she's all right, and she said, and see, that's the wrong thing to do, but I want to elaborate, and she said that she is, and that she is in a podcast stream with some streamer, right? Now it depends. Is it a guy? Is it a girl? Don't know. And if I want, I could join. Okay. after over 2 hours already.
You want me to read it?
Yeah, you can read it if you want to.
Okay, so after 2 hours already, when it was almost done. So I'm sitting here and thinking, why did she not reply to me and say from the start? She knows that I want to spend my time.
Okay, and then here's the other one.
With her yet, he says with her yet, she goes to spend her time on a stream and just reply a long time after. I feel like I'm being put aside.
Okay, and then Kris replied to him and said that she could have been busy. Don't think too much about it. Do something that makes you happy and productive. If you've shown your interest, she has to reciprocate it in her actions. And then he says in reply, it was a small streamer with 2 guys. Okay.
What was they talking about?
That's a good question. Wait.
Give us more background. Yeah, give us more background. Wait,
hold on. We got something. Hold on. But if she, okay. Okay, go ahead, DJ. Oh, okay. Yeah, he replied.
If she is, doesn't maybe, he said, if she doesn't maybe she isn't the one for you.
Christine says those were
after Bloom and Envy's replies to Gabe.
Yeah.
And he put, I don't understand why she didn't reply and decide to go and spend time there when I messaged.
I would say get another girlfriend or get another girl. Have more than one so you won't be.
What did you?
He just not that into you, bro.
Oh no, hold on. What did you? You said you messaged her, right? So what did you say?
Is it his girlfriend or are they just talking?
That's a good question.
They just talking. I think they just talking. Listen, I agree with the ladies. Listen. Let me tell you something. Listen, I would never disagree with what's in the mind of another woman. Okay, once women say this is what it is and what women are thinking, I go with that because that's really what it is. If she interested in you, bro, she'll let it be known. You got 2 women telling you, move on. And I don't know what Queen gonna say, but Queen, whatever you gotta say, you think you should move on or what?
And it depends on your profile.
Has nothing to do with it. She showed
because when you on your profile, if you on your profile, you can read the things of what they do, where they work at, what do you like to do, what color, what what's your favorite food.
Wait, hold on. Okay, we both y'all hold on. Okay, hold on for a second. And then he also replied too. So hold on. You guys gotta mute yourselves.
When he texted her and they were going back and forth and she ignored him for 2 hours and decided to jump on a stream with 2 other guys. I don't know if this is part of her job, but if it was just for fun, she chose to jump on the stream. Then she didn't respond to him and tell him, hey, I'm on a stream, jump on. She waited till the stream was almost over. Let her go. You were not important. If you weren't part of the conversation in the beginning, you were talking to her, and then all of a sudden she started ignoring you. A person would do now. If I'm busy, I would say, hey, I'm on a stream. Oh, by the way, do you want to jump on? This is the link. I wouldn't just ignore you for 2 hours if we were having a conversation. That means that these 2 guys and whatever we're talking about has grabbed my attention, and they're more important than you are right now.
What was that? What was that word? What did you say? You just said it. What did you say? What was that word? Start with A. What did they grab?
Attention. They grabbed my attention, and they are more important to me at this moment. So I'm going to ignore you because you're an afterthought.
She was talking to Kevin Samuels. That's what happened.
Hold on.
She was talking to Kevin Samuels, and she got ghost. That's what happened.
Don't matter.
Wait, okay, hold on. Let me say this. Right. I want to make it very. I want to make it very clear. I want to make it very clear and specific. Right. Okay. To make this clear, right? First of all, right, if you go down to his replies, right, DJ, can you read these two for me? And I'll say what I gotta say.
It said we talk on WhatsApp. We just talking and we both expressed that
what's up?
We talk on WhatsApp.
Yeah.
It's
but it really says what's up, but I guess it's called WhatsApp. Okay, we just talking and we both expressed that we like each other.
Okay, that's one key point. Oh, did I miss something? Oh, go ahead.
Okay. She was out and came back home, and I was messaging.
Okay, and then the other one?
Then she stopped replying after over 2 hours. She says she's on that stream.
Okay. Yes, I do agree with you. Actions are greater than words, and it says, yeah.
Hold on. What the Blue Ebony said? Hold on. Go back.
Go ahead, read it.
Oh, I'm gonna read. Hold on. I'm gonna do the Blue Ebony voice because I don't care. I'm gonna do it. Actions are greater than words. What she says doesn't matter. What she does matter. If a woman wants you, she will show you.
Right.
And this is it. We know what you mean. Okay, so let me break this down to you. I'm going to dissect this. Okay. If you notice, man, on a side note, man, I have not took off my sunglasses. So you know this was a good live stream. But anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. So right here on this part, right? Let me tell you this, right? He said they expressed that they like each other. So here's the key point on this one, right? I wish I had the mouse was visible so I could just kind of like highlight it. But you guys are not together in a relationship. She don't owe you her time. Even though you guys both said that y'all like each other, okay? Women could be here today and gone tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay? She could probably change her mind and might not like you anymore.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. What we do know for sure is that she loves herself. So she valued her time. And so whatever she was doing that stream, it could have been 2 girls. And she would not have responded to you. Because she is focused in the conversation of whatever's going on in that live stream. See, the thing is, guys, man, you know, I'm gonna have to get on you guys a little bit, right?
You don't want them 3
because it's not just always about the women. That's what I was thinking. That we're not together, and I should. Yes, definitely. You know, keep your expectations low.
Very
when
low.
It comes to courtship with women. Keep your expectations low when it comes to people. Period, guys.
Yep.
See, the thing is, when you message her. Okay, you guys were chit-chatting or whatever, but maybe that was before the stream started. Or maybe before the guys, if you notice, like in these live streams, sometimes we get called. And so women will get distracted because now it's their turn, they're focused, right? They're trying to focus on that clout. Clout and attention is currency to women. Okay.
Money.
So yes, ching ching, right? So the things that we do to give them clout, they're gonna drop you like a hat.
Like a bad habit.
They're gonna drop you like a bad wallet. Okay.
Yep. Bye.
And then they're gonna go and they're gonna get that clout and attention, and then they're gonna come back to you. So here's the thing, right? Don't take this personal. Just make sure you put it in a category. That way you know, hey, look, all right, I'm not gonna get my feelings hurt about this. I know who she is now as a person. I'm not going to have my expectations just because she says she's in love with me. Remember, she was in her feelings at the time. You know, she probably now she's like, oh, the guys on the stream. Oh, I'm so in love with them. I'm over exaggerating, but that's how most of them operate. The thing is, my point is, stop overthinking about these women. Okay.
Yeah.
Stop being thirsty.
It took her 2 hours to switch up. Just that fast.
And the reason why it took her 2 hours to switch. And the reason why it took her 2 hours for her to switch up is because, like you said, he was thirsty, right? And so what you did was you made the biggest fumble, right? You double text her. Okay.
Yep. You gave her validation.
Yes. So double text her. If she do not respond. Okay, you don't need to send another text like, oh, are you okay? That proves that you are not used to women and you are in scarcity. So I'm gonna give you an example. I'm gonna give an example. Hold on. Matter of fact, I'm gonna zoom in myself real quick. All right. I'm gonna give you an example.
Talk to him in 3.
All right. I'm gonna give you a game plan. Right. So here's the thing. Right. Anytime, okay, any woman outside of my wife or whatever, right? You get one chance to answer my phone call. That's pretty much it. Okay. If I call you and you don't pick up the phone in time, I will not call you again until the next time if you see me or you hit me up or whatever. Okay? I don't do double calls. I don't do double texts. All right? If you're texting me and I'm texting you back and you're not responding at a certain time, I'm not going to double text you. You can hit me up and you'll get a response. But if you don't respond, that means that, hey, I'm just going to consider that to be good night, and I'm going to keep on moving about my business. That's the type of mindset that you guys need to start trying to adopt. Stop being weak, fellas. This is why women don't respect us.
Put the spotlight on me. Put the spotlight on me real quick. And let me talk to him. Let me talk to him. Let me talk to him. Let me tell you something.
So go ahead and talk to him, best of the world. Go ahead.
Listen. I don't give a spouse or not. I don't give it my own mama. Look, when I hit you up and you don't respond in time, look, I'm moving on. Okay, I got stuff to do. I'm playing 2K. I'm working out. I'm reading. Look, I got stuff to do, man. Look, you know what I'm saying? You just can't respond whenever you want to respond. No. You know what I mean? You got to make people respect you and respect your time and respect your well-being. You know what I'm saying? Because here's the thing. When the shoe's on the other foot, oh, they want you to respond. Oh, yes, they do. Okay? And since you are a single man, brother, since you are a single man, you should have a plethora of options, man. Okay? You need to have, you need to have Melissa Mondays. You need to have Tiffany Tuesdays. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
But if a woman does it,
don't know each other. Let me finish.
Wait, hold on. I didn't even highlight it there.
I'm finishing this. You know what I mean?
But if a woman does
I'm
this,
finishing.
Let him finish.
Hold on. Don't be rude.
You know what I mean? Tina Thursdays. You know what I'm saying? You know, Frederica Fridays. You know what I'm saying? Susan Saturdays. You know what I mean? Samantha Sundays. You need to have them 7 days a week, brother. Okay?
Woo!
All right? You're a single man.
Really?
You have options. Options.
Really?
It's called options. Trust me, she has options too. Okay? If she jumped on the street with 2 other men, I should tell you she got options. Or whoever she jumped on with, she has options, bro. You need to have options too. You know what I mean? Men, stop sitting here acting and trying to be a nice guy. Okay? You don't have to be a nice guy. This is a war. This is a war outside, baby.
Yes, it is.
You better be ready, packed, and willing and able. And when they shoot, you better be able to shoot back. You know what I mean? You better have that Megatron gun like I do. Holla at me.
Yeah, and M3, put the spotlight on me. Put it on me real quick.
All right, now
we haven't met in person, so the relationship.
Listen. Check this out. Check this out. I can tell right off the back what he did. What he did was he messaged her, right? And when she replied back, let me tell you something. If you reply back to her and say thanks for replying back to me, that's it right there from the beginning. You're done. She already know you thirsty. So what she did was she was like, let me just talk to this cat for 2 hours until I run into something. That's what happened. That's exactly what happened. You gotta.
Why can't it just be that?
You gotta. You listen. You can't be too thirsty out here like that, man. You know what I'm saying? These women are getting smarter. You know, even though all women still don't listen, but they're getting smarter. You know what I'm saying? They're reaching too far. They want too much now. So you gotta put your mind together. You gotta focus. You gotta know. And matter of fact, you need to write this down. Write down these notes that what we just said to you tonight. You need to write this down right now.
Listen, DJ, let me say this. If you need to go back,
can I say something?
Go back to the video and replay everything that me or 3 of us said. But go ahead, DJ 80.
Exactly. and you know what? And I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm gonna leave it just like that. Because every little small thing that you probably said to something small and petty, automatic thirstiness. That's all they gonna think about. So you gotta come with them with a different approach. You gotta go at them with a different approach now.
Go ahead, Luann.
That is not necessarily true, young man. She could have probably just been tired after the podcast and went to sleep.
It's almost 7 o'clock.
Yeah. Those guys put her to sleep.
But you said we never met her in person
because she has health issues.
First time talking, so I'm trying to figure out like why she just couldn't be busy
Right. She could have just been because she has health issues.
And she probably could have been lying. She probably wasn't even on stream.
She
probably
was not.
to something else.
Don't put that in his head because she could have really been tired, really been busy, have health issues, took some medicine and went to sleep. And she just stopped replying.
No, he said that she did something else afterwards.
I would just try later.
He said she did something else afterwards.
No, listen. Don't text him. Don't text her back. Don't message her back. You did your part already.
I need some more backstory. Like I need to know how long they've been talking.
I need for him to come in and panel.
I don't think they have had sex yet. I think they just met online.
That doesn't even matter. That ain't got nothing to do with nothing. If she wanted you, communication is not hard. It's a choice. You. Stop playing games. It don't matter about backstory. Communication and having common decency. Common decency. Hold on, I'm talking. Common decency is a basic human thing. Come on. You communicate, right? If you're going to go to work late, do you just keep showing up work late? No. You communicate, I'm showing up work late. It don't take much. It do not take much. It do not take much.
But we only hearing one side of the story.
Exactly. Right. That's what I'm saying. So it does. Right. The backstory does matter. Backstories matter.
He might really be a creep at the end.
Backstories matters. Backstories
matters. No, they don't. No, they don't.
Yes, it does.
No, actually they do.
Yes, they do. They get the whole story of what's going on.
That's BS.
How's that BS?
That's BS.
How's that BS? We don't even know the full story.
It doesn't matter. We're not talking about their history. We're talking about this situation. That's what he's asking about, right?
The situation has a backstory.
We're talking about don't matter though. Don't matter. Don't matter what I did yesterday. If I fuck you over today, it only matters what I did to you today. Right? So
I could have fucked me over yesterday and I'm fucking you over today. So
exactly.
You could have fucked me up over
don't matter. Don't matter.
Exactly.
Don't matter. Don't matter.
Yeah, but every fucked up story has a fucked up backstory.
Exactly. So backstories matters.
She had 2 hours to respond to him. And then she responds telling him, "Oh, I'm on the stream with 2 other dudes." That's messed up. All she had to do was
wait. Did she tell him to join the show?
Yes.
She tell him to join? Okay, so how's that messed up? She told him to join the show
after the show was over.
It's been plenty of times I've been texting people, got busy doing something else, and then
it wasn't important.
So something
else.
If
you are in a relationship and you are courting that person, if you are interested in them, they are important to you.
My man work. If I text him and he don't text me right back, then he could be doing something.
But that's different. That's different. You are in a relationship. They have just like when we was courting. They have just expressed that they like each other. When my husband, before we were dating, when he would text me, I would respond rather quickly because I wanted him to know I'm interested in you. So I would say, hey, I need a moment. Give me a moment. I'm busy. I'm in a meeting. I'll call you back. I got an hour. It doesn't take much to communicate. That's all I'm saying. It don't take much.
Whatever happened to the women from the old days, man?
Accountability, right? And I'm just saying sometimes it's more to the story than what we're being told. So I'm not just going to be like, oh, this is
exactly.
Yeah, that's why I said the backstory does matter, Queen.
Yeah. Backstories matters.
She said she got health issues. She could have something happen, like
communication matters.
She ain't got that many health issues. She on the stream with somebody for 2 hours.
But he didn't say she was on the stream for 2 hours.
He said he didn't hear from her, and then she was on the stream, and then she said, "Oh, by the way, you can join." Don't matter how long she was on the stream. She chose the stream over call.
Well, it's not really her stream. It's not really her stream, so she can't just come and join. She has to get the okay from the people that's running the stream, right?
Yeah.
You can pause yourself and respond to a text.
Look. It's not okay. It's easier said than done until you get clout in your name. Okay, when clout comes, none of that shit matters though. Okay. Keep this, right?
Making that noise.
That's the way. Hold on, let me mute her. So okay. So here's the thing, right? Now his excuse is that it's a bit hard because of COVID now, and then the other one is that because she has some health problems, right? Fuck your mental health problems, okay? Everybody always use that shitty ass excuse, right, to be a bitch. All right? Fuck all that. I don't care about that. Okay? And I don't care about COVID too. All right? COVID ain't stopped her from seeing those two guys and getting her
I
ass.
think he was saying that about them meeting in person or him having other women. When he said he should have a different woman every day, I think he said it's hard with COVID.
Wait, what was the point?
You talking about me?
He did
say when Besson said he should have multiple women every day.
That's right.
I think his response was, "It's hard with COVID."
Okay, brother.
That's still an excuse. Put a mask on. You know,
yeah, put that mask on.
The mask ain't gonna work. The mask ain't gonna work. The mask does not work.
Do what you gotta do.
The mask does not work for COVID.
You know?
That's
does
BS.
work.
That's BS. That don't work. This thing is airborne. Okay.
Wow.
Anyway, come on now.
Whatever.
If you could go to the bathroom and take a dump and close the door, the smell still come through the door. Come on now. What is a mask gonna do? You still can smell that through the mask.
Right.
If you can smell that through the mask, you can catch that from COVID. You can catch COVID through the mask too.
Yeah.
Damn.
Look. Like I said, look. If that's the case, you might as well go get your shots and then penetrate that shot on her. Shoot your shot at her. Okay, if that's the case, you know, with this COVID stuff. So, if you know what I mean, Gabriel, set time boundaries. Set time boundaries basis on both for your schedules. That works for you and the person you're involved with. It sounds like you had an unspoken expectation of a girl and she let you down. No. It was not unspoken expectations. The woman said, the woman just gave him some BS food. BS flex.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. And she played with his heart. She played him like Pinocchio.
Yeah, play with that like a Game Boy.
The priest said they never met in person. This is like a web relationship.
No.
They had no relationship. Look, it was like a stupid verbal contract that was like, oh yeah, I like you, and oh yeah, I like you too, right? But y'all never cyber fuck. So what y'all talking about?
Wow.
So, y'all haven't gotten to that level yet.
Gee. Okay, M3.
So make sure that she has time
M3, bring it down some.
No, man, turn it up.
No, you turn it down. I got this.
Turn it up.
Bring it down,
We turn
M3.
it up. We turn it up today.
He said they never met in person because
they never met in person because of COVID.
See, that's another excuse, right? That's why I was joking when I said, look, just put the mask on, right? Or just get your COVID shot and then use that same shot and shoot up in her. Shoot your shot then. If that's
get the word, baby. Get the word. Get the word.
Yeah, give that give that Vaseline. You can't say the other word.
Yeah, get the word, baby.
Okay.
She didn't give him 2 hours of text time. She ignored him for 2 hours.
No, he said they were talking for 2 hours before.
Yeah, that's what he said.
And then she just
go back and see what he said because I could have sworn
because he just kept texting back or whatever, right?
And she ignored him.
Stop.
Man, she seen all those messages that he had, and that's what made her run away.
Yeah, Jabris, we know they never met in real life. We know that, you know.
Marion,
that makes sense. I'll try to change my approach. Catfish.
Yeah, change your approach.
Oh, Jabris, you cooking catfish?
Hey, she got to feed the baby some catfish though, right? You know.
Jabris, you think it's a catfish because they only text on WhatsApp? No.
Oh man.
Or unless she was talking about plenty of fish in this, plenty of fish app. Is that what she's saying?
No, she was saying catfish like it's not a real person on the other end, like they catfishing him.
Oh, okay.
No. Okay. We just mess with Jabris.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're just trying to make it lighthearted.
Why they haven't video chatted?
So,
wait, let's see if we're gonna respond to that though.
The comment says, "Hold on, I had it. Hold on."
Which one? This. No, he said we use voice chat almost every day.
Yeah.
Yes, DD. We voice chat, but see, it's voice chat is different than video chat. I need to see how you look.
He said, tonight I was messaging her on WhatsApp, and at some point she stopped replying. After over 2 hours, I asked if she was all right, and she said she is, and that she is on a podcast. So they weren't talking for 2 hours. She ignored him for 2 hours and was on a podcast.
So he been texting her, asking her if she all right for 2 whole hours?
Yes.
So how many
times? She ignored him because she was on the podcast.
See that right there? That's see.
Okay, she might be a catfish.
Okay, so hold on. Okay, so yeah, okay, get it right because he said
cyber love, man.
Because he said because then she stopped replying, and after over 2 hours, she said that on the stream. Oh, hold on.
After over 2 hours.
Yeah, so after over 2 hours, right? So look. So they was texting, but then 2 hours. So they stopped texting. No, she stopped texting him, and then 2 hours later, he started getting into the scarcity mindset. She replied fast after asked if she's okay. Maybe look.
So basically, you didn't have nothing else to say for 2 hours.
She stopped while I was chit chatting. See if you can video. See if she'll video chat you. That's all I'm say. If you think you really like this person and you think it could be something, see if she'll video chat. And then if she'll video chat, see if y'all can be in person. If you like this person, you think you can go somewhere. Because just video chatting and texting is kind of like red flags.
Right.
I watch a lot of Catfish episodes.
I know, I like that show. I will Google her name in the search engine to see if she's real.
What did she say? He sounds like he'll be good. He'll be good with a changing approach to know what kind of time she has for communicating with his love interest. She's not into you.
Pretty much.
Listen, Gabe. Look, listen. Mm-hmm. Let's wait until tomorrow. Mm-hmm. Let's wait till tomorrow. You might have some answers for tomorrow. Maybe she is busy.
Yeah. You know what? DJ A. Kane is also right too, though, right? You do have to give it some time, right? But look, going forward, you gotta make your intentions clear. That's all I'm saying, right? I know we're joking a little bit, but Gabe, make your intentions more clear. Man, look, tell her like this. Look, we need a video chat. I need to see how you look, looking, girl. You know what I mean? We're not boyfriend. You're not boyfriend, girlfriend officially. I'm sorry. Like this whole cyber love thing or whatever, it's not working. And if she's not making time, here's the thing, right? Yes, Japace, right? You haven't met in person. The feelings aren't real love. So
they just met. It's not even love yet. The love is not even in the subject.
There's no love in the equation. So here's the thing, right? I want people on game on this one, right? Excuse me. If you try to make time with her, and she refuses to make time for you, then she's not into you like that. Think about this though, right? Don't use COVID as an excuse, okay? Don't use any excuses because you know why? If that was Drake or Leonardo DiCaprio, or LL Cool J, and they hit her up, look, they just say, "Bitch, come over here." Dude, she would jump her ass off. Matter of fact, she would say, "Yo, I gotta go." She'll be like, "Family emergency." My parakeet is having a heart attack or something like that. I don't know, some stupid stuff like that, right?
Okay, but Kris said I was calling him love. I didn't say love.
Oh, okay. You was calling. So you was calling. So wait, you was calling him love?
Calling him love.
So you was calling a stranger love that you never met in person?
Right. Love? What's going on with that?
Yeah, that's
what are you doing? What are you doing? I'm playing with you, Colin, what's up, man? He said, y'all still going? Yeah, man.
We're still going at it. We seen each other through a lot of pics, and we didn't just meet. That's an assumption. We know each other a long time. We just got close in the last 6 months. Hold on. We've seen each other through a lot of pics. That doesn't matter. The pictures do not matter to me. Okay?
People steal other people's pictures all the time.
So she must be somewhere across the country or something.
Yeah.
So you've been are you saying you guys are in an internet relationship? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's what it is.
Why haven't y'all video chatted? If y'all been talking for 6 months, it's Duo, Facebook Messenger, Instagram, StreamYard.
WhatsApp app also has a thing where you can video.
Right. So why haven't y'all videoed?
Exactly, especially for 6 months. The last 6 months. See, that's fishy right there. She's
you only seen pics?
Yeah. You know.
Okay, Marion, thanks for the advice. And Spree said yes, because that's how you communicate through WhatsApp with people in other countries.
Right.
Okay.
And you can video through WhatsApp.
Yeah. Matter of fact, don't send me a live video. Okay. I don't want to hear no excuses. And matter of fact, why are you in love with these other? Sorry, I was gonna say foreigners, but these other women that live so far away. Like, what benefit do you get from that? Maybe I know. Look, I get it. You want an emotional connection, so that's fine. But you can't take this seriously. Like, you guys haven't done anything yet. Okay, so to me, in my opinion, you're not even in a close proximity where you're able to even like hold hands, caress the ear lobes, or something like that. Okay, it just doesn't make any sense.
I talked to my father-in-law in Africa in WhatsApp. WhatsApp has video chat though.
Yeah. See, okay, look at that. Right. There's no.
I video chat when I'm in other countries with WhatsApp. So
yeah.
Right.
You know, Japrice is on the road tonight, man. Let's go give him the air horn real quick. You know, I don't know what type of coffee she was drinking, but man, she is up and lit.
Wine. I'm telling you that wine is a good wine.
No, she can't drink wine. She's pregnant.
Oh, she can't drink wine. Okay, yeah. Coffee. Yeah, you're right. Coffee.
Yeah.
A little bit of fruit punch, lemonade, good mix. Yeah.
Right. You know, or I don't know. Maybe the baby keep her up too, though. You know, but man, she come up with some good questions, some good comments. I'm starting to think maybe the baby probably put it in her ear.
Thanks for everyone for input. Yes. Yeah. No. Get the video call. Get the video call going.
Get video call. Yes.
Yes.
Don't just take Mrs. Don't just take Mrs. M3's advice without the video call. Do the video call. Yeah.
Yes.
My hormones. Hey. I
hear you.
Yeah. Them hormones. But yeah, you guys. I gotta get ready to wrap it up, so I get ready for work. But man, this stream was fire. We got people still commenting, tuning into the chat. You know, we got the likes. Come on, everybody. Yo, Gabe, get the likes up. Thank you for subscribing, by the way. I appreciate that.
Thank you, brother.
You know, so everybody, come on, man. Let's get the likes up, man. We got 18 likes. You know, YouTube ain't gonna count my likes, but still get them up. Let's get to 20 likes, y'all. Come on, man. I know y'all can do that. But anyways, with that being said, I'm gonna close everybody out. I'm gonna start off with Dee real quick because she is in the chat. Dee, feel free to shout out your social medias. You know, shout out to High Value Nurse and all that. So go ahead.
Yeah.
First, I want to say thank y'all for having me on your show. I appreciate it. So what do I have? Well, I have the Traveling Heartbeats. That's me and a High Value Nurse. We travel all around. We vlog that. And then, of course, the High Value Nurse. I don't know the name of his page. He changed it. But it is High Value Nurse on YouTube. And y'all make sure y'all subscribe to Knowledge and Relationships. And y'all always come on their show. It's always good. I'm always watching, even if I don't comment. But I'm always watching.
Hey, we appreciate you, sis, for real.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you, Dee.
Nice to meet you, Dee.
Yeah. All right, we're going to get Lou Ann.
Hi, I'm Lou Ann, a.k.a. Miss Petty, a.k.a. Miss Controverse. You guys will find me on Facebook as Lou Ann Love, Instagram as Ladybug5150, and you will see me on another stream really soon. I'm not going to announce that just yet, but it's coming to a stream near you. I appreciate everyone listening and being here. Please subscribe and like.
All right, everybody. Let's see. Thank you, Kasheen. And let's see. Let's get to. Wait, hold on. Did I get to Queen?
No, you didn't get to Queen yet. No.
Okay, let's go ahead and get to Queen. Go ahead, Queen. Wake up, Queen. All right, we'll get back to her. Let's get to like DJ Eddie King. Yeah.
You know, you can find me on YouTube. You can find me on YouTube. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. I should have changed my name to Mr. Perfect. Thank you. This your boy DJ Eddie King. You can find me on YouTube at DJ Eddie King. You can find me on Instagram, dj.eddie.king. I am the music creator for knowledge and relationship. Please hit the like. Please hit the bell button so you can get the recent videos, the old videos, new videos. Please hit the like button and subscribe. And also subscribe to DJ Eddie King. Subscribe to me. And I'm out. Michelle.
Wait. Did you show your IG?
Yeah, I said dj.eddie.king.
Okay.
And I said subscribe to my channel. You know, if you need any beats, need any music, let me know.
Yeah.
Subscribe to my channel. Thank you.
Okay. Queen, going once, going twice. Are you awake? She's probably busy.
Yeah, she busy.
All right, damn.
Yeah. Look up Queen 52K21 on Instagram. Queen 52K21. What are you saying, DJ Eddie? I'm sorry.
I was just saying, let's go to the big dog.
Man.
The big both worlds. The best of both worlds.
In the West.
In the building. The best of the East. The
best of the West.
The best of the East. Okay. From the East side.
Thank y'all for the love. Thank y'all for the love, family. You know how we do, man. Oh man, this show was phenomenal. Oh my gosh. Woo.
Almost 5 hours.
Man, I've been really doing my best to just put my best in everything I do. You know what I'm saying? That's why they call me the best in the world. I've just been trying to make everybody's jobs easier, trying to make DJ Eddie's jobs easy, trying to make First Lady Tammy job easy, and definitely trying to make M3 job easy and my job easy. You know what I'm saying? Like, definitely, man, like, for real. Thank y'all for being a part of the non-relationship experience. We appreciate y'all. Thank everybody in the comments. Marion, Gabe, Atlanta Thrasher, my brother. I see you. You know what I'm saying? Gator girl, I ain't see you tonight, girl. Where you at, Gator girl? Holla at me. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Yeah, thank everybody in the comments. Caprice, thank you for being in the comments and being on the panel as well. I'm trying to go through the comments to see so I can shout out everybody. Shout out to Master Duck. Shout out to Bloom and Ebony, of course, and also for jumping on the panel. Shout out to King James. Salute. High Value Nurse. What's going on, brother? Shout you out as well. Thank you for jumping on twice. We appreciate it. BK Apologist. You know what I mean? The big bro, the mentor. Shout him out as well. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, Miss Petty Penny, for jumping on. Got to shout out Damo, the network assistant manager of Najee Relationships. What's going on, Damo? I know you were watching somewhere.
Yeah, shout out to Damo.
Yeah,
Damo.
Free Damo. Damo life, yes. Shout out to Dee. Definitely, stay on for a little bit because we want to talk to you a little bit after. Shout out to Queen Forever 2K21. Shout out to who else is on here right now? I'm trying to remember everybody. Of course, shout out to First Lady Tammy, DJ Eddie King, the music coordinator. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I am the manager for baby. You know what I'm saying? Listen, you can find me on MR Best in the World 1984 on Instagram. Yet again, MR Best in the World 1984 on Instagram. Oh yeah, also shout out to CKQ, man. Shout you out, brother. You and John, man. You and Big John. We love you guys, man. Much love. You know what I'm saying? And everybody that we know with. Oh yeah, shout out to Jessica too. Jessica on in December. Shout out to her as well. You know what I mean? I ain't trying to forget nobody, man. I'm really trying to remember
WT Funk and
Chris
K21.
Yeah, shout out to Dirty Funk. We'll get to you in a second. Hold on, let Queen have the spotlight and just come back to you real quick.
Okay, we got Queen up there. Fine, you woke up. There you go, Queen.
Hold on. Hi, you can reach me on Instagram at Queen Forever 2K21, and you can see me on the Knowledge and Relationships platform. I'll be popping in different streams. I get my 2 cents, and I'm out. Have a great night.
5 cents. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
25
Back to what I was saying. Shout out to my man AD Sammy. Feel better, bro. We know you're not feeling too well. Shout out to AD Sammy, man. Feel better, bro. Definitely want to give you another shout out. And I gotta shout out. I can't forget this. I can't forget him. because he is the guy. Shout out.
No. Wait. Not me yet. You forgot one person.
Who?
Sheree B. Chicago.
Yo, I'm sorry, Sheree. Sister, forgive me, okay? Sheree B. Chicago, forgive me.
Yeah.
I gotta shout out Sheree B. Chicago. Her journey, her story is amazing. Man, what we got cooking up with her coming up, man, y'all not even, I don't even know if we really, I know we ready. But the audience, man, we about to drop something explosive on y'all with Sheree B. Chicago. Something so explosive, man. It's gonna be an atom bomb, man. It's gonna just explode. It's gonna be beautiful. Watch. It's gonna be like fireworks. It's coming soon, y'all. It's really coming soon. You know what I'm saying? We got so much content coming for y'all that we got in the background we ain't even telling y'all about yet. You know what I mean? That's how we do. You know what I mean? We got the Megatron going. We shoot our gun, we put a hole in it. You know what I'm saying? We don't miss. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, shout out to Sheree B. Chicago, definitely. You know what I mean? Chi-Town, stand up. And I gotta listen, I can't forget this man. I can't forget him. You know what I mean? Without him, there is no us. You know what I mean? He is the main man with the band. M3. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? The creative. You know what I'm saying? The organizer, the man, the boss. You know what I'm saying? The great M3. M3, take it away, baby. You know what it is.
All right. So let me go ahead and take my cap off, right? Since now the storm is over and I can just reveal my pretty eyes to you guys. So all right. So now anyways, you know, thank you for tuning in to Knowledge and Relationships here on YouTube. You already know this is your boy M3.
Yes, sir.
And before any of you busters and busterettes come talking to this riffraff about these men or these women, make sure that you guys and girls repent for your sins. Turn to the Lord Jesus Christ. And get your minds right. But anyways, you know, thank you for Best in the World, right? For basically like shouting everyone out. Because we did have like a lot of people tuning in. So that was a lot. Shout out to DJ Eddie King because he's the music coordinator. When I get some time, I definitely gotta add a new instrumental. You know, shout out to First Lady Tammy because she had a whole lot to say. You know?
Oh man, yeah. Shout out to First Lady.
Tammy, right? Tammy. But she did not back down. Tammy knew she was gonna be the Wolves, but she was like, you know, hey, I got this. She rolled up her sleeves. She was prepared, right?
Yeah, she was prepared. Yeah, she was prepared.
Salute. Shout out to Luann, right? Like, you know, even though we all thought like, you know, Luann is foolish, like with her ideologies and stuff, though. But
Luann came with that fire, though. She came with that fire. Man, she came with that fire. She had everybody on fire. That's good.
Exactly, man. I had it, man. Look, man. As soon as Tammy left, man, I had to change it to like Luann Love now class back. You know, man.
Luann came back. Was like, hold on, I'm not done yet. Wait a minute.
Shit, she was like a veal. Exactly. She was a veal vixen on Nelly's Vills, man. She'll be clapping hard for that credit card. You know.
Man.
Anyway, she's a good ass clapper. But anyways, though, you know. Shout outs to Queen Forever 2K21 until next year. And then she'll be 2K22. She's gonna have to change that, definitely for sure. And then shout outs to Didi as well too. And shout outs to the High Value Nurse. Shout outs to CKQ. Shout outs to Sheree B. Chicago. Shout outs to all the people that came up in the panel. Shout outs to Colin, right?
Colin, thank you. Word. What up, baby?
Blooming Ebony. And Caprice as well too, though, right? Man, you know, big shout outs to Caprice, man, because you know. Sometimes, man, like, you know, Caprice, like, come a little shy, but no, she has some shit to say, and it was because of the hormones. Okay, so hey, more power to the hormones, man. Shout outs to the hormones, man, for in her body that's making her say all the stuff that she said. But she has some good points. Anyways, though, without we're gonna wrap it up, right? And I just want to say good night, everyone. This was a good show. We're on fire. Dang, man, we're like 7 minutes away from the 5-hour mark.
7 minutes.
Yes,
away.
7 minutes away from hitting a world record to the 5-hour mark.
Do y'all want to communicate for 7 minutes about something else? 7 minutes.
I don't know. Dee got her mic muted, so I think she about to go to sleep. Yes. I don't know.
I'm not going to go to sleep.
Oh, I heard that, GD. I heard that.
I'm just messing with you. You know what? Hey, let's do this, right? I mean, time's gonna go by a little fast, anyways, right? Like I said, this was mostly like just like a casual conversation. So, we already know that after when we touch up on Tammy, that it's just anything goes. But K-Man says the chat was litty. Fire. Mm-hmm. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Caprice, for joining the panelists and chatting up tonight. Your dedication, flawless, and good insight. Virtual hug, video call, elbow bump. All right. And then she says, thank you, everyone. Shouts to our viewers. We appreciate you all. Love. Thank you, Mr. MP. The ladies will be back next Saturday, November 7th at 5:30 p.m. Pacific time. Hit that like button. Good night, YouTube. Good vibes. And then, okay, Kris, okay. Yes, the question for the next 7 minutes, right? Well, 5 minutes now. Okay, what are the reasons women need men? Damn. Okay.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one right there. Already.
Or even better, what do y'all bring to the table? Oh, come on, Kris. Come on, Kris, man. You know you're killing them. No, matter of fact, just for that, hold on, man. I got this.
Ebony, that's
okay, hold on.
A 4-hour conversation.
Hold on. Should I do the voice, y'all, or should I not?
Do it. Go for it. We ain't here in a minute. Go for it, man. She told me she liked it. She's like, hey, it's cool if he does it. We got approval.
I'm gonna do this one time though. I don't do it. I do it sporadically though. But hold on. All right. What are the reasons women need men? A question for the next 7 minutes. Or even better, what do y'all bring to the table, women? Okay? Ooh. I'm gonna slay y'all if y'all don't answer this goddamn question.
Dang.
That's what you really want to say. Stop the show. All right. Anybody want to answer the question for her? Oh, y'all women quiet now, huh? Okay.
Well, I'll start. Why
right.
not?
Mm-hmm.
One thing that I think that men can bring to the table is.
You said no. She said what can? She said what can y'all women bring to the table? Y'all say men.
No, that's not what the question was. That's not. She said, "What are reasons women need men, or better yet, what do y'all bring to the table?"
So hold on, Ebony. Can you tell them who y'all means? Are you talking about men or women? Make it clear.
Or what do you?
No, not women and men. What do you bring to the table, women? Women and men. Wait, no. Wait, hold on. Wait, okay, hold on. Wait.
I think she mean personally. What do you bring to the table?
Okay. Yeah. So you can't say what do men bring to the table, Luann. What do you bring to the table? We got 3 minutes. Go ahead, Luann.
I gotta think about it. That's a lot.
She's demanding now. She's like, everyone answer.
So what do you bring to the table, Bloomin' Ebony? It's your question.
You know what? That's a good question. Yeah, let's go ahead and ask.
What do you bring to the table?
Yeah, Kris, what do you bring to the table? I would like to know. I'm curious now. We have 3 minutes. Dun,
She's not on.
Oh, but she on the chat though. You know.
Yeah, she can type. She can type.
Yeah. You got 2 minutes. Oh, come on, Scone. This one's okay. She says, "LL, I'm struggling. I was trying to type with one hand." Okay.
In my DJ Eddie King voice, that's an excuse.
Look,
Excuse me.
Kris.
Excuse me.
Huh?
I'm just
No, she said that DJ AK. That's an excuse. Like, excuse me.
Wow.
I'm joking.
Wow.
And then Queen be like, hold up. I'm still talking.
I'm joking.
Okay, hold on. Wait. Okay, it depends on the man. He built the table. I'm going to look at the label and see what he did. Oh, wait, what? No, okay. She dodged it.
Yeah, exactly. What do you offer?
Yeah.
Come on, you asked the question.
Yeah.
You don't know what your worth is? Come on, girl.
She's trying to stall time because she knows we got 1 minute left though. See, you smart though. Oh, does he work and cook for himself so I can have heftier bills? What? Let me call in. Yeah, definitely call in though.
And we don't know if he built the table. Women build tables.
No. It doesn't matter about what we built. We want to know what.
Check yourself. Women build tables too, and they still feminine.
Mm-hmm.
Feminine.
Queen.
He built the table. I'm going to look at the table. Okay, Kim, it's a good question. The Bloom Ebony. None of them have answered, right? Okay, but she has not answered.
But she can't even answer her own question.
Exactly. She's struggling.
She's struggling. Oh, here she comes. Here she comes, y'all. All right.
Come on, bring it.
The Bloom Ebony.
Let's go.
What
Can you hear me?
to the table?
Sorry, I'm still working. I was trying to type with one hand on my laptop and then do that little like squiggly typing thing on my phone. It was not working. So like the broad answer is you bring femininity to the table, which means you bring fluidity. So the point is that you go to the table, and typically by this point you probably know the man that you're with. And you have to know what he needs, basically. And so if he needs someone to do the budgeting, I can do that. If he needs somebody to find the real estate properties, I would do that, being an accountant. If he works, I was trying to say in that message, if he works a lot and he eats out a lot, I'll cook. I'm gonna cook either way, but it's like adding value to his life. So the idea is, I kind of look at men like the container and women like the water, and it's like I'm here to just fill you in whatever gaps that are there.
Okay.
If that makes sense. So it's a broad answer, but it definitely depends on the person. But that's the idea.
Okay. Well, Kris the Bloom Ebony, thank you for answering that question. And
Hold on, them three. We got to see if any of the ladies have anything to say about that. What do you got to say about that, ladies?
That's just like fanning the man. But I guess. Anyways, I don't have too much just to say on that part. But what I would bring to the table would just be bringing me, and that offers my sense of humor, that offers my intellect and knowledge and some points of what Miss Ebony said, just the things that would not be I can't say that he wouldn't be fulfilled because he would be doing his own thing, but I would just say what I would bring would just be a shoulder, as well, amongst other things.
Okay, so basically you're gonna be like a knowledgeable comedian then to the table.
A who?
A knowledgeable comedian. You say you'll bring in the knowledge and you'll bring in a sense of humor and laughter. So I call it a knowledgeable comedian. You know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I will call you Tiffany Haddish though, but
oh wow,
she don't equate that. But okay,
I love Tiffany Haddish.
Yeah, she's cool. She's pretty funny, like scripted though, but like, yeah.
Let's not go there. Let's move on.
Anyways, yeah, that's for another show. Anyways,
wow. I like both their answers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Dee, go ahead. What you gotta say, Dee? Go ahead.
I feel like what I would bring to the table, like me, my aura, like just genuine realness, support, love, foundation. Like I'm gonna be classy and I'm gonna be hood if you need me to be. I can go to the boardroom with you. Like I'm gonna be me because I love me first, right? So that I love myself, so I love myself enough to love both of us. Right. So just as much as I take care of me, I'm gonna take care of you.
Okay, the jack of all trades, the Jackie of all trades. Yeah. Okay.
I can do it all. If I need to be at home, I could be at home. If I need to go to work, I go to work. So
that's
versatile.
Right.
Yeah, you got to add those in your portfolio. So I feel you. Versatile.
But see, that's not for a man that sleeps on the couch at his mom or his brother's house. That those kind of values can't be for that type of man.
We know that already. Okay.
That's definitely
a fact. Without. Yeah, you don't have to do all that work for bums. But Queen, go ahead.
Well, I bring the BF and best friends because that's what he is. If he's sitting at the table with me, we friends. He's my best friend.
Okay.
I bring the other part of his rib because if he's for me, I was taken from him in the beginning. So I bring humor. I bring laughter.
Okay.
I bring an umbrella if it's raining. I bring tissue if he's crying. I bring a blanket if he's cold.
Go ahead, girl.
I bring a spoon if he's hungry.
Feed the man.
And I bring shelter if he ain't got nowhere to go. That's what I bring to the table.
And toilet paper.
Oh yeah, don't forget the toilet.
Somebody got them.
That's already in the house, Eddie. That's already in the house. Yeah. Lights, cable, PlayStations, video games. What you need? I got you. TV, flat screen.
You got it. Yeah.
Hey, I gotta go, y'all. I'm gonna holler at y'all.
Okay. Mr. Best of both worlds.
Where you going?
Yeah.
Bye,
yes, sir.
Of the West.
Yes, sir. The manager for knowledge and relationships.
Yeah.
Good hearing from you, buddy.
Yeah. Well, with that being said, that was a good question, Kris. Like, what do these women bring to the table?
Yeah.
But with that being said, we're already at the 5-hour mark, y'all. So yeah, let's go, y'all. So, but yeah. Other than that, we're out. Peace out, everyone. Laters.
Later.
All right. Bye, everyone. And we are out. DJ.